Holmes.
Got you. Now, look here.
But, Mum...
Close the window, John.
To Sherlock Holmes, she was always the woman, the beautiful Irena Adler of dubious and questionable memory. At the time of our involvement in the Irena Adler case, Holmes and I had been sharing rooms in Baker Street for some years. My practice had caused me to be absent in the country for several days. As usual, after leaving Holmes for any length of time, I returned filled with apprehension as to his mood. Oh, hello, Mrs. Hudson.
Dr. Watson, just look at you, half soaked to the skin.
Yes, well, I'm not surprised. I have just spent 20 minutes standing in the pouring rain waiting for a cab.
Won't do that old wound of yours any good getting so wet, Doctor.
No.
Just take this coat and your hat. See that they're properly dried.
Mrs. Hudson, I haven't eaten all day. Do hope supper will be up very soon.
That's very doubtful. I don't know what's come over Mr. Holmes. He seems to be all on edge. I'm not to bring up supper until I'm called. Those are his orders.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. My dear Holmes. What is it tonight? Morphine or cocaine?
Well, I can strongly recommend a 7% solution of cocaine. Would you care to try it?
No, indeed. I speak not only as your friend, but as a medical man. How can you risk such damage to the great powers with which you have been endowed?
I cannot tell you how it clarifies and stimulates the mind.
Yes, and destroys it in time.
My mind rebels at stagnation. Give me problems. Give me work. Give me the most abstruse cryptogram, the most intricate analysis, and I'm in my proper atmosphere. Then I can dispense with artificial stimulants. But I abhor the dull routine of existence. I crave mental exaltation. That is why I've chosen my own profession, or rather, created it, for I am the only one in the world.
The only unofficial detective.
The only unofficial consulting detective. I take no credit in my cases. The work itself, the pleasure of finding a field for my particular powers is my highest reward. You can close that drawer. You have made the wrong diagnosis, Doctor. I have my stimulant here. I hope you enjoyed your week in the country.
It was good for the appetite. Incidentally, I do wish you would ring for supper. What is this?
Yes, I must get ready for my visitor. It came by the morning post. Give me your observations.
Well, I mean, it's undated and without either signature or address.
Good. Read aloud.
Dear Mr. Holmes, there will call upon you tonight at 7:45 a gentleman who... Good heavens, we've only a few minutes, Holmes.
Go on.
A gentleman who desires to consult with you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may be safely trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber, then. Good heavens, this is a mystery indeed. What do you imagine it means?
No, I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. But the note itself, what do you deduce from it?
It's a man's writing.
Good.
Presumably well-to-do. It's expensive paper, this. It's peculiarly strong and stiff.
Peculiar, that is the very word. It is not English paper at all. Hold it up to the light.
Ah. Large E, small g, large P and G with a small T woven into the texture.
And that is?
Maker's monogram.
Excellent, Watson. Come along. Let us consult our continental gazetteer. Your cigars. You see, I was not unmindful of your return.
Oh.
Would you care for some whiskey?
Later, perhaps, when we've eaten.
The monogram is an abbreviation for Papiergesellschaft, which is the German for paper company. And the E.G. Eglonitz Egria. A German-speaking district of Bohemia, noted for its numerous glass factories and paper mills there.
Bohemia. The kingdom of Bohemia.
And the note is written by a German. You see, this account of you we have from all quarters received. Only a German is so uncourteous to his verbs.
So we are to expect a German from Bohemia.
Here he is. Drawn by a pair. A nice little broom. There's money in this case, Watson, if there's nothing else.
Holmes, I think your visitor will want me out of the way.
Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are. I am lost without my Boswell.
But he sounded so secretive.
I may need your help, and so may he. Now stay in that armchair and give me your full attention. Here he comes.
I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot come in here unannounced like this. Mr. Holmes does not see anybody without appointment. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Holmes. There was nothing I could do.
It's perfectly all right, Mrs. Hudson. If you would kindly leave us and close the door. Thank you.
You had my note?
Yes, pray take a seat. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who is occasionally good enough to help me in my cases.
How do you do, sir?
Whom do I have the honor to address?
You may address me as the Count von Kramm, a Bohemian nobleman. I should much prefer to communicate with you alone.
No, it is both or none. You may say before this gentleman anything which you may wish to say to me.
Very well, I take your word that he is a man of honor and discretion. But I must begin by binding you both to absolute secrecy for a period of 2 years.
Indeed.
At the end of that time, the matter will be of no importance. At present, it is of such weight that it may have an influence upon European history.
I promise.
And I.
You will excuse this mask. The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you. In fact, I may confess that the title I've given you is not exactly my own.
I was aware of that.
The circumstances are of great delicacy. Every precaution must be taken to prevent an immense scandal which would seriously compromise one of the royal houses of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter concerns the great house of Ormstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia.
I was aware of that too, Your Majesty.
You are right. I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?
Why indeed? Your Majesty had not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Kassel-Felstein and hereditary king of Bohemia, and in passing, the finest duelist in Europe. You have killed 4 opponents.
Honorably.
Of course.
The facts are briefly these. Some 10 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress, Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you.
Kindly look her up in my index, will you, Watson? So, I deduce that Your Majesty became entangled with this lady, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting them back.
Precisely so. But how could you know that?
Abineri, Italian General Staff. Adler Irena, born New Jersey, 1858. Is this the lady?
New Jersey, let me see. Singer, contralto, appeared at La Scala, opera houses Petersburg and Warsaw, retired from the operatic stage, now living in London, makes occasional concert appearances.
That is the lady.
Was there a secret marriage?
None.
No legal papers or certificates?
None.
Then I fail to follow, Your Majesty. If this person should produce your letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity?
There is the writing.
Poo-poo forgery.
My private writing paper.
Stolen.
My own seal.
Imitated.
My photograph.
Bought.
We were both in that photograph.
Dear, dear, dear. Yes, that is very bad. Your Majesty has certainly committed an indiscretion.
She was beautiful, bewitching, clever, daring. I was only crown prince then. I was young. I am but 30 now.
Of course, Your Majesty has attempted to recover the photograph.
We have tried and failed.
Then Your Majesty must pay. It must be bought.
She will not sell.
Stolen, then?
5 attempts have been made. Twice, burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she traveled. Twice she has been waylaid. There has been no sign of it.
Huh.
You laugh.
It is serious.
Yes. Yes, it is very serious indeed. Well, what does she propose to do with this photograph, if not to extort money?
To ruin me.
Huh.
I'm about to be married.
So I've heard.
To the Princess Clotilde Lothman von Saxe-Meiningen, second daughter to the King of Scandinavia.
It is a brilliant match.
Precisely. But you will know the strict principles of her family. She's herself the soul of delicacy. A shadow of doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end.
Verena Adler
threatens to send them the photograph. And she'll do it. She has a soul of steel. She's more beautiful than any other woman I've known, more resolute than any man. There are no lengths to which she would not go, none, to prevent my marriage to another woman.
Your Majesty, why is this lady so vindictive?
Oh, there was once some talk of marriage.
Ha!
She would not see that it was impossible.
You are sure that she has not sent the photograph yet?
I am sure.
Why? It may be on its way at this very moment.
Because she has said that she would send it on the day when the betrothal was publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday. And I must leave London on Friday to be home for the ceremony.
Ah, then we do have 3 days. Well, that is very fortunate, for I do have other matters in hand. Where can I find Your Majesty in London?
At the Langham Hotel. As the Count von Krumm, remember?
Yes, of course, and as to expenditure.
Here are £300 in gold and 700 in notes.
And Miss Verena Adler's address. Good night, Your Majesty, and I trust we shall soon have good news for you.
Holmes, we can dine at Romano's. But we only have 3 days. Till Friday.
Oh, it must be settled by Friday. The composer Tchaikovsky is conducting his own works at the St. James's Hall. No, no, no. It must be settled by Friday. No. My dear Watson, I'd like to be alone. You are hungry.
Yes.
I'm sure Mrs. Hudson will bring you up a sandwich.
Sandwich?
We will not discuss this matter until tomorrow afternoon. Good night.
Better than working in it, mate.
What is?
Looking on.
I'll change with you any time, Gov.
Out of a position, are you?
8 weeks. Only a first-class groom.
Are you? Well, you could give me an hand if you like. I'd see you all right.
Why not? Give her the price of the boot.
I thought it was a booze. Strap the mare. Show us what you can do.
I spent a couple of hours with the cabbie and his cronies. Miss Irene Adler has certainly turned all men's heads in those parts. She is the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet. So say the Serpentine News fraternity to a man. She lives quietly, drives out at 5 in the evening, returns at 7 sharp for dinner. Seldom goes out at other times, except when she sings. She has only one male visitor, but sees a good deal of him. He never calls less than once a day, and often twice. His name is a Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. You see the advantages of having a cabman as a confidant.
Mr. Godfrey Norton is a lawyer. That is important.
Ominous, perhaps. Why his repeated visits? Is she his client, friend, or mistress? If he is her lawyer, he might have the photograph in his strongbox. If I love her, he might not even know of it. She had just begun to sing. She has the voice of an angel, Watson, when a truly surprising chain of events overtook me. Starting with the arrival of someone I presumed to be Mr. Godfrey Norton.
Wait for me, will you? Fetch your mistress's carriage. Drive like the devil. Church of St. Monica, Edgware Road. I must arrive there at least 5 minutes before 12. That gives you 20 minutes. Half a guinea if you do it.
She is a lovely woman, Watson, with a face that a man might die for.
Face a man might die for. Unusual language for you, Holmes.
A metaphor, Watson, nothing else. I was just about to sprint after a landau and perch on the back when another cab came through the street. He looked twice, such a shabby fare. But I jumped in before he had time to object, showed him a handful of sovereigns and promised him one if he would get me to the Church of St. Monica within 20 minutes. Now, I don't think that I have ever been driven faster in a cab. But they were there before us.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Norton.
For pity's sake, it's almost midday.
The latest time allowed by law.
I would have called in one of those confounded churchmen, but I saw no reason to let them know our business, and I sent them off for a drink. Oh, dear Lord! You! Come here, man. Yes, I mean you. We've only a few minutes left or it won't be legal. Come, man, come! Hold this and do as you're told. You'll be paid.
Ah! We have our witness. The ceremony may proceed. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is an honourable estate instituted of God in the time of man's innocency, signifying unto us the mystical union that is betwixt Christ and his church.
Irena.
I allowed you to persuade me. Now you must allow me to persuade you. I shall see you tomorrow.
At the very first moment.
I love you. John?
Hey, you!
Come here, my man. Come here.
Godfrey, let me. Sir, I want to thank you for being so miraculously present when we needed you. How fortunate that you have remained close by.
Well, I'm in no hurry, Mom.
I hope you will accept this.
I don't need no tip, Mom.
Oh, sir, let us call it a little souvenir.
She gave me a sovereign. Here it is.
What an extraordinary turn of events.
I shall wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion.
And what now?
Well, during the ceremony, I thought my plans had been overthrown. If they had made an immediate departure, it would have necessitated the most prompt and energetic measures on my part. But he went back to the temple, and she went to her own home, thus giving us time to act.
How?
Doctor, I shall require all your courage and alertness.
I should be delighted.
You don't mind breaking the law?
Not in the least.
Nor running the chance of arrest?
Not in a good cause.
Well, the cause is excellent.
Well, then I am your man.
Splendid.
Now, the question is, Holmes, you really do look quite remarkable. No, the question is where to find the photograph. I mean, the house has twice been burgled.
She was too clever for them. She is a remarkable woman.
Well, they must have searched very thoroughly.
They did not know how to look.
And how will you look?
I shall not look.
What then?
I will allow her to show me.
But she refused.
She will not be able to. Ah, we draw near the scene of action. We had better walk from here.
You know your instructions.
When you raise your hand, I act.
And we meet at the rendezvous in 10 minutes.
Here she comes.
Oh, no, you don't have it. I was here first.
I opened the door, lady. You never know it was me. Clear off, you two. Me? Oh! Nothing carries doors is the legitimate means of livelihood, Mr. Funky.
You ain't gonna stop a man earning a copper, see?
Pass. You there. Let go of my coachman.
Take the bread from me mouth, would ya? I'll fill your mouth, chum.
No. Peace! Peace, gentlemen! Please, I beg you! Peace! I beg of you, madam! I must protect you! So stop that! Go! And you stop! Oh!
Stand back. You see what you've done.
He's dead. Scarper makes before the coppers come.
Still breathing, but he's taken a bad knock.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
You did your best, John. Is he badly hurt?
It is only superficial, but he needs attention, quickly.
He can't lie in the street. Bring him into the house.
All right, sir.
Oh, you're conscious. Thank goodness. You are a brave man. Over here, Willard. No, stand back. I shall look after my friend in need. Sir, will you look toward me?
It is no sight for a lady.
I have strong nerves, dear friend.
No, I cannot permit. Thank you. A bandage.
As you wish.
I'm so relieved that your wound isn't serious.
Well, it is but shallow, and the concussion wears off.
How extraordinary
Madam?
that so many people should gather in such a quiet little turning.
Well, it's the gang, madam. It was all prearranged to rob you.
All those men to snatch one little purse. Oh, no, dear friend, it wouldn't have paid them.
My vocation takes me much amongst the poor and even the criminal classes, madam. Look at those people staring. Oh, curiosity is so unseemly, but I fear universal. Oh, I am so sorry. I think I'm going to faint. Ah, air. I need some air.
Willard, the window.
Oh.
Some drinking water.
Are there any smelling salts? Madam? Madam, I think I can smell fire.
What?
Fire! Fire!
Madam, come out of here quickly. I'll take care of the old gentleman.
I can't breathe. It's a false alarm. It's a false alarm. Look. It's a trick. It's a trick. Tell them. Tell them. Oh.
It's a false alarm. Do you hear? We do not need the fire engine.
What is it?
It is a plumber's rocket, madam. One of my flock is a plumber. It is ignited by a cap and sends smoke into pipes to betray cracks and holes. No, it's all right. It will disperse.
You said it was a trick. Who would play such a trick on me?
One of the gang, madam.
But to what purpose? I've escaped them.
Revenge.
Revenge. Are there such wicked people?
There are people in this world, madam, to whom revenge is in itself a reward.
I cannot imagine such feelings.
I'm sure you cannot, madam. I am feeling more myself. I must be on my way.
Oh, please stay. Some refreshment.
Well, one of my flock expects me.
Won't you let my carriage take you?
No. The air will aid my recovery.
At least your name, your address. I may thank you adequately.
Well, I am just a humble servant, madam, of the all-seeing Providence. Good night.
Good night.
You did it very nicely, Doctor.
You have the photograph?
No, but I know what it is.
How did you find out?
She showed me, as I told you she would.
The trouble is, it still remains in her possession. You may have lost your one chance, Holmes.
No. I shall call early tomorrow morning.
You call there?
And as my own self. And with the king.
The king?
And with you, Watson. You must be a witness at the end of our quest.
I trust you will sleep well tonight for a change, Holmes.
Well, there's nothing like success for curing insomnia.
Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Watson. Holmes.
But she could not love him.
I'm in hopes that she does.
Why?
Because it would spare your majesty all fear of future annoyance. If she loves her husband, then she does not love your majesty. And if she does not love your majesty, why should she interfere with your majesty's marriage?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe.
I am Mr. Holmes.
My mistress told me you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband by the 5:15 train from Charing Cross for the continent.
She has left England.
Never to return, sir.
All is lost. Wir sind gerettet. This is not it. Holmes, this is a different photograph. Do you hear me, man? The letter.
It is addressed to me. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you did it very well. You took me in completely until after the alarm of fire I had not a suspicion. But then, when I found that I had betrayed myself, it flashed into my mind that I had been warned against you months ago. I had been told that if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you. Yet, with all this, you made me reveal what you wanted to know. Even before, when the presence of so many people in the street had sounded an alarm in my instinct, I could not think evil of such a dear, kind old clergyman.
But you know, I have been trained as an actress myself, and male costume is nothing new to me. Yes, it was I who followed you to your door, just to make sure that you really were the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It was I who rather imprudently wished you good night. Then I started for the temple to see my new husband. We had married in secret in case we needed to leave the country to elude the king. Your appearance on the scene was the signal for flight. You are too formidable an antagonist. You will find the nest empty when you call tomorrow. As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace. I love and am loved by a better man than he.
The king may...
The king may do what he will without hindrance from one whom he has cruelly wronged. I kept it only to safeguard myself and to preserve a weapon which will always secure me from any steps he may take.
there is more. I leave another photograph which he might care to possess. And I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Irena Norton, née Adler.
What a woman. What a queen she would have made. Is it not a pity she was not on my level?
From what I have seen of the lady, yes, indeed, she is on a very different level to your Majesty. I am only so sorry that I have failed in my commission.
On the contrary, my dear sir, nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now as safe as if it were in the fire.
I am glad that your Majesty thinks so.
I am immensely indebted to you. Pray, tell me in what way I can reward you. This ring.
Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly.
You have but to name it.
This.
Irene's photograph. Certainly, if you wish it.
Then I have the honor to wish your Majesty a very good morning.
And that was how a great scandal threatened the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to sneer much at the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irena Adler, or when he refers to that woman, it is always under the honorable title of the woman. In his eyes, she eclipses the whole of her sex. It was not that he ever betrayed any sign of love for Irena Adler. All emotions such as that one are abhorrent to his cold, precise mind. He only looks on women pathologically, as the source of motives, clues. And yet, he keeps her photograph apart, locked up. There is but one woman to him, the beautiful Irena Adler of dubious and questionable memory.
Elsie, what's the matter? Elsie!
So, Watson.
Hmm?
You do not propose to invest in South African securities?
How on earth do you know that?
Now confess, you are utterly taken aback.
I am.
I should make you sign a paper to that effect.
Why?
Because in a few minutes you'll say it is all so absurdly simple.
I should say nothing of the kind.
You see, my dear Watson, it is not really difficult to construct a series of inferences, each dependent upon its predecessor and each simple in itself. If after doing so one simply knocks out the central inferences and presents one's audience with the starting point and the conclusion, one may produce a startling, though possibly a meretricious effect. I can tell by an inspection of the groove between your left forefinger and thumb that you've decided not to invest your small capital in the gold fields.
I can see no connection.
Very likely not. But I can quickly give you a close connection. Here are the missing links in the very simple chain. You had chalk between your forefinger and thumb when you returned from the club last night. You put chalk there when you play billiards to ease the cue. You never play billiards except with Thurston. Now, Thurston, you told me 4 weeks ago, had an option on some South African security which expired in a month and which he desired you to share with him. Your checkbook is locked in my drawer, and you have not asked for the key, so you do not propose to invest your money in that manner.
How absurdly simple.
Quite so. Every problem is absurdly simple when it is explained to you. Bum, 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 bum.
Holmes, why are you so cheerful? You're unemployed, you have no case to solve. Now, normally that produces black moods and the infernal lethargy of the cocaine bottle.
You have not used the logical principles which I constantly expound.
Sherlock Holmes is cheerful, so Sherlock Holmes must have a case.
Pah! See what you can make of that, friend Watson.
Why, Holmes, it's a child's drawing.
Ah, is that your idea?
Well, what else should it be?
Well, that is what a Mr. Hilton Cubitt of Ridlingthorpe Manor, Derbyshire, is anxious to know. That conundrum came by the first post, and he is to follow by the next train.
Hilton Cubitt.
No, I have already looked him up, Watson. His family has owned land in Derbyshire for over 500 years, so I presume that Mr. Cubitt is as respectable as he is worthy.
With a fresh face, an open countenance, and wearing a brown bowler hat.
Oh, no, you cannot possibly know that.
Really, Holmes?
You will stay and keep a record of the case.
My dear fellow. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. This way, Mr. Cubitt.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Hilton Cubitt.
And this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson, sir.
How do you do? Do sit down, Mr. Cubitt.
Thank you. So what do you make of it, gentlemen? This thing. Have you had time to study it?
Absurd little figures dancing in a line is a childish prank. Why do you attach importance to something so trivial?
I don't, Mr. Holmes. I never should. No, it's my wife, you see. She...
Go on, Mr. Cubitt. You're with friends.
But it's frightened her almost to death. She says nothing, tries to appear normal, but I've never seen anyone so upset.
In white chalk on a garden seat. It is a precise copy.
It's as exact as I could make it. I did think it might be the stable boy, but the lad denied it. If there's any danger threatening my wife, Mr. Holmes, I'd spend my last penny to protect her.
Do sit down, Mr. Cubitt.
You smoke, Mr. Cubitt?
Yes. No, I won't. Thank you.
Tell us about your wife, Mr. Cubitt.
Well, I've always lived in Derbyshire, Ridlingthorpe Manor near Matlock. I was a bachelor and thought I'd remain one, until 3 years ago I came down to London on a visit. It's a rare thing for me, but... Well, I had a mind to see the Queen's Golden Jubilee. I put up at a boarding house in Russell Square because Parker, he's the vicar of our parish, he was staying there. There was also a young American lady staying there. Patrick was her name, Elsie Patrick. Well, we were both alone and we became friends. Did the sights and that.
At your expense?
Well, certainly not. Are you suggesting...
No, he's not, Mr. Cubitt. Not at all.
Was this Miss Elsie Patrick in London merely for the Jubilee?
No. She'd been here some time. She'd tired of America, travelled about, and finally settled in England. Well, not to make a labour of it, before my holiday was over, I was as much in love as any man ever has been. To my surprise and joy, she reciprocated my feelings, and we were married.
Excellent.
Quietly, in a register office. You think I'm mad, Mr. Holmes, taking a wife in such a fashion, knowing nothing about her, or...
Explain, Mr. Cubitt, and come to the point.
Oh, yes. In fact, it was on the very day of our marriage. Nothing could have made me unhappy. Nothing on that day. But now I look back, it was odd. Elsie?
There's something I have to say to you, Hilton.
We don't want to be late, my dear.
I've put it off till now, but I must still give you the chance to change your mind.
Let's see. What in the world?
Let me finish. And what I say, I do mean. I love you dearly. But you know nothing of my life before we met.
I never asked.
One of the things which has made me so fond of you. If you marry me, Hilton, I promise you marry a woman who has nothing personally to be ashamed of. But you'll have to take my word for it and allow me to be silent forever as to my life before we met. If that's too much to ask, then you must go back to your Derbyshire and leave me to the lonely life in which you found me.
It's little enough to ask. And I shall never let you go. These have been the happiest 3 years of my life.
And when did the first cloud cover the sun of this great happiness?
You have a way of putting things, Mr. Holmes.
And you have a way of prevaricating with your answers, Mr. Cubitt.
Well, it was some months ago, May, in fact.
Hilton!
Hello?
Here, in the drawing room. Well, what do you think?
Yes, great improvement.
Thank you, Saunders.
I met the postman, saved him a journey. There's a bill. There's one for you. An American stamp. Chicago.
Oh.
I hope luncheon's ready. I'm ravenous.
She burned the letter unopened.
Yes. I don't know why.
Of course you don't. America's her past, and the subject of a solemn promise.
Yes, but she's not had an easy hour from that moment. If only she'd trust me. Now, I have every faith in her. You must believe that. Whatever there was in her past, I'm sure it's no fault of hers.
And the dancing men.
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought she was getting over the letter, and then these drawings appeared. I mean, it's just a childish scrawl, but it made everything worse than before. Well, I couldn't just leave it. And it wasn't the sort of thing I could take to the police, for they would have laughed at me. So I've come to you.
Don't you think, Mr. Cubitt, that your best plan would be to make a direct appeal to your wife and ask her to share her secret with you?
A promise is a promise, Mr. Holmes. If Elsie wishes to tell me, then she will. But I have no right to force her confidence. However, I do feel entitled to take my own line, and I will.
Then I will help you with all my heart. Have you seen or heard of any strangers in the neighborhood?
No, I haven't. Some of the farmers take in lodgers, but I've not heard of any lately.
Then I suggest that you return to Derbyshire, Mr. Cubitt, and keep a sharp lookout, and make an exact copy of any fresh dancing men that may appear.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I will.
But, Mr. Cubitt, this letter which started your wife's torment, you are quite certain that it was from the United States?
Yeah, the postmark was Chicago.
Goodbye. And don't worry. Perfectly natural she should receive a letter from America. She's from America.
Yes, but it is not natural to throw it onto the fire unopened.
It's beginning to look like semaphore.
You have read my monograph on secret ciphers?
Some of it. I found it rather heavy going.
It evidently has a meaning. If it is purely arbitrary, it may be impossible to solve. However, if it is systematic, we should be able to get to the bottom of it. But we need more messages, and preferably long ones.
Well, I doubt if Hilton Cubitt would agree with that.
Walker. You know anything about this?
No, sir. I've not been round the front all day.
Has Mrs. Cubitt been out here?
I've no way of knowing. Have I? Sir.
When I've done this, I want you to wash it off and tell no one about it, and then come to me. I shall have an urgent letter for you to post. Elsie? Elsie? What are you doing?
I was looking for you.
I thought I heard the door. Have you been out today? Out of the house?
Hilton, come to bed. Everything will look better in the morning.
Will the drawings look better? Will the dancing men look better?
Why do they fuss you so?
Fuss me!
They're just a joke, a bit of mischief. The moon's high. Where I come from, they say a moon like that drives you crazy. Why don't we travel, Hilton? Why don't we go away? I love this place as much as I love you. Hilton.
What did you see?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Please, dearest. Hilton, I beg you.
There's somebody outside.
Hilton! Hilton, wait! You'll come to harm.
Or are you afraid he will come to harm?
These two are identical.
Yes. Well, I had that one washed off. Then it must have reappeared.
You know, it's a pity you didn't get a closer look at this chap.
If only she hadn't tried to stop me. I've never been angry with her before. But she knew who was out there, of that I'm sure. And she knows what these figures mean.
Was this a mere addition to this? Or did it appear to be entirely separate?
It was on a separate panel of the door. Well, I know what I'm going to do. I shall go home. I shall put half a dozen of my lads in the shrubberies. If this fella calls again, give him such a thrashing, he'll leave us alone in the future.
Well, that would be one way.
Mr. Cubitt, This case is too deep for such a simple remedy.
I must go now if I'm to catch my train. I'd not leave Elsie alone at night.
Elsie.
Quite right.
Good day, Mr. Cubitt. We will join you in a couple of days, and be patient.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson. I'll find my own way.
Bye. Weren't exactly sympathetic.
He doesn't come to me for sympathy. It is a considerable challenge. I shall work better for silence.
Oh, well. I dare say I can find something quiet to do.
Whoa.
Sir,
Where did you find this?
down by the garden bench. Will that mean you'd be wanting me to take another letter for London, sir?
It will.
I'll have to get to move on if I'm going to catch the last pause.
Walker, just do what you're told.
Yes, Watson?
Thought you might like the Times, Holmes.
What do you make of my progress?
Well, it still doesn't mean very much, does it?
Quite enough for me to send a telegram to the United States.
What on earth does that mean? Abbas Lane.
Watson, if this is E, flag denotes the end of words.
Oh. This grouse is superb. Mrs. Hudson has really surpassed herself this time.
What time is the last train to Matlock?
I'm afraid we've missed it. Holmes, I do wish you would try and eat a bite.
I just need an answer to my telegram from America, and the story is complete.
What about your family?
Friends, you call them? Killers, robbers, extortionists, some family.
But you and I were engaged.
I'm sorry, Eddie. My father forced me into it. How can I be happy with you and not all of you?
Beg me?
Yes. Hilton is such a good man. It would break my heart if scandal ever touched him.
You're coming home. You're coming home.
No!
Watson! What the devil's going on? An answer to your telegram?
No, it's another letter from Hilton Cubitt. Elsie. Prepared.
Mr. Amps, sir.
Thank you. It's from Wilson Hargreave of the Chicago Police Bureau. In reply to your inquiry, Abe Slaney is one of the most dangerous men in Chicago.
Some pancreas. Come along, Wade. Come along. There's a cab.
Riddle in thought matter, gentlemen.
As fast as you can.
How do you know?
Expect you're the surgeon from London, sir.
I beg your pardon. What makes you...
She's not dead yet, sir. You may be able to save her. But she's for the gallows.
The gallows?
Why, that's her. She murdered her husband.
Inspector of Police and Doctor of Medicine, I perceive.
Yes, indeed. Inspector Martin, Derbyshire Constabulary.
And I'm Dr. Carthew, the surgeons. This way, gentlemen.
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and I am his friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Mr. Holmes? But what do you know of this business?
A good deal. Mr. Hilton Cubitt was my client.
But the crime was only committed at 3 o'clock this morning. How could you hear of it in London and get to the spot as soon as I?
I anticipated it.
We came in hope of preventing it.
Then you must have important evidence of which I am ignorant.
Only the evidence of the dancing men.
The dancing men?
Now, I will explain all that to you later. Since we are too late to prevent this tragedy, I am anxious to ensure that justice is done. Will you associate me in your investigation, or will you prefer that I should act independently?
I should be proud for us to work together, Mr. Holmes. But I must warn you, there seems very little to investigate. Mr. Hilton Cubitt has been shot through the heart and he's dead.
And Mrs. Cubitt?
Seriously wounded.
The bullet passed through the front of her brain, and she's still unconscious. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Only one gun has been found, lying on the floor between them. 2 bullets have been fired. With respect, Mr. Holmes, it seems quite clear that Mrs. Cubitt murdered her husband and then turned the gun upon herself.
But they were a most devoted couple.
The murder room's through here, Mr. Holmes.
No. I would like to start by interviewing the servants. And I beg you, nothing, absolutely nothing, is to be moved. Is this the way to the kitchen?
I should think it must have happened about 3 o'clock in the morning, sir.
Where are your rooms?
Up top, sir. The attics. I was awoke by this terrible bang. An explosion is the only word. Then about a minute later, there was another bang, only not so loud.
What did you do?
I came downstairs, sir, expecting to find Mr. Cupid up and about chasing burglars and the house on fire.
And the bedroom door was open.
We looked in, but the bed was empty, so we came on down.
The smoke, and the smell were worse down here.
Smell. Ah, you mean of the gunpowder?
Suppose it was, sir, yes.
Now, you say the smell was worse downstairs. Could you also smell gunpowder upstairs?
Yes, sir.
I commend that fact very carefully to your attention, Inspector. Mrs. King. Would you like to sit down, Mrs. King? Now, was the library door open when you reached it?
Open, yes, sir. We could see the candle light on the table, and so we came in. And then... Oh, as terrible a thing as ever I saw or ever feared to see. She was terribly wounded, sir. She was moaning and groaning. Then she sort of collapsed on the floor, and she hasn't said anything since.
Saunders.
We moved her to her bedroom, sir, and sent Fred Walker for the doctor and the police.
And there was no sign of a break-in? Or of an intruder?
No, sir. And all the doors and windows was locked, as we had left them when we went to bed.
Inspector.
Oh, yes, sir. I checked that very thoroughly.
Apart from poor Mrs. Cubit, nothing else has been moved?
No, sir.
No, we've touched nothing, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, then. I think we can proceed.
Almost instantaneous death, presumably.
Straight through the heart. The bullet's still there.
What about the bullet that wounded Mrs. Cubit?
That's still in her as well. It will take hands more nimble than mine to move it.
Is this Mrs. Cubit's handbag?
Yes, it is, Mr. Holmes.
At least 20 50-pound notes. A bribe that failed.
So, 2 bullets fired, 2 wounds inflicted, as you said.
Yes, Doctor.
Then how do you account for the bullet that has so obviously struck the window frame?
By George, however did you see that?
Because, Dr. Carthew, I looked for it.
Wonderful. Why, the bullet's still there.
So a 3rd shot must have been fired.
Which means that a 3rd person must have been present.
Exactly. When you came into this room last night, you say that the door was ajar. Was not that window also open?
I don't know, sir. I think...
No, sir. It was shut.
Saunders, will you and Cook wait in the library? And you, Walker. Dr. Carthew, you may remove the body. Now, it was Mrs. Cubit herself who shut that window. If Saunders and the cook smelled smoke and gunpowder upstairs, then there must have been a strong through draft. Otherwise, it would not have spread so quickly through the house. We know that door was open. That window, too, must also have been open, but only for a short time.
Why only for a short time?
Because the candles have not guttered. There is no trail of wax.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
If the late Mr. Hilton Cubit fired the bullet which pierced the window frame, He must have been aiming at someone who was standing either inside or just outside the window. Oh, thank you, Inspector.
Which means that the bullet which killed Mr. Cubitt could have been fired by some...
Inspector, your thoughts and mine agree entirely. This is the cartridge case of the bullet which killed Mr. Hilton Cubitt.
Holmes? If 3 shots were fired, why did Mrs. King and Saunders only hear 2 shots?
They were telling the truth, but lied without realizing it.
I'm not sure that I follow you.
You remember what Mrs. King said? I was awoken by this terrible bang, an explosion. It is the only word. And then, a minute later, there was another bang, but not so loud. The first bang was 2 shots, fired almost simultaneously. One from the window, which killed Hilton Cubitt, and one from Hilton Cubitt, which missed and went into the window frame.
And the 3rd shot?
The saddest of all, Mrs. Cubitt, self-administered in her despair. Now, do any of you know of an inn in the neighborhood called Elridge's?
There's a farmer of that name. Lives some miles off, in the direction of Millbrook.
Is it a lonely farm?
Very lonely, sir.
Then it is just possible that the news of what happened here last night has not reached them.
Maybe not, sir.
Excellent. Walker. I want you to take this note to a Mr. Abe Slaney of Elridge's farm. Do not say that the note is from me. And make no mention of what happened here last night. Now, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Walker. I am expecting a visitor in answer to my note. Now, Saunders. He will ask for Mrs. Cubitt. I want you to show him into this room. I want this house to look quite normal, and you must not give anything away of what has happened.
Very good, sir.
Now, I suggest you return to your duties. And Dr. Carthew, I suggest you return to your patient. Oh, Mrs. King. Your mistress is quite innocent.
But how did you break the code?
Well, you see, the rules which guide us in deciphering all secret writing depend on the fact that E is the most common letter in the English language. So you see, we were very fortunate that Mrs. Cubitt's name was Elsie, and that it featured in the second message, which gave us not only the E, but the L, the S, and the I. Now, next, it seemed likely to us that 2 of the messages were appeals of some sort to Mrs. Cubitt. By adding the T and the G, the message reads, "At Eldridge's, come Elsie."
Well, if this Abe Slaney is indeed the murderer, we must make an immediate move to arrest him.
Well, calm yourself, Inspector. I expect him here at any moment.
Yeah, but why should Slaney come here?
Because I have written and asked him.
But won't his suspicions be roused? Will he not try to escape?
Saunders.
Excuse me, sir. There's a gentleman approaching the house.
Do you think he'd be armed?
He's a fool if he's not.
Good day, sir.
Is Mrs. Cubitt at home?
I'll inquire, sir, if you'll step inside. What name shall I say?
Tell her it's an old friend. She's expecting me.
If you'll wait in the library a moment.
Well, gentlemen, it looks like you've got the drop on me, but what the hell is going on?
Abe Slaney, I believe.
What if I am, and who are you anyway?
My name would mean nothing to you, though I suspect that of Wilson Hargreave of the Chicago Police Department will. I see that it does. Mr. Slaney, you should know that Mrs. Elsie Cubitt is very seriously ill.
I don't believe you. This is some cheap trick. Mrs. Elsie Cubitt wrote me a note just an hour ago. A note that only I can understand.
What one man can invent, another can discover. I'm here, Abe Slaney, at Eldridge's. Come, Elsie. And your last note to her, Elsie. Prepare to meet thy God. And this?
You wrote that note? But you were lying about Elsie.
Slaney, when you shot and killed Hilton Cubitt, Elsie Cubitt, in her despair, attempted to kill herself and is now at death's door.
No.
No! I gotta see her! I gotta see her! I love her, for God's sake! Elsie! I love you, Elsie! Elsie! Elsie!
I believe that she fled from America to avoid you. Because you followed her and made her life a misery, she now lies under grave suspicion of murdering the husband she loved. The least you can do is to clear her of that.
I guess the very best case I can make for myself now is to tell you the absolute naked truth.
It is my duty to warn you that it will be used against you.
I guess you probably know that Elsie's father's the most powerful man in Chicago.
One of the most powerful criminal men in Chicago.
It was he who invented the dancing man. We used it as a code in the old days. I've known Elsie since she was a child. She was promised to me. I may have threatened her, but I wouldn't have touched a hair on her pretty head. But you're right. She hated the whole Chicago business. That's why she ran away to Europe. It was only after her marriage to this Englishman that I was able to find out where she was. I wrote to her, but I got no answer.
She burned your letter. She was happy in her new life in Derbyshire.
I came here to England to take her home. I sent her notes. I did everything I could to coax Elsie away. Then my temper got the better of me and I began to threaten her. But yesterday, she sent me a letter. She said she would come down when her husband was asleep and speak to me through the end window. If I would go away afterwards and leave her in peace.
Can I make you see? I've never been so happy as I've been here with him. I love him. Abe, I want to stay, and I'm going to stay.
But what about your friends in Chicago? What about your family?
Friends, do you call them? Killers, robbers, extortionists? Some family.
But you and I were engaged.
I'm sorry, Abe. My father forced me into it. How can I be happy with you in that life? Please go away. Please. I beg you.
Beg me?
Yes. Hilton is such a good man. It would break my heart if scandal ever touched him. Here's money. It's all that I have. Now, please go away. No!
Are you coming home?
No!
You're coming home!
No!
What the?
No!
I think we've heard enough for the moment. Come along.
Can't I see her before I go?
Nobody can see her. Even we have not been given that privilege.
Mr. Holmes, I hope that if ever again I have an important case, I shall have the good fortune to have you by my side. Good afternoon, and thank you.
Holmes, what did you write in that note?
See if you can read it.
Come here at once. Come here at once.
How absurdly simple.
And so the dancing men, which had so often been the agents of evil, were finally used on the side of justice. Abe Slaney was condemned to death at the Derby Assizes, but his sentence was changed to penal servitude in consideration of mitigating circumstances, in the certainty that Hilton Cubitt had fired the first shot. Mrs. Cubitt made a complete recovery and lives still at Ridlingthorpe Manor.
God!
Holmes? 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 You come at a crisis, Watson. Help yourself to tobacco from the Persian slipper. I shall be at your service in an instant. If this remains blue, all is well. If it turns red, it's a man's life. I thought as much. Mrs. Hudson! Mrs. Hudson! Would you find Billy, please, and tell him to dispatch these telegrams without delay? Thank you. Oh, sit down, Watson. Ah. A commonplace little murder. You have something more interesting, I fancy. You are the stormy petrel of crime, Watson. What is it?
I've had a letter from a boy I was at school with. I think you should read it. Percy Phelps, brilliant boy, carried off every prize the school had to offer, went on to fresh triumphs at Cambridge. I must confess, he'd passed completely out of my mind until this.
My dear Watson, I've no doubt you remember Tadpole Phelps, who was in the 3rd form when you were in the 5th. It's possible you may have heard that through my uncle's influence, I obtained a good appointment at the Foreign Office.
His uncle's Lord Holdhurst.
And that I was in a position of trust and honor till a horrible misfortune came suddenly to blast my career.
Yes, his gaudy connections did him little good at school. It seemed to us a piquant thing to chevy him about the playground, hit him over the shins with a wicket.
Do you think you could bring your friend Mr. Holmes down to see me? It doesn't tell us much.
Yeah, hardly anything.
But the writing is of interest. It is a woman's.
No, man, surely.
No, a woman's. You know, at the commencement of a case, it is always something to know that a client is in close contact with someone who, for good or evil, has an exceptional nature.
You're interested.
Indeed. Well, if you are ready, let us start for Braybury House, Woking, at once.
Well, my practice...
Oh. Well, I mean, if your cases are more interesting than mine...
I was going to say my practice would do very well for a day or two. It's the slackest time of the year.
Excellent. Then let us visit this diplomatist who is in such evil case, and the lady to whom he dictates his letters. Mrs. Hudson! Hot water!
Rose, take these for me, would you? There's a good help. Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
And this is my colleague and friend, Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson, I'm so glad you've come. Percy's been inquiring after you all morning. Poor chap.
I perceive that you yourself are not a member of the family.
Of course. You see my J.H. monogram. No, for a moment I thought you'd done something clever. Joseph Harrison's my name, and since Percy is betrothed to my sister Annie, I shall at least be a relation by marriage. You'll find her in his room. She's been nursing him these past 2 months. Rose, the house.
Now listen. They're here. Shall I leave?
No. No. My dear Watson, I should never have known you under that moustache, and I dare say you wouldn't be prepared to swear to me.
Not at all. Still the same dear old tadpole.
And this, I presume, is your celebrated friend.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Mr. Percy Phelps.
And I'm Miss Harrison.
My fiancée and my nurse. Please, sit down.
I showed Holmes the letter that you wrote to me.
Yes, I hoped you would.
It was rather short on detail.
Then let me get straight to the point. I work as a clerk in the Foreign Office. My uncle is Lord Holdhurst. When he became Foreign Minister, he gave me occasional delicate missions of trust, which I always managed to conduct successfully.
I'm sure you did, old chap.
Pray, continue, Mr. Phelps.
Nearly 10 weeks ago, it was the evening of the 23rd of May, he called me into his private room.
Ah, Percy, my dear boy.
Good evening, sir.
You've heard of the Naval Treaty that has just been drawn up between England and Italy?
I've read rumors in the press, sir.
Most regrettable. And it is of the utmost importance that nothing further should leak out. The French and Russian embassies would pay an immense sum to learn its contents. This is the original. It should not leave my bureau. Were it not absolutely necessary to have it copied, take it straight to your office and lock it up. Now, remain behind when the others go, so that you can work at your leisure and without fear of being overlooked. And when you have finished, relock both the original and the draft in your own desk and hand them over to me personally tomorrow morning. The very greatest care, nephew.
You may rely on it, sir.
This treaty, can you be more precise as to its nature?
In broad outline, it defined the position of Great Britain towards the Triple Alliance in the event of the French fleet gaining complete ascendancy over Italy and the Mediterranean. I returned straight to my office, where I found a colleague of mine, Mr. Charles Gorrow, still working.
Well, Jim, what did Uncle want?
To congratulate me on my engagement.
Splendid.
Nothing else? Some fishing dispute he wanted me to copy. You're not still on that Bulgarian piece, are you?
It's extremely long-winded and tiresome, and I am fagged out for the night. You working late again?
Just a few things.
You want to slack off a bit, old man? Ambition's a fine thing and all that, but do not neglect the beautiful Miss Harrison. Some other chap might step in.
She wouldn't have you, Charles.
Oh, not me, old man. I've got my Daphne. Good night, dear.
Good night.
You made sure that he was gone before you started work.
Quite sure. And I copied as fast as I could, for I knew that Joseph, my fiancée's brother...
We met him in the garden.
He was in town and was traveling back to Woking by the 11 o'clock train. I wanted to catch it if possible.
But it was a long document.
Written in French. 9 o'clock, I was feeling drowsy and scarcely a third of the way through. I thought a cup of coffee might clear my brain, so I rang the commissionaire who stays on duty all night in a small lodge at the bottom of the stairs. To my surprise, it was a woman who answered the summons.
I'm sorry, I was ringing for Mr. Tangi.
I'm his wife, sir. I do the char work in this building.
Ah. Well, I was wondering if you might bring me a cup of coffee.
I'll go and ask him, sir.
This woman. You've never noticed her in the building before?
Never. The coffee was some time coming. So I went down to investigate.
Leaving the room unguarded?
Yes. I found Tangi asleep.
Mr. Phelps, sir. I'm very sorry, sir. I must have just dropped off for a moment. Your coffee, sir. Well, if you're here, sir, who's ringing the bell?
Bell? What bell is it?
Well, it's the bell in the room in which you're working, sir.
Ran back upstairs, and the document was gone from your desk.
Yes. God, no.
You passed no one in the corridor?
No one. There was no one. In the room, in the corridor. All seemed exactly as I'd left it.
Percy has drawn a rough chart of the building, Mr. Holmes, which he thought might be of use.
Yes, that's the utmost importance, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I think I quite follow it. On your discovery of the theft, what did you do then?
Well, I recognized in an instant the thief must have come up through the side door.
This one here?
Yes, of course. Well, you'd have met him if he'd come the other way. And you are satisfied that he could not have been concealed in the room or in the corridor?
Absolutely impossible. All the other doors were locked.
Strict Foreign Office regulations.
There was no cover at all. A rat couldn't have concealed himself there. Tangi and I both rushed out down the stairs that lead into Charles Street.
Mr. Phelps!
The door at the bottom was closed, unlocked. It was dark, raining. There was no one. But I distinctly remember the 3/4 of Big Ben.
9:45. That is of enormous importance.
They came out here. You see, Holmes?
On the corner, we found a policeman, but he'd seen no one leave the building in the last quarter of an hour except for the commissionaire's wife. So we ran through to Whitehall. It was full of traffic, people coming and going, all only too eager to find a place of shelter on so wet a night.
No lounger to tell you who'd passed?
None.
Had it been raining all evening?
Since about 7.
This chain of events is certainly of extraordinary interest. And so you returned to the office? Examined it, I presume, to see if the intruder had left any traces. Muddy footmarks, any cigar end, or dropped glove, hairpin?
There was nothing.
Except the tangible fact that the commissionnaire's wife had run out of the building not 10 minutes earlier.
What did you do next, Mr. Phelps?
The constable alerted Scotland Yard. It was then, for the first time, the full horror of my situation came upon me. I'd been so confident of regaining the treaty. I dared not think. Watson will tell you I was a nervous, sensitive boy at school. It's my nature. I thought of my uncle, his cabinet colleagues, shame I'd brought upon them. Myself. Everyone connected with me. Though I was the victim of an accident, there are no allowance for accidents in diplomatic circles. Ruin. Shamefully. Hopelessly. Ruin.
Steady on, old chap. Stand back, will you, Holmes?
Is investigation concluded?
Adjourned.
Poor old Percy. Terrible strain, all this. Career in the balance.
It seems not to have affected your sister's devotion. How long has she known Mr. Phelps?
Well, they met in Northumberland in the winter. Percy was travelling on government business in our part of the world. It was love at first sight.
Do your people approve of the match?
Indeed, Mr. Holmes. Especially when they learnt of Percy's connection with Lord Holdhurst. My father is an ironmaster and a staunch supporter of the Conservative Party.
She came down here to meet Percy's people, and you came as escort.
That's right. Just before they left for America. The wedding is planned for September, if the poor chap recovers.
I suppose you only intended a short visit, and then came the smash. May I ask you what your occupation is that allows you to while away the summer in working?
As the eldest son, Mr. Holmes, I have expectations of inheriting my father's business. I also dabble in stocks and shares, which grants me a certain independence.
My apologies if my question offended you. On the night of May the 23rd, had you arranged to meet Mr. Phelps at Waterloo to take the 11 o'clock train together?
No. That may have been his intention. He knew I was in London dining with my stockbroker, but I wasn't expecting to meet him.
Then thank you for your time, Mr. Harrison. Shall I, and would you, the sick room?
Mr. Holmes, I do apologize. I feel calmer now, thanks to Watson's ministration.
Gently with him, Holmes.
Mr. Phelps, that is just the matter of the Commissionaire's wife.
Yes, of course. As I remember, shortly after our return to my office, Inspector Forbes of the Yard arrived to take up the case with considerable energy. We hired a hansom, and within half an hour we were at the Tangys' home in Brixton. The door was opened by his eldest daughter.
What you want?
Is your mother at home?
Not yet. She does a night job, cleaning.
Well, wait for her, if you don't mind. In here.
You get back in here. Now go on and shut the door.
After about 10 minutes, we heard the front door. And here we made one serious mistake for which I blame myself.
Yeah, Mum, there's two men in the parlour wants to talk to you.
Oh, God.
Oh, it isn't Mr. Phelps of the office.
Come. Who do you think we were when you ran away from us?
I thought you was the bailiffs. We've had some trouble with a tradesman.
We've reason to believe that you've taken a paper of importance from the Foreign Office, and you ran in here to dispose of it. Now, you better come back with us to Scotland Yard to be served.
Take your hands off me! I didn't take that paper! Mr. Phelps! Don't stop him!
Made a full examination of the kitchen?
Yes. There was no sign of the documents. four-wheeler was brought, and we all three drove back in it to Scotland Yard. I waited in an agony of suspense until the female searcher came back with her report.
They found nothing.
After that, I have no clear recollection. I believe a police officer drove me to Waterloo, where, by the merest good fortune, I met Dr. Ferrier, who lives near us, and was travelling down by the next train.
The train you caught now would have been?
The 11:40, I think. Dr. Ferrier most kindly took charge of me. Just as well he did, for I had a fit in the station, and before we reached home, I was practically a raving lunatic.
Your brother had already returned?
Yes. I was surprised, but not unduly worried that he was alone. Percy often worked late, and I knew there was another train. So I went to bed.
And sometime after midnight?
I was woken by the most fearful commotion in the hall.
Yes, come on, bring him in here! Bring him in! Oh, God, it's dead! God!
Your brother was sleeping down here in this room?
Yes.
My family were taking advantage of their trip to America to have several of the upstairs bedrooms redecorated.
It was evident that poor Percy was in for a long illness.
So Joseph was bundled up to my room, and this was turned into a sick room. For me.
Why, it's a very cheery room.
I have lain here for 9 weeks, delirious. If it had not been for Miss Harrison and the doctor's care, I should not be speaking to you now. She nursed me by day. A hired nurse looked after me at night. For in the mad fits, I was capable of anything. It's only in the last few days that my reason has slowly cleared. I've wired Inspector Forbes, but he's told me no clue has been discovered. So I turn to you, Mr. Holmes. It's my last hope.
Just one question of the utmost importance, Mr. Phelps. Did you tell anyone that you had this special task to perform?
No one.
Not Miss Harrison, for example?
No. I had not been back to Woking in between getting the order and executing the commission.
What a lovely thing. The roses. There is nothing in which deduction is so necessary as in religion. It can be built up as an exact science by the reasoner. Our highest assurance of the goodness of Providence seems to me to rest in the flowers. It is only goodness which gives extras. And so I say again, we have much to hope from the flowers.
Do you see any prospect of solving this mystery, Mr. Holmes?
Mystery? Ah. It would be absurd to deny that the case is abstruse and complicated.
Do you see any clue?
You have furnished me with 7, but I must put them to the test before I can pronounce on their value.
You suspect someone?
I suspect myself.
What?
Of coming to conclusions too rapidly.
Then go back to London and test your conclusions.
Your advice is very excellent, Miss Harrison. Mr. Phelps, do not indulge yourself in false hopes. The affair is a very tangled one, and I am not a magician. Hey! Little varmint. What do you think of Miss Harrison?
A good sort, or I'm mistaken. I thought you were rather terse with her.
Was I?
She was only protecting her loved one.
A little overprotective, perhaps.
Surely you don't believe that she had anything to do with it?
The most difficult crime to track down, Watson, is the one which is purposeless. Now, this is not purposeless. But who is it that profits by it?
Well, there's the French ambassador, the Russian, and whoever might sell it to either of those.
And Lord Holdhurst. Well, it is not inconceivable that a statesman might find himself in a position where he was not sorry to see such a document accidentally destroyed.
Not a statesman with the honourable record of Lord Holdhurst.
George, the Foreign Office. Charles Street entrance. George, I want you to do something for me. Find the cab which dropped a fare there just after 9:30 on the evening of May the 23rd. Godot. A French name.
Huguenot, actually. But I'm as English in sympathy as you are, Mr. Holmes. Am I under some sort of cloud because of my name?
Oh, no, no. Holmes has a French grandmother. I'd make yourself scarce if you want to avoid Inspector Forbes. We've arranged to meet him here in 5 minutes.
Yes, I have been questioned by him already. I shall do as you say. Good night to you both.
Good night.
Good night. No secret doors. The windows quite 30 feet above the ground, fastened on the inner side. The carpet prevents any possibility of a trap door.
Now, whoever rang the bell rope must have come right over to the desk. Why ring it? I mean, was it the thief out of bravado? Or was it someone with the thief who tried to prevent the crime?
Or was it? Inspector Forbes, I believe.
Mr. Holmes, I'm a very busy man. I have other cases besides this one.
But none so vital to the national interest, I'll wager. May I introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson?
What do you want from me, Holmes? I know about your methods. You're ready enough to use our information. Then you try and finish the case yourself and bring discredit on us.
On the contrary, in my last 53 cases, my name has appeared in only 4, and the police have the credit in 49. I don't blame you for not knowing this. You are young and inexperienced. But if you wish to get on in your duties, you will work with me and not against me. Now then, what steps have you taken?
Tangi, the commissionaire, we've cleared. He left the guards with a good character. His wife's a bad lot, though. She drinks.
What about the clerk? Godot.
He's been shadowed all these 9 weeks. We can show nothing against him.
Have you formed any theory about how this bell rang?
No. I must confess that beats me. It was a cool hand, whoever it was. Go and give the alarm like that.
Yes, it was a very queer thing to do. Well, many thanks, Inspector, and if I can put this thief in your hands, you shall hear from me. Come along, Watson.
May I ask where you're going now?
To interview Lord Holdhurst, the cabinet minister and very possibly the next Premier of England. Good evening, Inspector.
I can't pretend, Mr. Holmes, that I'm ignorant of the reason for your visit. But in whose interests are you acting, may I ask?
In the part of Mr. Percy Phelps.
Ah, my unfortunate nephew. You can understand that our kinship makes it the more impossible for me to screen him in any way.
Yes, but if the document is found, Lord Holdhurst.
That, of course, would be different.
Lord Holdhurst, it was in this room that you gave instructions for the copying of the document.
It was.
And you mentioned it to nobody else except your nephew. You're certain of that?
Absolutely.
Then, if nobody else knew of it, you would agree that the thief's presence in your nephew's room was purely accidental. I mean, he saw his chance and took it.
You take me out of my province there, Mr. Holmes.
There is one other very important point. You feared So I understand that very grave results might follow from the details of this treaty becoming known.
Very grave results indeed.
Have they occurred?
Not yet.
If the treaty had reached, let us say, the Russian or the French Foreign Office, you would expect to hear of it.
I certainly should.
Then, since nearly 10 weeks have elapsed, it is not unfair to suppose, then, that the treaty, for some reason, has not reached them.
But, Holmes, we can hardly suppose that the thief took the treaty in order to frame it and hang it on his wall.
Well, perhaps he's waiting for a better price, Watson. Or maybe he's had a sudden illness.
A brainstorm, for example.
I did not say so. Lord Holthurst, we have taken up too much of your valuable time.
Fine fellow. Heavy responsibilities.
Yes, but he has a struggle to keep up his position, and he's far from rich. You noticed, of course, that his boots have been resold.
Really?
I shall do nothing more today unless I get an answer to my cab inquiry.
All right.
Oh, Watson, I won't detain you any longer from your legitimate work. But I should be extremely obliged if you would come down to Woking with me tomorrow. The same train that we took today.
Yes, of course. Night, Holmes.
No. No. Tonight I shall sleep my own sleep. And alone.
But Percy...
Mr. Holmes has imbued me with fresh hope, and I feel I'm on the mend. We have an appointment in church in September, my love, and I mean to keep it.
He sent the nurse away.
At last.
He puts too much faith in the great detective.
Well, it's you that's kept his flame alive, not some detective.
And you, brother. Without you to support me...
Could it be that I'm the center of some monstrous conspiracy? And that my life is aimed at, as well as my honor? And as far as I know, an enemy in the world.
You certainly have had your share of misfortune, old chap.
I think I may have found the spot where the fellow scaled the wall.
It's towards the road.
Ah, do you think this was done last night? It looks rather old to me. No, I fancy we shall get no help there. Now, why did the intruder choose the window? onto the courtyard. I should have thought this side of the house would have been easier.
It's more visible from the courtyard.
Oh, yes, of course. Have you ever had an alarm like this before?
There's no plate in the house or anything to attract burglars.
Nothing of value. Was there anything in London?
Well, we've seen Inspector Forbes. Seen your uncle. Holmes has set one or two things in motion.
So you've not lost heart?
Oh, by no means.
God bless you for saying that.
If we keep our courage and patience, the truth must come out.
Miss Harrison, you must remain in this room for the rest of the day. It is of vital importance. Now, tonight, when you go to bed, lock that door from the outside and keep the key.
Percy.
Tell no one. Now, quick. Promise.
Why are you moping in here, Annie? Come out to the sunshine. I'll beat you at croquet.
I have a slight headache, and this room is deliciously cool and soothing, thank you, Joseph.
Mr. Phelps, while we're investigating this minor affair, we must not lose sight of our main inquiry. It would help me very much if you would come to London with us. Do you feel strong enough?
Yes, if you really think I can be of help. Do you want me to stay the night?
I was on the point of proposing it.
Then if my friend of the night comes to visit me, he'll find the bird flown. But what about Annie?
Mr. Harrison will look after her, and my friend Watson will take care of your medical needs. Could you be ready to leave in an hour?
We're all in your hands, Mr. Holmes.
There are one or two points I wish to clear up, and your absence, Mr. Phelps, will rather assist me. Watson, when you reach London, drive our friend straight to Baker Street and remain with him until I see you again. Now, gentlemen, I shall leave you.
What about our investigation in London?
I hope to be in London in time for breakfast.
He really is the most inscrutable fellow, Watson.
Oh, you're still in here. How's your headache?
A little better.
First day for 9 weeks without the invalid. And you choose to spend it in here.
Force of habit.
Are you dining tonight?
I'm not hungry, and I'm enjoying my book.
I understand. My poor little sister. What a time you've had.
That'll be Mr. Holmes returning now, sir.
Thank you, Horace.
He looks like a beaten man.
I confess you may be right.
I hope for so much.
Holmes, you're wounded.
Oh, it's only a scratch to my own clumsiness. Good morning, Mr. Phelps. This case of yours is certainly one of the darkest I have ever investigated. It has been a remarkable experience.
Oh, come along, Holmes. That bandage tells of adventures. Now, what happened?
After breakfast, my dear Watson, remember, I have breathed 30 miles of Surrey air this morning. There's been no answer to my cab inquiry, I suppose. Well, one cannot score every time. Mrs. Hudson, you have risen to the occasion. Won't you join us, Mr. Phelps? Now, what's in this?
A curried chicken, sir.
And this?
Ham and eggs.
Her cuisine is a little limited, but she has as good an idea of breakfast as any Scotswoman. Now, what will you take, Mr. Phelps? Curried fowl, eggs, or will you help yourself?
Thank you. I can eat nothing.
Oh, please, try the dish before you.
Thank you. I would really rather not.
Oh, well, then I suppose you have no objection to helping me.
It's the treaty.
My God, it's the treaty!
Watson, brandy. Ah, there. It really was too bad of me to spring it on you like that. But Watson here will tell you that I never can resist a touch of the dramatic.
God bless you for saving my honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Oh, thank you for your many considerations.
A Scotswoman's breakfast, indeed. A silly bit of paper.
Please, tell me how you got it. Where it was.
After I left you, I settled myself into the English countryside and spent a charming afternoon. I remained there until dusk. And then I returned to your house. I clambered over the wall and made my way through the undergrowth until I reached the stables just opposite your bedroom window. The blind in your window had not yet been drawn, and I could see Miss Harrison reading a book by the light from a lamp. It was about 10:15 when she closed the book, moved across the room, carrying the lamp with her. But I felt quite sure that she had turned the key in the lock.
Key?
The instructions I gave her, which she carried out to the letter. Mr. Phelps, she is a lady of rare character. Without her cooperation, you would not have that paper in your hand now. It was a weary vigil. But it had the sort of excitement a sportsman feels when he lies before the watercourse and waits for the big game.
What happened? What happened?
It was about 2 o'clock in the morning when I heard the gentle sound of a bolt being pushed back.
All right, Holmes. What you gonna do with me?
I've got what I want. Now, run for it.
Joseph. You let him go.
I wired full particulars to Inspector Forbes. If he's quick enough to catch his bird, well and good. But if, as I shrewdly suspect, he finds the nest empty, why, all the better for the government. I fancy Lord Holdhurst, for one, and Mr. Percy Phelps, for another, would much rather the affair never got to a police court.
My God, do you tell me that during my 10 long weeks of agony, the stolen papers were in the very room with me all the time? Joseph, a villain and a thief.
From what I gather, he had lost heavily dabbling in stocks and concealed the fact from his father. A man of strictly conservative habits.
Yes, but his own sister's happiness. And your reputation, your health.
He knew that you often worked late, and he was in town having dinner with his stockbroker, as he told me. But he was free by 9:30 and called by your office, entering through the side door.
Percy!
Finding no one in there, but the light on and work evidently in progress, he rang the bell. The instant he did so, his eye caught the paper on the table. He knew at once that chance had put in his way a state document of immense value. Returned alone to Woking and concealed it in what he thought was a very safe place, intending to remove it in a day or two and take it to the French embassy or wherever he thought a long price was to be had. Then came your sudden return. Without a moment's warning, he was bundled out of his room, and from that moment on, there were always at least two of you in there, preventing him from regaining his treasure, maddening for him. My suspicions became certainties when the attempt to break in was made on the first night that the hired nurse was absent, which showed that the intruder was well accustomed with the ways of the house. At last, he had his chance. But you baffled him with your wakefulness.
Yes. I didn't take my sleeping draught.
But he had another chance when you came up to London.
I kept Miss Harrison in the room all day so as to anticipate him.
But if you already knew the papers were in the room...
I thought they probably were, but I had no desire to rip up all the skirting in search of them. By allowing him to lead me to the hiding place, I saved myself an infinity of trouble.
And caught him red-handed.
Quite so.
Yes, but why did he try the window when he might have come in through the door?
To appear to be a burglar, and if necessary, make good his escape across the courtyard.
The knife. You don't think he had any murderous intentions?
My dear fellow, I can only say that Mr. Joseph Harrison is a gentleman to whose mercy I should be extremely unwilling to trust. That will be a young lady for you, Mr. Phelps.
Annie?
I left her a note to come to London the moment she woke. But, Mr. Phelps, she knows nothing as yet of her brother's criminality.
Oh, yes. My dear Holmes, I can't thank you enough. I shall go down at once and explain everything.
Percy, goodbye, and good luck.
Thank you for restoring my happiness.
There's a young lady at the door, sir. Mr. Holmes? Hot water.
Thank you. Watson?
Yes?
Watch. The chemical reaction you are about to witness will solve the mystery concerning the persecution of Mr. John Vincent Harding.
Excellent. The tobacco millionaire. Shall I take notes?
No, I will dictate in the fullness of time.
There's a young lady wishes to see you, Mr. Holmes.
This is not a convenient moment.
She's very well spoken, a genuine lady,
No doubt.
and persistent, too.
Mrs. Hudson, I too am extremely persistent, especially when I'm working.
It is a matter of great urgency, Mr. Holmes, or I would not be troubling you on a Saturday evening.
Well, perhaps you could delay your chemical reaction, Holmes.
Very well.
Do sit down. Miss...
Violet Smith.
Dr. Watson. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
A genuine lady, I told you.
Oh, please.
Thank you. I'll be quite happy here.
Very well. Miss Smith, you must tell us your matter of great urgency. It is obviously not your health. So ardent a bicyclist must be full of energy.
Yes, I bicycle a good deal.
Slight roughening on the side of the soles caused by the friction of the pedals.
Excellent, Watson. The marks on your shoes.
Yes. Even if I have to travel a long way, I take my bicycle on the train with me, as I did today.
You will excuse me, but it is my business. Yes, I nearly fell into the error of supposing you earned a living by typewriting, but of course it is obviously music. You will observe, Watson, the spatulate finger ends, which is common to both professions. There is a spirituality about the face, however, which the typewriter does not generate. This lady is a musician.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I teach music.
In the country, I presume, from your complexion.
Near Farnham, on the borders of Surrey. But please, let me explain why I am here. I am an only child, and my father died some years ago.
His name and profession?
James Smith. He conducted the orchestra at the Old Imperial Theatre.
Ah, the Old Imperial, Holmes.
Yes. Please continue.
My mother and I were left without a relation in the world, except for one uncle, Ralph Smith, who went to Africa 15 years ago. And we have not had a word from him since, despite our Christmas cards and photographs. Mr. Holmes, I have to tell you that...
I think you wish to tell me that you and your mother are very poor, notwithstanding your obvious grace, dignity, and talent.
We were very poor.
Ah.
About 4 months ago, in February, we were told there was an advertisement in the Times inquiring for our whereabouts. You can imagine how excited we were, for we thought that someone had left us a fortune. I went at once to the lawyers whose name was given in the paper.
Now, this is Miss Violet Smith.
The solicitor introduced me to 2 men, a Mr. Carruthers and a Mr. Woodley. They were on a visit from South Africa.
I wish I could tell you your uncle left you a vast fortune, but as I said...
He died in extreme poverty.
However, I myself am not without means.
My mother and I never sought charity.
No, nor do I offer it. Please. I have a question to ask of you. Your Uncle Ralph said you were very musical. Do you teach music?
Yes.
Miss Smith, I am now a widower with a 10-year-old daughter.
Young Sarah.
She needs a music teacher. So you see, I do not offer charity.
A job. He wants to give you a job.
Whereabouts in London do you live, Mr. Carruthers?
I don't. I live about 6 miles from Farnham, in Surrey, at Chiltern Grange.
I couldn't possibly leave my mother on her own.
I will pay you £100 a year.
100 a year?
Yes.
Approximately double the market price, I think.
Oh, at least.
Which you obviously accepted. Or you wouldn't be here now.
Yes, I accepted the offer. Oh, Mr. Carruthers agreed that I should go home every weekend to my mother in town.
So this is one of your weekend visits to London?
It is.
Tell me about your life at Chiltern Grange.
For a while, it was quite perfect. Every Monday morning, I would take the train to Farnham and then bicycle from the station to the house. The little girl's name was Sarah, and she was delightful, as well as being a very good pupil. That was very much better, Sarah.
May I try it again?
Of course. That's why we're here. Mr. Carruthers was appreciative of my work and an extremely kind and considerate host.
It sounds idyllic.
It was.
What happened to spoil it?
A visitor.
Mr. Woodley.
However did you guess, Mr. Holmes?
Miss Smith, I never guess. Tell me about his visit.
He arrived and was to stay for a week. But to me it seemed like 3 months. Oh, that odious red moustache. One evening, after dinner, Mr. Carruthers had to leave us for a minute to see somebody at the door.
A gentleman to see you, sir.
Will you excuse me?
That's better.
Better? In what way?
Better to get the old folk out of the way.
I don't regard Mr. Carruthers as old.
Oh, yes, but he isn't young. Like us.
I do wish you wouldn't blow smoke in my face, Mr. Woodley.
Oh, I don't believe that for a moment.
What don't you believe?
When women say they wish you wouldn't do something, it generally means the exact opposite.
I mean precisely what I say. Mr. Woodley, will you please leave me alone?
No. To tell you the truth, I won't leave you alone. Not until I've said what's in my heart.
Whatever do you mean?
I'm not very well up in the social graces, but I'm prepared to learn. If you're prepared to teach me.
Oh, this is absurd.
It isn't absurd. I'm asking you to marry me. I mean it. It's from the heart. Money isn't a problem. I did very well out in South Africa. Whatever you're accustomed to, I can give you better. Better than you're accustomed to. Jewelry, diamonds. You want diamonds? Oh, I can give you diamonds.
I don't want diamonds.
Oh, you think about it. I won't rush you.
I've thought about it. And the idea is ludicrous.
Well, you can't blame me for trying. You're very beautiful. Listen, just to show that I know hard feelings. What about a little kiss to be going on with, hmm? Just a peck on the cheek.
Woodley, will you please stop it?
Oh, I told you before about women who say stop it.
No!
The more they struggle, the more fun it is.
Mr. Carruthers, will you stop it?
Get out of this house! All right. I'm going. I'm not interested in old men. In old maids.
I can only offer you my most sincere apologies for what has happened. If I give you my assurance that it will not happen again, for my daughter's sake, will you stay?
Yes. I will stay.
Thank you, Violet.
Mr. Woodley left the house, and I have not seen him since.
The blackguard.
Has there been any change in the behavior of Mr. Carruthers?
No. He continues to be polite and considerate and courteous.
Now, Miss Smith, please continue.
Yes. There is something else. Oh, it may be a mere fancy of mine, but it seems to me that Mr. Carruthers shows a great deal of interest in me. Oh, he has never said anything. He is a perfect gentleman. But a girl always knows.
So I believe.
And I assume that these feelings that you sense from Mr. Carruthers are not reciprocated?
He is a kind and generous employer, but I am already engaged.
Oh, the name of this very fortunate young man is?
Cyril Morton. He's an electrical engineer with the Midland Electric Company in Coventry. We're to be married at the end of the summer.
We wish you joy.
Thank you.
Yet I am puzzled as to why you have chosen to consult me. It is an intriguing story, to be sure. But I sense you are frightened and do not understand why. You seem well capable of protecting yourself.
Please. Help me, Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
I am being followed.
Followed? By whom?
A cyclist. Every Saturday morning, I bicycle from the house to Farnham Station to catch the 12:22 to town. There is one very quiet and lonely stretch of road that lies between Charlington Heath on the one hand and the woods of Charlington Hall on the other. 2 weeks ago today, I was passing this place when I chanced to look back and saw a man, also on a bicycle. The following Monday, when I returned, he was there again.
I see.
And again last Saturday. And again last Monday.
Have you mentioned this to your employer?
Yes. Mr. Carruthers was very concerned and has ordered a horse and trap so that in future I should not travel unaccompanied. But they've not yet arrived.
And this morning?
He was following me again. I slowed down, but he did the same. Then I stopped completely, but he did the same. So, I laid a trap for him. There is a sharp turning of the road, and I pedalled very quickly towards this and then stopped and waited. But he seemed to disappear into thin air.
Can you describe this man? I realize that you've only seen him from a distance.
Yes. He wears a dark suit, dark spectacles, and he has a beard.
Young? Old?
He's about middle-aged.
Now, let me see if I have the geography correct. Here is the road, with a sharp bend in it here. On this side, Charlington Heath, and on the other, the woods of Charlington Hall. How long did you wait for him here around the bend?
Oh, no more than 2 minutes.
So he could not have retreated back down the road?
Are there any side roads?
None along this stretch.
Could he have taken a footpath across the heath?
Well, the heath is totally flat and bleak. I think I would have noticed him.
So, by a process of exclusion, we arrive at the fact that he made his way towards Charlington Hall. Now, how does Mr. Carruthers make his living?
Oh, he's a rich man.
But no carriages or horses.
Well, at least he's fairly well off. Or he goes into the city 2 or 3 times a week. And he sometimes refers to his gold chairs.
Yes, I see. You must let me know immediately that there are any fresh developments. I am extremely busy just now, but I will find time to make inquiries into your case.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
In the meantime, take no step without letting me know.
I'm sure we shall have nothing but good news for you.
I do hope so, Dr. Watson.
Very lovely girl.
Yes. And it is part of the settled order of nature that such a girl should have followers, but for choice, not on bicycles in lonely country roads.
You really think she may be in some danger, Holmes?
Oh, yes.
On the following Monday, Holmes found that he had business which detained him in London. So he dispatched me on the early train to Farnham that I might observe Miss Smith's passage past Charlington Hall. The setting was just as she had described, heavily wooded on the side bordering the hall and utterly exposed on the other. I selected the only available cover and waited.
Watson, you have wasted your time.
I thought I did rather well.
No, your hiding place was ill-chosen. You should have been in the bracken on the other side of the road. In that way, you would have had a close view of this fascinating solitary cyclist. Thank you. As it is, you are 100 yards away and can tell me even less than Miss Smith reported to us last Saturday. You describe him as bending low over the handlebar?
Yes, quite low.
That's concealment again, which in your case worked perfectly. Oh, no, you really have done remarkably badly. He goes back to the Hall, and you come all the way back to London to call on a house agent.
Well, I found the information I was seeking.
You found the name Williamson, which conveys nothing to my mind.
Well, we know he's elderly and respectable.
And therefore unlikely to be the energetic cyclist that sprints away from that athletic young girl.
What should I have done?
Gone to the nearest public house. That is the centre of country gossip. They would have given you every name, from the master to the scullery maid. Instead of which you give me Williamson. Good afternoon. So, what have we gained by your expedition? The fact that the girl's story is true. I never doubted that. That there is a connection between the cyclist and the Hall. I never doubted that either. That the Hall is tenanted by a man called Williamson. Who is the better for that?
I shall go back tomorrow and visit the public house.
No, my dear sir, do not commit yourself to rashness because you are temporarily depressed. We can do nothing useful until Saturday.
Did I really do remarkably badly?
Yes.
Very beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. Crothers. It is a new piece. I need to practice it more.
No, I don't mean the music. Violet, I have a question to ask you.
Morning, Holmes.
A letter from Miss Violet Smith. Now, Carruthers has proposed marriage to her.
Carruthers?
Gentlemen are permitted to propose marriage, Watson.
And of course, he wouldn't know about Cyril. You going to Farnham?
I want to test one or two theories which I have formed.
Shall I come with you?
No, that will be neither useful nor necessary.
Try the nearest public house. Always a good centre for country gossip.
Thank you, Watson. Capital notion. Good afternoon, landlord. May I have half a pint of your local ale, please?
Certainly, sir.
Here we are. Thank you. You may keep the change.
Well, it's most generous of you, sir, but I couldn't. I haven't done anything to warrant such generosity.
I'm about to give you the opportunity. I need some information.
Oh, I'm not one for idle gossip, sir.
Neither am I. I prefer facts. Tell me about the people at Charlington Hall.
Well, you mean Mr. Williamson, sir?
Yes.
Well, he was in here not more than 5 minutes ago. You just missed him.
Tell me about Mr. Williamson. I mean, he's an elderly, respectable gentleman.
Oh, he's elderly, no doubt. Far be it from me to speak ill of people behind their backs, but I'm none too sure about respectable.
Really?
He is an ex-clergyman, I reckon.
Ex?
Apparently. He was struck off, or whatever it is. Happens to clergymen. That's doctors, isn't it? Struck off.
Tell me about the other people up at the house.
Well, they're just domestic staff, and they're all local and God-fearing.
Of course.
But he do have folk up there at weekends. So.
Weekends?
Yes, sir. Weekends.
Ah, well, what sort of folk?
Oh, they're a warm lot.
Warm?
Yeah. The sort you don't want to get too near for fear of getting burnt, like.
It's good.
Oh, you may think it's good, sir. But it don't go down well in the village, I can tell you. And there's one fella in particular.
Particularly warm, is he, this?
Very particular, sir.
I'll wager he has a red moustache.
Yeah. Do you know him?
I've never met the gentleman.
Well, now's your chance.
Mr. Woodley.
None of your damn business.
Our landlord keeps a very respectable house, and your language is not welcome.
Who do you think you are? What the hell do you want coming here asking all them questions?
You're quite right, landlord. Clearly not a gentleman.
Oh, I'm as much a gentleman as you are.
Everybody here will bear witness to the fact that I am acting in self-defense.
Swine!
No, sir. A gentleman. Only a ruffian deals the blow with the back of the hand. A gentleman uses the straight left. And I said I'm a gentleman. It was absolutely delicious, Watson.
So I see.
A straight left against a slogging ruffian. I emerged, as you see.
And the slogging ruffian?
Mr. Woodley was taken home in a cart.
There's that horrible man again.
Which man? I thought I saw Mr. Woodley in the garden today.
You did. He's staying in the area. But do not worry. I have told him quite firmly he's not to set foot inside the house.
Dear Mr. Holmes, you will not be surprised to learn that I will be leaving Mr. Carruthers' employment on Saturday.
The odious Mr. Woodley has reappeared at Chiltern Grange.
Ah, but at least you won't be bicycling to the station.
So finally, the rich Mr. Carruthers has acquired a horse and trap.
Yes. Look here. All my troubles will be over on Saturday. Tomorrow, Holmes. All our troubles will be over.
Why do I worry about that word?
Which word?
Trap.
Oh, what a splendid morning, Holmes.
It's acceptable weather for the time of year.
Now, who would want to harm that dear girl on such a morning?
I hope nobody.
So why did you bring your revolver?
I'm talking about my hope, not my expectation. Listen.
What?
I fancy that is our Miss Smith. She must be travelling by an earlier train. I give her a margin of half an hour, but she'll be past Charlington Hall before we can possibly meet her.
So what can we do?
We could run.
Fool! I should have allowed for that earlier train.
It's abduction. What's it? It's abduction. Murder. Heaven knows what. Stop that horse. Good man. Come on, Watson. Let's see if I can repair the consequences of my own blunder. Come.
Holmes.
Where did you get that cart?
Where is Miss Violet Smith?
That's what I'm asking you. You were in her cart.
It was on the road. There was no one in it.
Somebody seems to have gone through this way.
We must find them.
Come, Watson. Look! Do you know who this is?
That's Peter, the groom. He was taking her to the station.
He's alive. Pulse is strong. Mustn't be left lying there too long.
Let him lie. We can't do him any good, but we might save her from the worst fate that can befall a woman.
Where are you going?
The house.
They didn't go to the house. They went this way to the left.
Are you sure? The cowardly dogs! Too late!
Watson!
Too late by the living dingo!
John and Violet have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before God and this company. And have declared the same by the giving and receiving of a ring and the joining of hands. I pronounce that they be man and wife together. Congratulations.
Thanks, old man.
They're married.
Welcome to the party, gentlemen. Let me introduce you to Mrs. Woodley.
Don't, Carruthers.
Carruthers?
Yes. And I'll see this woman righted if I have to swing for it.
You're too late. She's my wife.
No. She's your widow.
I told you what I'd do if you molested her. By the Lord, I'm a man of my word.
When you hired me, nobody told me there'd be any of this damn nonsense.
Drop that pistol.
Watson, pick it up.
Give me that revolver. We'll have no more violence.
Who are you to be giving these orders?
Sherlock Holmes. Here, you.
Sir?
Are you well enough to drive into Farnham?
Yes, sir. I reckon I am.
Then give this note to the superintendent of the police station. In the meantime, I must detain you all under my own personal custody. How are the patients, Doctor?
Miss Smith's very well, considering the foul way she's been treated.
And Woodley?
Alas, I have no doubt he will live.
What? I'll go upstairs and finish him off.
Now sit down in that chair, Carruthers.
You're right. He isn't worth swinging for. But you told me that girl is to be tied to Roaring Jack Woodley for life?
You needn't concern yourself about that.
I married them till death do them part.
Under no circumstances can she be considered his wife.
Are you sure?
For two very good reasons. In the first place, we're very safe in questioning Mr. Williamson's right to solemnize the marriage.
I have been ordained.
And unfrocked.
Once a clergyman, always a clergyman.
I think not. How about the license?
Oh, we had a license. I have it here.
Undoubtedly obtained by a trick. But in any case, a forced marriage is no marriage. Indeed, it is a very serious felony, as you will discover. Now, while we are waiting for the police, Mr. Carruthers, you might tell me your story.
If you squeal on us, Bob Carruthers, I'll serve you as you served Jack Woodley.
There's no need for you to get overexcited. The case is clear enough.
Well, if it's clear enough, why don't you tell us?
Very well. Mr. Carruthers will have to fill in a few details for my private curiosity, but I am happy to do the talking. In the first place, the three of you came across from South Africa.
Wrong. I've never even been in South Africa.
It's true. Woodley acquired this creature after our return.
Very well. You and Woodley had known Ralph Smith in South Africa. You had reason to believe that he would not live long. And you found out that his niece would inherit his fortune. How's that?
But you told the girl her uncle died in poverty.
Whereas he was still alive, admittedly only just. And a wealthy man, who I suspect had made no will.
Ralph Smith could neither read nor write.
So, you and Woodley came over here and hunted up the girl knowing she was the next of kin, and that you would share the plunder.
I was due a share for services rendered.
And Carruthers, you made the mistake of falling in love with her.
The first time that ever I knew what love was, Mr. Holmes.
Why didn't you tell her of the danger she was in?
Because she would have left me. And I couldn't bear to face that. Oh, what will happen to my daughter, Sarah?
We'll see. She's well taken care of.
You see, even if she couldn't love me, it meant a great deal to see her about the house and hear the sound of her voice.
You may call it love, Mr. Carruthers. I should call it selfishness.
Maybe the two things go together. But I tried to protect her. I never once let her go past this house where I knew those rascals were lurking without following her on my bicycle to see she came to no harm. I kept my distance and wore that beard so she should not recognize me.
Then I presume the cable arrived.
Cable? What cable? The old man is dead. What old man?
I imagine Ralph Smith in South Africa.
Yes.
But by this time, you and Woodley had quarreled and he had left the house.
Woodley came back again to ask me to stick to the bargain. I refused. I said I would have nothing to do with violence.
One last detail. Why was Woodley chosen as the prospective husband?
I'm ashamed to say it. We played cards for her.
I have the results of the trial. Listen to this. The judge, in summing up, said, Holmes.
Watson, may I be permitted an educated guess?
Go on, then.
I would expect Woodley to get 10 years, Williamson 7 years, and Carruthers, in view of the eloquent speech I made on his behalf at the trial, probably 6 months.
That is exactly right.
Well, I have certain advantages, Watson. Largely the fact that I sent out for the early editions.
An undoubted advantage.
Also, we have received a present, some wedding cake from Mr. and Mrs. Cyril Morton, together with a letter telling us that Mrs. Morton has inherited a large sum of money from her uncle, Ralph Smith, formerly of South Africa. The happy couple are thoroughly enjoying looking after young Sarah Carruthers, while the father is in custody. Her piano playing is improving, and she wants to take up bicycling.
A splendid day all round, wouldn't you say?
There is more splendor yet to come.
More splendor? What do you mean?
Watch carefully.
Oh, I remember. The chemical reaction that will solve the mystery concerning the persecution of Mr. John Vincent Harden.
Precisely. I've spent the entire week in the Imperial Science Museum, and I think this is the answer.
Is that the answer, Holmes?
Yes, that is the answer, boss.
On the next night.
Mrs. Barclay? Your tea?
Do such a thing.
Your tea, madam!
David!
Your tea, madam!
You betrayed him!
Mrs. Fenwick, not to debate.
What's happened?
What is it, child? Madam and the Colonel. Something awful's going on. I can't open the door.
Here, let me try. Stop here, both of you.
Mrs. Barclay? Mrs. Barclay, open the door! Mrs. Barclay, open the door!
The door's locked on the inside as well, and there's no key. I'm going out for a doctor and the police.
Quite a few of them were on the Orontes when I sailed home wounded. Had a good record out in India. Did wonders during the mutiny. Sure you won't regret taking the case. Up, sentry. Dr. John Watson, formerly medical officer attached to the Royal Berkshires, now in civilian practice.
Murphy, second in command, temporarily in charge of the Royal Mallows following the tragedy of our colonel's death. And this will be Mr. Holmes. Please. It's good of you to come so swiftly.
Not at all. I've explained to Holmes how concerned you must be about the possibility of a scandal.
Thank you. The honor of the regiment is in my care.
And yet, the newspapers' reports suggest that a scandal is inevitable.
Surely not. I've done my utmost to make sure that reporters were kept as far away as possible.
Exactly, and that is what has made them suspicious. They scent a mystery. That much is clear from the little they have been able to say.
Well, surely it would be wrong to repeat, to draw attention to...
Quite.
You see how much we need your help, Mr. Holmes.
What do you say, Holmes?
What can I say? Major Murphy, you have told me nothing. I have come down here after persuasion from my friend to Aldershot, who has more interest in military matters than I. Now that I am here, please, tell me the facts.
The commanding officer of this regiment, Colonel James Berkeley, was found dead in his villa at about 10 o'clock the night before last. The body was found by Private Bates, his batman, lying in the morning room. There was a ragged cut 2 inches long in the back of his head, which had evidently been caused by a violent blow from a blunt instrument. And upon the floor by the body was a singular hand-carved wooden club. Also, stretched out on the sofa, lying in a dead faint, was Mrs. Berkeley.
Please continue, Major Murphy.
The servants had been alerted to the tragedy by the sounds of a quarrel between the colonel and Mrs. Berkeley. They tried to enter the morning room, but found it locked. Bates had to go round by the garden and get in through the French windows.
And I suspect Mrs. Berkeley.
Yes, but she is quite incapable of such a dreadful act. I have been the late colonel's second in command for a number of years. I've come to know Nancy Berkeley well.
Of course. Tell me about Colonel Berkeley. Was he highly regarded by the men under his command?
Considering his background, remarkably so.
His background? Why? Was he ever disgraced?
No. But it's not generally known outside that Jim Berkeley began his career as a private soldier in the Mallows.
Did he indeed? From private soldier to commanding officer in the same regiment? That's a rare achievement.
It was his gallantry in the Indian Mutiny that got him his commission. And then quite rapid promotion over the years. More rapid than mine, for instance.
Impressive. And I suppose the unfortunate Mrs. Berkeley's in custody?
No. Not exactly, no. She's in hospital being looked after, with a police constable standing by. Nancy Berkeley is a handsome woman now, but you should have seen her as a young girl in India 30 years ago. She was a daughter of the regiment. Her father was the regimental son major, RSM Devoy, and therefore quite a formidable father-in-law for any soldier. I remember that all the men in my company thought her quite the prettiest girl in the garrison. As a junior officer, I had little to do with her, but I was aware that she was a most charming, most vivacious and spirited girl. It was
quite understandable that Berkeley was not the only man in the regiment who sought her hand. But in the end, he was the one she chose.
They were married at Bertie, not far from Cawnpore, a few months after the besieged garrison there was relieved by General Neil's column in the summer of 1858. Shortly after the marriage, Sergeant Berkeley got his commission as expected.
Must have been difficult for the Berkeleys at first. NCO promoted from the ranks, married to a regimental sergeant major's daughter.
Yes, I believe there was some little social friction, but Nancy carried it off with dignity and charm, and they gained acceptance in no time. Berkeley's career flourished, and the regiment returned from India some 5 years ago. Berkeley was then appointed commanding officer.
And the marriage continued to be a happy one?
It appeared to be so.
Appeared?
Most people believed the marriage to have been a uniformly happy one.
And what do you believe, Major Murphy?
My position as second in command often took me to the Berkeley's house. I saw a different side to the marriage.
The truth is more important than loyalty to your late commander.
One night, I'd been dining at the Berkeleys. It wasn't until I reached the end of the drive that I realized I'd left my cigar case in the dining room. I went back. The front door was still open. Jane, the maid, was in the hall. I'm glad you're still here. I've left my cigar case on the table.
I think the Colonel and Mrs. Berkeley have gone to bed, sir.
Oh, for goodness sake, James! Confess that! Who is it? Who? Let go of me! You are hurting me!
Tell me you love me, then. Me and nobody else. Do you hear? Do you hear me?
Oh, would I have married you if I didn't?
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder.
And this expression of jealousy occurred within seconds of you, Major Murphy, leaving the Berkeley's hut. Tell me about the Colonel. Was he a violent man in any way?
On occasion. He could be most vindictive towards young subalterns. But he'd clawed his way to the top. You need to be ruthless to do that.
Well, surely he didn't still feel out of place as an officer?
No, I don't think so. But he was subject to a peculiar form of depression.
The Queen.
The Queen.
Sometimes, when we were discussing old campaigns, Crimea, Mutiny, Afghan War, the smile would often be struck from his mouth as if by some invisible hand.
Yes, long service in India can have that effect. I saw that when I was in the Berkshires.
You mentioned a carved wooden club found by the body. One of the Colonel's Indian souvenirs.
I believe the servants deny ever having seen this club before. Certainly I've never seen it on any of my visits. It was quite long.
And the police, I suppose, have retained it for examination.
Yes. They believe it to be the murder weapon.
Do they indeed? You know, I think we should begin by visiting the Berkeley's house. Unless, of course, it is possible to interview Mrs. Berkeley.
I'm afraid she's still unconscious.
I thought as much.
Holmes, suppose Mrs. Berkeley had a lover and the Colonel had found out. Major Murphy seems to have been rather close to her. You know, mild adultery has always been commonplace among officers and their wives serving in hot climates.
Thank you, Watson, for educating me in military morality. If there had been anything between Major Murphy and Mrs. Barclay, would he have related the incident of his forgotten cigar case?
It was about 7:30, sir, and I was waiting at table. Once a month, Mrs. Barclay spent the evening doing charity work in Aldershot.
Where are you off to in such a hurry?
Well, the distribution of old clothing starts at 8 o'clock. And I promised Anne Morrison I'll be at the Mission Hall on time.
Well, if you want to catch some filthy disease from a lot of flea-ridden downer-nuts, I suppose that's your affair.
I believe in putting back into life as much as one gets out of it. We've been fortunate with our lot. Others haven't been so lucky.
Don't be late back.
Of course not.
Mrs. Barclay must have returned about 9:15, sir. I was in the kitchen helping the cook with the dishes. There was thunder in the distance, and I was just saying to Mrs. Fenning that there was a storm brewing when the morning room bell rang. I came up here to find that Mrs. Barclay had returned. She was walking up and down this room, sir, very pale, upset. She looked awful, sir. You rang, madam?
Yes, Jane. Bring me some tea, will you?
Of course, madam.
Jane, is that you?
Yes, sir?
Did I hear Mrs. Barclay come in?
Yes, sir, she's in the morning room.
The morning room.
Yes, sir, I'm just about to take her a pot of tea.
Tea? What does she want tea for at this hour?
And that presumably was the last time that anyone saw Colonel Barclay alive.
Yes, sir.
Can you think of any reason why your mistress came into this morning room at that time of night when the fire was unlit?
No, sir.
Did she often make a point of purposely avoiding the Colonel? Had you ever heard them arguing before?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
When you returned from the kitchen with Mrs. Barclay's tea, you found the door locked and you heard voices raised. Now, what exactly did you hear?
They were arguing, sir. Mrs. Barclay called the Colonel a coward. She said, "You have ruined my life all these years." Mrs. Barclay shouted the name David. She said it twice.
David?
Could you swear to that?
It was perfectly clear, sir.
But the Colonel's name was James.
Have you ever heard Mrs. Barclay refer to anyone called David?
No, sir. I don't think she or the Colonel knew anyone by the name of David.
And Major Murphy's Christian name is Patrick. Had they had any visitors recently by the name of David?
I don't think so, sir.
The club that was found by Colonel Barclay's body. Had you seen it before?
No, sir. The Colonel had several trophies from India, but nothing like that club.
Are you sure of that, Miss Stewart?
Yes, sir. I don't know where it came from.
Thank you, that is all. Oh, no, there is just one last thing. Major Murphy once left his cigar case here. Did you manage to find it?
Yes, sir.
The Colonel was lying down here, sir.
With his head by the fender?
Yes, sir. You can see the mark of the blood still. But the most frightening thing of all, sir, was his face.
His face?
When I rolled him over, I almost fainted away to look upon it. It was all contorted, screwed up, with the most horrible look of fear and terror.
As if he'd foreseen his own death?
Quite possible, sir.
Thank you, Bates. What apparition, what monster was it that could have frightened the Colonel so?
Not Nancy Barclay, for sure.
This door was locked shut, sir, and what's more, the key was missing.
Missing?
Yes, in the end we had to send for a locksmith to open it.
You have made a thorough search for the key?
We searched high and low. Mrs. Barclay hadn't got it, and it wasn't in the Colonel's pocket, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Fanning. Watson, if the key was not in the door, and neither Mrs. Barclay nor the Colonel had it, then
there must have been a third person.
Exactly. Who either entered or left through those windows. These are Bates's footprints. These are the footprints of someone else. Someone has recently crossed this lawn. The marks are just visible. He entered and left through those windows, Watson. We're on the right scent. Watson, look at this.
What is it?
Our intruder had a somewhat unusual companion.
It's a dog, isn't it? Somebody's dog.
You ever heard of a dog running up a curtain?
What about a cat then?
These paw marks are not those of a cat, not of a monkey, nor of any creature that we are familiar with. I would think from hind foot to forefoot, at least 15 inches at about the length of neck and head. You have a creature of no less than 2 feet, more if there's a tail. The length of its stride is odd. It indicates a creature with a long back and short legs.
Something like a stoat or a weasel?
We also know that it is carnivorous.
How can you tell that?
Well, you see, what made it run up the curtain?
A canary.
Exactly.
Then what was this beast?
I can't. I cannot betray a friend. Please don't ask me to.
Miss Morrison. When Mrs. Barclay left her house to come here 2 nights ago, she was happy and contented. When she returned 2 hours later, she was a changed woman. Now the police suspect her of murder. You owe it to your friend to clear her name. You must tell me what happened last night that so changed her.
Very well. I shall break my promise of silence if what I can say can really help her.
So there was something.
It was most bizarre. I should explain that we come across all sorts and conditions of men here. Yet the other night I saw the most extraordinary creature I have ever seen. Not only had he a crooked back, but he was lame and walked with his knees bent. His face was darkly tanned, crinkled and puckered like a withered apple. I thought to myself that truly there are some of us on this earth who are burdened with more than their fair share of misfortune. This vision was made more unusual by the oriental garb the man was wearing. I pointed this person out to Nancy as someone especially deserving of help. Nancy had indeed been in good spirits that evening, and I saw her go towards the man and ask him if he needed assistance. It was now that a change came over Nancy. She had begun a conversation with the man when suddenly all the colour drained from her face. She looked as though she had seen a ghost. The man, too, seemed to be strangely affected by the sight of her, and I saw him gesticulating wildly. Nancy and the man went to a quiet corner of the hall, and they talked together for a few moments or so before I heard an angry shout from the man and saw him storm out, waving his fists in the air. Nancy, what is it? Are you all right? Who was that poor creature?
Oh, it's an old acquaintance of mine, fallen on hard times. Promise me, Annie, you won't say anything about this to anyone. Promise me.
Of course I promise. If you so wish.
And the identity of this man?
I thought you might ask me that. Well, after this terrible happening, Nancy left. I naturally made a few inquiries among some of the regulars. Such an unusual-looking creature has, of course, attracted attention. It appears he is an old soldier recently back from India. No one knows anything else about his background, except that he makes a living by entertaining the troops. Conjuring tricks, that kind of thing.
And did you tell the police about him?
Of course not. A promise is a promise.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Morrison.
That is our intruder's four-footed companion.
It's a mongoose.
I think we found our man. Mr. Henry Wood, I believe, native India. May I have a word?
What about?
The little matter of Colonel James Berkeley's death.
She is innocent. You can take my word for it.
Then you are guilty.
No, I am not guilty.
Then who struck the colonel down?
It was a just providence that killed him. His own guilty conscience.
I think you'd better explain.
God, if I had smashed his head in, as it was in my heart to do, he would have got only what he deserved from me. No, I never laid a hand on him. I was spared the trouble. I'll tell you my story. There is no cause for me to be ashamed of it. You see me now, with my back like a camel, and my ribs all awry. But there was a time when Corporal Henry Wood was the smartest man in the Royal Mallows.
You were in the same regiment as Colonel Berkeley?
Oh, yes. But he was Sergeant Jim Berkeley then. We were in the same company. And we had something else in common. We were both in love. The same woman, Nancy Devoy.
Yes, the daughter of the regimental sergeant major.
Yeah. There were two men who loved her. But only one whom she loved. You'll laugh when you look at this poor thing huddled in front of the fire. And hear me say that she'd was for my good looks that Nancy loved me.
I was the one she loved, all along. But although I had her heart, her father didn't approve of me. I was a harum-scarum, reckless sort of lad. But I was always honest and plain dealing as well. No, Nancy's father wanted her to marry Berkeley. He was careful to keep out of trouble, always did the right thing. And not like me, who took Nancy to places her father didn't like. Besides, Berkeley had had an education. He was already marked for the sword belt. RSM Devoid naturally thought Berkeley the better match for his daughter. But she remained true to me. And we would have married had it not been for the mutiny.
Why did Nancy Devoy not marry the man she loved?
It was monsoon time in 1857, and the sepoys rose up against the British. The regiment was shut up in Bertie. There were 10,000 rebels round us, pinning us down like terriers round a rat cage. We run short of food and ammunition, and we had to communicate with General Neal's column that was moving up country. It was our only chance to get help. Our company commander had asked for a volunteer, a fit, strong soldier to slip out of the garrison at dead of night and make contact with the relief column out on the plain beyond. Like a fool, I volunteered. It was a dangerous mission, all right. There were 1,000 lives in peril. But I was thinking of only one of them. Nancy Devoy, the woman I loved, and the finest girl that ever had the breath of life between her lips. Saying goodbye to her was the hardest thing. As we exchanged mementos, I little thought that I was saying goodbye to her for 30 years. It was my rival for Nancy's hand that saw me off on my journey through the enemy lines that night. Sergeant Berkeley. He said he knew the lie of the land around the garrison better than any other. While I volunteered to make the journey, Jim Berkeley volunteered to advise me on the best route to take. So, just after 10, while my comrades gave me covering fire, I set off. Berkeley had told me to follow a stream which would lead to a gully. This, he said, was the safest way downhill. His directions were perfect, and soon I was wading through icy water that only the day before had been snow in the Himalayas. I could see the lights and fires in the rebels' camp, but I kept well down, out of sight of their sentry posts. I came to the gully and thought I was safe. But then it happened. I was attacked. Something hard cracked down on my head, and everything spun round. When I came to, I was trussed up like a chicken and hanging from a tree. My arms felt as though they were being wrenched out of their sockets. I didn't mind the pain, but I was sick at heart for having failed in my mission. What would be the fate of those I had been trying to save? But the biggest blow came as I listened to what I could understand of the rebels' talk. I heard enough to realize that I had been betrayed. The very man who had shown me the way to take had betrayed me to the enemy. Berkeley had got rid of me to make sure he could have my girl.
Now, you know what James Berkeley was capable of. Well, it turned out the General News column was already on its way to relieve Bertie. The rebels retreated. They dragged me away with them. I was tortured. Tried to escape. Was tortured again. It was to be many a long year before I saw another white vein.
My captors fled north, further into the hills, and used me as a sort of slave. I was treated worse than a dog, and they damn near broke every bone in my body. Sometimes I'd wish they'd just killed me. But my thoughts of hatred and loathing for the man who destroyed my life kept me going. I dreamed of revenge on Berkeley. One day, some Afghan tribesmen murdered the rebels who held me prisoner. They left me for dead too. But by a miracle, I still lived. So, I had my revenge on my torturers. But Berkeley was beyond my grasp. And what of Nancy? I had no means of knowing whether she was alive or dead. I wandered back to the Punjab and lived among the natives, picking up a living by the conjuring tricks I'd learned from the street magicians. What use was it for me, a wretched cripple, to get passage back by ship to England and make myself known to my comrades in the regiment? Even the desire to have my revenge on Jim Berkeley didn't make me go. And why? I'll tell you straight. I preferred my Nancy and my old pals in the Royal Mallows to go on believing that Harry Wood died a hero's death with a straight back and see him crawling about the world more like a chimpanzee than a human being.
But you did return. And to Aldershot, where your old regiment was stationed. Why?
I just wanted to see the old country once more before I died. I saved what I could. And eventually, I got a show. I didn't know the regiment was stationed here in Aldershot. I just wanted to be where there were soldiers. I could earn my keep, going round the canteens, doing my tricks to entertain them. And I no longer wanted to kill Berkeley. The fires of revenge had burned low over the years. Until I saw her. I thought I'd better get some English togs. I look comical enough without wearing these foreign clothes the whole time. At first, I was more interested in finding a thick overcoat than looking at the charity ladies who were doling them out. Then, one of them came over. I recognized her at once. She'd hardly changed. Still beautiful. What's more amazing is she seemed to know me.
Good evening. Can I help you? Have you been able to find anything that...
sorry. I thought I...
Nancy, it is me. Don't be afraid.
I thought you had been dead these 30 years.
I have been. I swore you'd never see me like this. We spoke for a moment or two together. I told her some of my story. I should have spared telling her that her husband was a traitor, but it all came pouring out of me, 30 years of hate. She was so affected by what I said. I couldn't stand it. I went outside. Then I saw her come out of the mission, and I followed her home. I saw her go into their house. A light came on. I saw her sitting in a chair. And then he came into the room.
James, I want to talk to you. What are you looking back for?
Don't be back late.
No.
I said, don't be back later.
No,
Now,
I have to talk to you.
you've been with someone.
No,
You have been with someone. Tell me, I've asked you before. Who is it?
You've ruined my life. All these years. All these years. Oh, how could you do such a thing? It was evil. No, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
No, damn. To see him lay a hand on her made me mad with anger. My feelings overcame me. No.
David! David, you betrayed him.
It's not true.
Mrs. Fenning's alive. I tell you, I've seen him.
You're lying. You're mad. He looked as I have never seen a man look. I read death on his face as plain as anything. The bare sight of me was like a bullet through his guilty heart.
Mrs. Barclay? Mrs. Barclay, open the door!
He smashed onto the fender. But he was dead before he fell.
Mrs. Barclay, open the door!
I took the key of the door from Nancy's hand, intending to open it and get help. And I thought it'd better get away, for things might look black against me. In my haste, I thrust the key into my pocket, whilst I was chasing Teddy, who escaped from his box and run up the curtain.
Teddy. So the Colonel died before he struck his head on the fender.
An apoplectic fit brought on by shock.
Mr. Werner. Provided the coroner reaches the same conclusion, Mrs. Barclay...
Nancy.
...will be free. I trust you would have no objection to repeating your story to the police, should the need arise.
Mr. Holmes. How is Nancy?
She's in hospital. I understand in time she should make a complete recovery.
Thank God.
Harry. How lovely to see you.
You're better.
Yes, I'm much better.
Holmes, there's just one thing I don't understand. If the Colonel's name was James, and Wood was called either Henry or Harry, then who the deuce was David?
Ah, my dear Watson, that name David should have told me the whole story. Had I been the ideal reasoner, which you are so fond of depicting, but alas, my powers of deduction failed me. You see, David, in this case, was evidently used as a term of reproach.
Reproach?
Don't you remember how King David sent Uriah the Hittite into the forefront of the battle to die so that he might steal his woman Bathsheba? I think you'll find the story in the first or second book of Samuel. My Old Testament is a little rusty.
You're quite right, Holmes. Second book of Samuel, chapter 11, verses 14 to 17. You appear to have looked it up yourself. Since we returned home from Aldershot.
How did you know?
You used this bill for our meal at Waterloo as a bookmarker, did you not?
Excellent, Watson.
Elementary, my dear Holmes. Good night, old fellow.
Come here, lad.
What are you doing on my property?
Come to claim back what's rightfully mine, sir. That thieving young rascal made off with some horseshoes and a bag of nails from my smithy.
Where is your proof?
The proof is I'll find him there. Now, I don't want to be forced to call the police.
These people are guests of mine, but you are trespassing, Mr. Thorne.
I'm not frightened of you, Doctor.
Get off my land!
Please come back soon.
My dear, there is nothing whatever to worry about. We shall be married in a few weeks. I'm just on my way back to London. Goodbye, sir. And thank you for a most pleasant weekend. I mean to improve my game of chess before my next visit.
Yes, I see. You weren't an unworthy opponent.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just seeing Percy down to the gates, Father.
Yeah.
Drive on and wait for me by the gate, would you? Walk on.
The fellow is trespassing. He had a ducking, and that is all.
Father, I cannot believe that Thorne would deliberately...
Damn it, woman! Are you part of the conspiracy against me, too?
No, Father. I live here.
But not for much longer, eh? Once you marry that fellow Armitage. Yes, what is it?
Father, what has happened to my room?
The builder's found a fault in the structure. Better sleep in your sister's room till they've finished working on it.
Julia's room. I can't sleep in there.
And why not, pray?
I can't.
What is the matter? It's a perfectly good room. I've instructed the housekeeper to prepare it for you. Now run along your baggage. Good night. Young beauty. Good night. Good night, baby.
I'm very sorry, Watson. But it seems to be the common lot this morning.
What?
Mrs. Hudson has been roused. She retorted on me and I on you.
But it's only 7:15. What is it, a fire?
No. A client.
This will take a moment to draw, sir.
But only a moment. Mrs. Hudson is a mistress of the art of fire lighting. This is my intimate friend and associate, Dr. Watson, before whom you may speak as freely as before myself.
How do you do?
Mrs. Hudson, do you think you could bring this young lady a hot cup of coffee? For I observe you are shivering.
It is not cold which makes me shiver.
What then?
It is fear, Mr. Holmes. It is terror.
No, you must not fear. We shall set matters right, have no doubt. You have come by train, I see, this morning.
You know me, then?
No, but I observe the second half of a return ticket in the palm of your left glove. You started early, but you had a drive in a dog cart along heavy roads before you reached the station. But there's no mystery, my dear lady. The left arm of your jacket is spattered with mud in no less than 7 places. The marks are fresh. There is no vehicle, save a dog cart, which throws up mud in that particular way. And then only when you sit on the left-hand side of the driver.
You are perfectly correct. Sir, I can stand the strain no longer. I shall go mad if it continues. I have heard of you from Mrs. Farintosh, whom you helped in the hour of her sore need.
Farintosh.
My dear Helen, it is difficult for me to advise you since you present so few facts, but I know you to be a sensible girl not prone to hysterics. As one of your poor dear mother's oldest friends, I can only suggest that if your fears persist, you should contact Mr. Sherlock Holmes at 221B, Baker Street.
Farintosh, oh yes, I do remember the case. It concerned an opal tiara. I think it was before your time, Watson. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Sir, do you not think you could help me too? At present it is out of my power to reward you, but in a few weeks I shall be married with control of my own income.
I shall be happy to devote the same care to your case as to that of your friend. As for reward, my profession is its own reward. But you are at liberty to defray whatever expenses I may be put to at the time which suits you best. And now, I beg you, lay everything before us which may help us form an opinion upon this matter.
My name is Helen Stoner. I live with my stepfather, Dr. Grimsby Roylott, who is the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England.
The Roylotts of Stoke Moran, the name is familiar to me.
He is a doctor by profession, a skilled one. For some years he had a large and flourishing practice in India, in Calcutta.
Ah. Dr. Watson has also practiced medicine in India.
Yes. Attached to the 5th Northumberland Fusiliers. And pray continue, Miss Stoner.
In Calcutta he married my mother. She was the young widow of Major General Stoner of the Bengal Artillery. I was only 2 at the time of Mother's remarriage, and my sister, Julia, was 5 years older. Our mother had a considerable sum of money, not less than 1,000 a year, and this she bequeathed to Dr. Roylott entirely while we resided with him.
Forgive me, your mother has passed on?
Shortly after our return to England, she was killed in a railway accident near Crewe. My stepfather then abandoned his attempts to establish himself in practice in London and took us to live in his ancestral home at Stoke Moran.
But the money your mother left you was enough for all your wants, so that was no obstacle to your happiness.
A terrible change came over my stepfather. Instead of making friends and exchanging visits with our neighbours, who at first were overjoyed to see a Roylott back in the family seat, he shut himself up in the house and indulged in ferocious quarrels. At times it was, and still is, hard to keep him out of the police courts. He He's become the terror of the village.
Does he permit any visitors?
None. Save my fiancée and some wandering gypsies.
Gypsies?
Vagabonds, whom he has given leave to encamp on his land. Sometimes he goes away with them for days at a time. You can imagine from what I'm saying that my poor sister Julia and I had no great pleasure in our lives. No servant would stay long, so we did all the work of the house. She was but 30 when I lost her. But already her hair had begun to whiten, even as mine has.
Your sister's dead?
Just 2 years ago. It is of that I wish to talk to you.
Oh, yes, yes!
Oh, no.
Watch this, watch!
Living the life we did, we were little likely to see anyone of our own age and position. But we were occasionally allowed short visits. 2 years ago, Julia met a half-pay major of Marines to whom she became engaged.
Your stepfather approved of the match?
He raised no objection at all. But a fortnight before the wedding, the terrible event occurred which deprived me of my only companion.
Pray, be precise as to details.
It is easy. Every event of that night is seared into my memory. It was late, about 11. Julia had come into my room.
Smoking those awful cigars again.
Perhaps you should have this room until the wedding.
Oh, Helen. Oh, I feel so happy. And yet wretched that I'm leaving you here alone.
My turn will come.
I shall miss you.
You won't. I'll come and stay. Besides, your major has promised to find me a brother officer of equal rank and infinitely better looking. Darling, what is the matter?
Helen, have you ever heard anyone whistle in the dead of night? I suppose you couldn't possibly whistle yourself in your sleep.
Certainly not. Why?
The last few nights, always about 3 in the morning, I've been woken by a low, clear whistle. I can't tell where it's coming from. I thought you might have heard it.
I sleep more heavily than you. It was probably those wretched gypsies.
Well, never mind.
Was it your custom always to lock yourself in at night?
Always. My stepfather has a passion for Indian animals. A leopard and a baboon wander freely over the grounds. Julia and I had no feelings of security unless our doors and windows were locked. I couldn't sleep. I had a vague feeling of misfortune.
Julia! Speckled Band. Shh. I can't bother. No, please, give me a funny.
Go back to your room, child. I'll deal with this.
I am sorry, gentlemen. My sister and I were very close.
Yes, indeed. What an awful experience. And you've no idea what might have caused...
This whistle and a metallic sound, you can swear to it?
It was my strong impression. I may possibly have been deceived.
Was your sister dressed?
No, she was in her nightdress. On the floor there was a candle and the charred stump of a match.
Which means something must have woken her up, and she struck a light to see what the matter was.
What conclusions did the coroner come to?
He investigated the case with great care, but he was unable to find any satisfactory cause of death.
And your evidence would have shown that the door was fastened on the inner side, the windows blocked by shutters, secured every night. It is certain, therefore, that your sister was alone when she met her end.
Yes. Besides, there were no marks of violence upon her.
What about poison?
Doctors examined her for it without success.
What do you think this unfortunate lady died of, then?
It's my belief that she died of pure fear and nervous shock. Though what it was which frightened her, I cannot imagine.
What do you gather from the allusion to a band, a speckled band?
Delirium.
Or some band of people. The gypsies at the plantation, the spotted handkerchiefs they wear around their necks.
These are very deep waters. What happened after your sister's death?
My life was lonelier than ever. Until a month ago, when a dear friend of mine, whom I've known for many years, did me the honour to ask for my hand in marriage. His name is Mr. Percy Armitage.
And you are to be married within a few weeks. So what prompted you to come here when your life seems set so fair?
Yesterday, some repairs were started and my bedroom wall was pierced, so that last night I was forced to move into the chamber in which Julia died, to sleep in the very bed in which she slept. Imagine my terror when I was awoken by the same low whistle which had been the herald of her own death.
You lit a lamp.
Yes, but nothing was to be seen. I was too shaken to sleep. I dressed and slipped out of the house. I got a dog cart at the Crown Inn and came to London with the one object of asking your advice.
You did wisely. But have you told me all?
Yes.
You have not, Miss Stoner. You are shielding your stepfather.
He is a hard man, but he's still the only father I have known.
I'd say it was time for some breakfast.
There are 1,000 details I desire to know before I decide on a course of action. If we were to come to Stoke Moran today, could we see over these rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather?
As it happens, he spoke of coming to town today on some business.
And the workmen?
I have seen none. We have a woman who comes to clean from the village, but only in the morning. There should be nothing to disturb you.
Excellent, Watson. You're not averse to this trip.
By no means.
Then we will be with you in the early afternoon.
I shall be there for your arrival.
You'll stay for some breakfast, sure.
Thank you, no. My heart is lightened already.
Ah, Mrs. Hudson. Thank you. But when you combine the ideas of whistles at night, the presence of a band of gypsies on intimate terms with the doctor, the dying allusion to a speckled band, well, there's good ground to believe that the mystery may be cleared along those lines.
Which one of you is Holmes?
My name, sir. But you have the advantage of me.
I am Dr. Grimsby Roylott of Stoke Moran.
Indeed, Doctor. Please take a seat.
I shall do nothing of the kind. I know that my stepdaughter has been here this morning. What has she been saying to you?
It is a little cold for the time of year.
What has she been saying to you?
But I have heard that the crops promise well.
Ah, you put me off, do you? You scoundrel, sir. I've heard of you before. You're Holmes the meddler, Holmes the busybody, Holmes the Scotland Yard Jack in office.
Your conversation really is most entertaining. If you would close the door on your way out, as there is a decided draft.
I will go when I've had my say. Don't you dare to interfere in my affairs. I know that Miss Stoner has been here. I am a dangerous man to fall foul of.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Just another client. What a very amiable person. I may not be quite so bulky, but... Fancy his having the insolence to confound me with the official detective force. This incident gives zest to our investigation.
I only hope our friend won't suffer from her imprudence in allowing that brute to trace her here.
One thought keeps nagging at me, Watson. Roylott's professional life in India. If it was so successful, why would he exchange it for a life of aristocratic penury?
My friend Coombs would know. Coombs was in Calcutta around that time.
Find your friend Coombs and see what you can get from him. I shall walk down to Doctors' Commons, where I hope to get some data which may help us in this matter. Let us meet again at 1, under the clock at Waterloo Station. That is, if you've finished your breakfast by then. Oh, and your revolver. I would be obliged if you would slip it into your pocket. Neely number 2 is an excellent argument against gentlemen who can twist steel pokers into knots. That and your toothbrush are, I think, all we need. I've seen the will of the deceased wife. Our annual income at the time of her death was a little short of £1,100. But due to the fall in agricultural prices, it is now no more than £750. Each girl, in case of marriage, could claim £250. So if both girls had married, our beauty, Grimsby Roylott, would have had a mere pittance.
And even one marriage would ruin him.
He had the strongest possible motive. Oh, did you manage to find Coombs?
Yes, I did. He proved rather hard to locate, but I finally managed to get him through Swanson at Barnes. He did know Roylott in Calcutta, confirmed what the girl had said, and added one intriguing fact. Now, it seems that a series of robberies had been perpetrated in his house, and suspicion fell on his native butler. Roylott promptly seized the man, and in a fit of anger beat the poor fellow to death. Narrowly escaped a capital sentence, but suffered a long term of imprisonment and returned to this country a morose and disappointed man.
Ah, Watson. It's a wicked world. And when a clever man turns his brain to crime, it's the worst of all.
On holiday, are you, gentlemen?
No, we're architects. Taking a look at some of the local houses.
Ah, that's why I wanted Stoke Moran. I didn't think it was for social reasons. You'll be doing business with Dr. Roylott, then?
Yes, I believe that was the name.
If you don't mind a word of warning, you want to take care with him, sir. There are some round these parts say he's not right in the head.
Really?
Only yesterday, Mr. Thorne, the blacksmith, had a most nasty experience with the doctor because of those thieving gypsies who are camped in the grounds.
Oh, yes, we've heard about the gypsies and the leopard.
The story goes the doctor threw Mr. Thorne in the stream in a fit of uncontrollable temper, and Horse Thorne, he's not a small man.
Good Lord. Is he bringing a charge of assault?
He were going to, but Miss Stoner, the doctor's young stepdaughter, paid him some of her own money to keep it quiet. Well, that's what I heard.
Well, I never. Do you hear that, Holmes? The more I see and hear of that young lady, the more my admiration increases. Young woman of commendable spirit.
You can pull up here, driver. Who do you mean, dear fellow?
For Miss Stoner, of course. Most admirable. Ah, Miss Stoner.
The door we went yesterday.
All has turned out splendidly. Dr. Roylott has gone to London and he won't be back before the evening.
But we have already had the pleasure of Dr. Roylott's acquaintance.
Has he followed me?
Yes. He turned up just after you left, but Holmes sent him off with a flea in his ear.
He's so cunning. I never know when I'm safe from him.
Well, then he must guard himself. Or he may find someone more cunning than himself upon his track. Shall we?
Holmes, don't you think we ought to get Miss Stoner away from here tonight?
What, an aroused suspicion?
But if he's violent...
We shall be here. So, this is Dr. Roylott's room, this formerly your sister's, and this your room?
Yes, but I'm now sleeping in this one.
Ah, pending the alterations.
Miss Stoner, may I ask something? That's unusual, isn't it? Bedrooms on the ground floor?
The bedrooms were moved downstairs when so much of the house fell into decay.
Oh, yes, of course. How sad.
There seems little need for repairs to this end of the house.
There are none. I believe it was an excuse to move me from my room.
Ah, that is suggestive. Now, Miss Stoner, would you be so kind as to go into the room in which you are now sleeping and bolt the shutters? What are you doing, Watson?
Well, I'm using your methods, Holmes, seeing whether the ground has been disturbed.
And what have you come up with?
Your footprints, I believe. And mine and Miss Stoner's. And this.
No one could pass these if they were bolted. Well, let's see if the inside throws any light on the matter. Ah. Where does that bell communicate with?
It goes to the housekeeper's room.
It looks newer than the other things.
Yes, it was only put there a couple of years ago.
Ah, your sister asked for it.
I never heard of her using it. We used to get what we wanted for ourselves.
Indeed. You will excuse me while I satisfy myself as to this floor.
It doesn't ring.
It's very strange. A ventilator into another room.
You mean when it might have communicated with the outside air?
That is also quite modern.
Indeed. Miss Stoner, with your permission, we will now carry our research to Dr. Royler's chamber. What's in here?
My stepfather's business papers.
Ah, you've seen inside it, then?
Only once. Some years ago. I remember it was full of papers.
Is there a cat in there?
No. What a strange idea.
Well, look at this.
No, we don't keep a cat.
Ah, well. A leopard is a large cat, after all.
Yes, but a saucer of milk wouldn't go far in satisfying a leopard. Leopard is kept on a leash, is it?
This sort of leash, Watson? What do you make of it?
Well, it's a common enough dog leash, but I don't know why it should be tied.
We have no dog.
Thank you, Miss Stoner. I have seen enough.
I was going to ask if you'd like some tea.
Miss Stoner, it is very essential that you absolutely follow my advice in every respect. Your life may depend on it.
I assure you that I'm in your hands.
Now, in the first place, on the way here, we passed a small cottage.
The shell house?
Would the windows of your sister's room be visible from there?
Yes.
You are sure?
Yes.
Then we shall make it our base.
Some refreshment.
Oh, we shall have dined, shan't we, Holmes?
Is there a village inn?
The Crown.
Oh, good. Thank you all the same.
Now, Miss Stoner, when your stepfather returns, you must confine yourself in your room on pretense of a headache. Then, when you hear your stepfather retire for the night, you must go to the windows, undo the hasp, open the shutters, and leave your lamp on the windowsill as a signal to us. Then withdraw with anything you may want for the night to your old room. I've no doubt that in spite of the repairs, you could manage there for one night.
Yes, of course.
And now we must leave. If Dr. Roylott should return and find us here, our journey would be in vain.
I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you've already made up your mind. For pity's sake, tell me the cause of my sister's death.
Be brave. If you do as I have told you, rest assured we shall soon drive away the dangers that threaten you. It is a clear view.
You expecting this to take all night, Holmes?
It's possible. Anything's possible. When a doctor goes wrong, he's the first of criminals. He has nerve. He has knowledge. Palmer and Pritchard were among the heads of their profession. This man strikes even deeper. I really have some scruples taking you tonight. There's a distinct element of danger.
If I can be of assistance.
It's very kind of you.
You evidently saw more in those rooms than was visible to me, Holmes.
No. But I probably deduced a little more. Do you remember Miss Stoner said that her sister could smell Dr. Rowlett's cigar?
Well?
The ventilator. A ventilator made, a cord hung, and a woman who lies in the bed dies.
I can't see any connection.
Did you notice anything peculiar about the bed? It was clamped to the floor. Could not be moved. Had to remain in the same relative position to the ventilator and the rope, for so we may call it, since it was clearly never made for a bell pull.
I begin to see dimly what you're driving at. We're only just in time to prevent some subtle and horrible crime.
Have a look at that. Yeah. Good night.
Did you have a good day?
Not without interest. Where did you get to this morning?
I decided to go to town too. I had some shopping to do for the wedding.
You knew I was going up. We might have traveled together.
I left early.
Yes, I know you did.
So that I should be back by lunchtime. I had some things to do here this afternoon. My trip was a whim.
You always were a good little liar.
You excuse me, I have a terrible headache.
Holmes the meddler. Holmes the busybody. Holmes the Scotland Yard Jack in office.
The signal. It's the baboon. This is a nice household. We must sit without light. Do not fall asleep. Your very life may depend on it. You see it, Watson! You see it! What can it mean? It means that it's over. And perhaps for the best. Come, Watson, bring your pistol. It's the band. The Speckled Band. It is a swamp adder, the deadliest snake in India. He has died within seconds of being bitten. Violence does, in truth, recoil upon the violent, and the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another. The idea of a snake occurred to me when I coupled it with the knowledge that the doctor was furnished with a supply of creatures from India.
A form of poison,
Rapid and lethal.
which couldn't possibly be discovered by any chemical test.
It might or might not bite the occupant of the bed. She might escape every night for a week, but sooner or later, she must fall a victim.
Oh, my poor Julia.
The doctor had trained the snake, probably with the milk, to return at the sound of a whistle. The very whistle which you and your late sister heard. My inspection of the chair in Dr. Roylett's room had shown that he had been in the habit of standing upon it to reach the ventilator. Last night, when I attacked the snake and drove it back through the ventilator, I roused its snakish temper, causing it to turn upon the next person that it saw.
Dr. Grimmersby Roylott. So you, Holmes, were indirectly responsible for his death.
I cannot say that it is likely to weigh very heavily on my conscience.
Have some more, Cos. Thanks. My God, she's back. She's getting out of the carriage. Come on, Ryder, get a move on.
All right, Donna.
Yeah.
Look lively.
All right, get a move on. All right.
And maybe she won't want workmen under her feet.
Yeah, all right, I finished, don't worry. Quick job, like you said.
Hurry up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, nice. Nice.
Oi.
Countess, eh? Have to get by appointment on me barrow.
Come on, mate. Out.
All right. Over there will do. Here. For the three of you.
Oh, thank you, my lady. And a Merry Christmas, my lady.
Ring for tea, Cusack.
Yes, my lady.
I need something to sustain me. I do find preparing for Christmas quite an ordeal.
Yes, my lady.
And then a bath, I think.
Lady?
Blue Carbuncle! Blue Carbuncle! Stolen!
Open them up. There.
Oh, John! She'll love it. It's beautiful.
Just like your mother.
Can we afford it, though?
Told ya. I made a nice little bob or two lately, even if I hadn't. It's Christmas.
You're a good man, John Alden.
I'm a lucky man. Wife and kids like I've got. Man's as good as a king. So, it's the doll for the girl and the boat for the boy, right?
Right.
Spending the loot already, are we, Horner?
What do you mean? I've done nothing? What do you mean?
John Frederick Horner, I hereby arrest you on the charge of stealing the valuable gem, known as the Blue Carbuncle, the property of the Countess of Morcar. Anything you say...
I didn't do it, I tell you, I didn't do it!
It's no use, Horner. The man at the hotel gave a very good description of you. Constable!
I didn't do it, I tell you! Let me go, will you? I didn't do it! Oh!
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes! Mr. Peterson, the commissionaire from opposite.
Oh, please.
He'd like a word
Go
with you.
away.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Holmes.
Peterson. Put down your goose. And your hat. It's a fine purchase. I myself favour a goose for Christmas dinner.
Well, that's part of the problem, Mr. Holmes. The bird is not mine. You might say I come by it.
For Mrs. Henry Baker, and obviously not your hat.
No, sir. Well, there were peculiar circumstances, and I didn't know what to do for the best. It hardly seemed to matter for the police. So I talked to the wife about it, and she suggests I'll come and see you.
Not the wise, Mrs. Peterson. Sit down, my dear fellow, and describe these peculiar circumstances to me.
Well, sir, it was like this. Last night, I was on my way home from a little celebration. Well, at this time of the year, some of us commissionaires meet to
wish each other the season's greetings.
Exactly.
The season's greetings.
Oh, you're a top, sir. Oh, your good health, sir. Well, as I was saying, I was on my way home when I came across what you would only describe as a fracas.
Look at that. Look. Hey! Did you pick her up? Did you
The roughs ran off in one direction and the drunk fellow ran off in the other. I tried to stop him, but he no doubt thought I was a constable about to apprehend him for the breaking of the window.
And so you were left with the spoils of victory in the shape of that battered hat and the most unimpeachable Christmas goose.
Both of which I would willingly have returned to their rightful owners, Mr. Holmes. But the truth is, I didn't know how.
My dear Peterson, I do see your problem.
Anyway, as I say, I discussed the matter with the good lady, and we decided that I would bring both the goose and the hat to you, Mr. Holmes. Seeing as how even the slightest of problems is of interest to you in your particular line of occupation. I hope you don't think I'm wasting your time, Mr. Holmes.
Not in the least. Now then, Commissioner, have you purchased your own bird?
No, not yet. No.
Then I suggest that you carry off this goose so that it may fulfill its ultimate destiny, while I retain the battered hat of the unknown gentleman who has lost his Christmas dinner.
Well, if you think I should, Mr. Holmes.
I do, indeed. For there are signs, in spite of the frost, that this bird should be prepared without unnecessary delay.
Well, if that's all right, Mr. Holmes.
I will, of course, keep you in touch with developments.
Very good, sir. Oh, may I wish you the compliments of the season?
And to you and your good wife.
But you still haven't found the jewel.
Not yet, no, my lady. But we do have the man Horner.
Or have a clue as to its whereabouts.
And I think we may assume that he had one accomplice, if not more.
Well, what of that?
Contrary to popular fiction, my lady, there is very little honour amongst thieves, and even less with the right inducement.
Inducement? Do you mean a reward?
Yes.
Why should I offer a reward?
In my experience, and it is considerable, I have found that the offer of a reward would very soon set the greedy cat amongst the criminal pigeons.
Well?
I should be very surprised if I did not gain a result within 24 hours.
How much?
Holmes? Well, you're up. The Countess of Morcar is offering £1,000 for the return of the Blue Carbuncle. Inspector Bradstreet of B Division is in charge of the case and has arrested Mr. John Horner, a plumber aged 36, who protested his innocence in the strongest terms. Circumstantial evidence was so strong that the case has been referred to the assizes. Horner, who showed signs of intense emotion during the proceedings, faded away at the conclusion and was carried from the court. Oh, excuse me, you are engaged. I am interrupting your study of that hat.
No. The matter is a perfectly trivial one. But there are points in connection with it which are not devoid of interest, even of instruction.
I suppose that, homely as it looks, that thing has some deadly story linked to it. That is the clue which will guide you in the solution of some mystery and the punishment of some crime.
No. It is just one of those whimsical little incidents that will occur when you have 4 million people all jostling each other within the space of a few square miles.
So what do you gather from that? Battered old felt.
You know my methods. What do you yourself gather as to the individuality of the man who has worn this particular article? It was accompanied by a goose, Watson. For Mrs. Henry Baker was printed upon a small card attached to the bird's left leg.
Well, apart from the initials inside, HB, presumably Henry Baker, I can see nothing.
On the contrary, Watson, you can see everything. But you fail to reason from what you see. You are too timid in drawing your inferences.
Then, pray,
Tell me what it is that you can infer from that hat.
That the man is highly intellectual is, of course, obvious. And also that he was fairly well-to-do within the past 3 years, although now he has fallen upon evil days. He had foresight, but less now than formerly, pointing to a moral retrogression, which, when taken with a decline in his fortunes, seems to indicate an evil influence. Probably drink. This may account also for the fact that his wife has ceased to love him.
My dear Holmes.
He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect. Now, he leads a sedentary life. He's out of training entirely. He's middle-aged, has grizzled hair, which he has had cut within the last few days, and which he anoints with lime cream. It is also highly improbable that he has gas laid on in his house.
Yeah, well, now you are certainly joking.
Not in the least.
Well, I have no doubt that I'm very stupid. For example, how do you deduce that the man is intellectual?
It is a question of cubic capacity. A man with so large a head must have something in it.
Well, the decline in his fortunes, then?
These flat brims with the curled edges came in 3 years ago. It is a hat of the very best quality, Watson. Look at the band of ribbed silk and the excellent lining. If this man could afford so expensive a hat 3 years ago and has had no hat since, then he has assuredly gone down in the world.
What about the foresight? The moral retrogression?
Ah, here is the foresight. These securers are never sold upon hats. If this man ordered one, it is a sign of a certain amount of foresight, since he went out of his way to take precaution against the wind. But as you see that he has broken the elastic and has not troubled to replace it, a weakening nature. The further points that he is middle-aged, that his hair is grizzled, that it has been cut recently, and that he anoints it with lime cream can all be gathered by an inspection of the lower part of the lining, Watson, and witness the moisture. Obviously a free perspirer, therefore not in the best of training.
But his wife, you said she had ceased to love him.
This hat has not been brushed for weeks. When I see a man with a week's accumulation of dust upon his hat, and his wife has allowed him to go out in such a state, I fear that he has been unfortunate enough to lose his wife's affections.
But he might be a bachelor.
Nay, but he brought a goose as a peace offering to his wife. Remember the card attached to the bird's leg?
Yes. Well, you have an answer to everything. Just a minute. How do you deduce that there is no gas laid on in his house?
1 tallow candle stain, or even 2 might come by chance, but when I see Watson, no less than 5. He never got candle stains from a gas jet, Watson. Are you satisfied?
Well, it's all very ingenious.
Mr. Holmes, the goose. The goose, Mr. Holmes.
Well, what of it, man? Has it come back to life and flapped off through the kitchen window?
No, sir. But see what the wife found in its crop.
By Jove, Peterson. This is a treasure trove indeed. You know what you've got.
Why, diamond. Precious stone, but it cuts glass like it was putty.
It is more than a precious stone. It is the precious stone.
The Hotel Cosmopolitan robbery. The Blue Carbuncle.
The Blue Carbuncle indeed. And your reward, Peterson, of £1,000 is not within a 20th of its market price.
£1,000? Oh, Lord have mercy.
You must admit, Watson, that my deductions in regard to this hat have suddenly assumed a more important aspect.
Yes, point taken, Holmes. Now, the question for us now to solve is to trace the sequence of events from a rifle jewel case at the one end to the crop of a goose at the other. There is the stone. The stone came from the goose came from Mr. Henry Baker, the gentleman with the shabby hat and all the other characteristics. So now we must set ourselves very seriously to finding this gentleman and to ascertaining what part he had to play in this little mystery.
Found. At the corner of Goodge Street, a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Baker can have same by applying at 6:30 this evening at 221B Baker Street. Clear and concise.
Yes, very, but will he see it?
Well, I'm sure he will keep an eye on the evening papers. For the poor man, the loss was a heavy one. Oh, Peterson. Just nip down to the advertising agency and have this put in all the evening papers.
Which one, sir?
The Globe, Star, Pall Mall, St. James Gazette, Echo, Evening News, Standard, and all the others that may occur to you.
Right away, sir. And the stone?
I shall keep the stone. Thank you, Peterson.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Peterson, would you pick up a goose on your way back? Give him the money, will you, Watson? We must have something to give Mr. Henry Baker to take the place of the one that your family will very soon be devouring.
Sure, thank you, sir. £1,000? £1,000. £1,000. £1,000. What will you do with the stone?
I shall keep it in my museum.
Well, Horner, her ladyship is not at all pleased with me. You might be under lock and key, but she'd rather her Blue Carbuncle was.
Never took it, Inspector.
Yes.
What is this?
Well, tell me what you did with it, and I'll put in a good word at your trial. But if you don't...
I've been on the straight for years, ever since I married Jenny.
If you don't, and when the judge hears about your previous conviction, you might never see your pretty wife again. I've got you, Horner, but I need that jewel.
It's a bonny thing. Just see how it glints and sparkles.
Of course, it is a nucleus and focus of crime. Every good stone is. They are the devil's pet baits. In the larger and older jewels, every facet may stand for a bloody deed.
It was found in the banks of the Amoy River in southern China and is remarkable in having every characteristic of the carbuncle, save that it is blue instead of ruby red. This stone is not yet 20 years old.
In spite of its youth, it already has a sinister history. There have been 2 murders. A vitriol throwing, a suicide, and several robberies brought about for the sake of this 40-grain weight of crystallized charcoal.
Who would think that so pretty a toy could be a purveyor to the gallows and the prison?
Come in. Mr. Henry Baker, I believe. Please, draw near the fire. It is a cold night, and I observe that your circulation is more adapted for summer than for winter. Do sit down. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Baker. Is that your hat?
Oh, yes. Oh, it is undoubtedly my hat. Thank you, sir. I would have advertised its loss, but shillings have not been so plentiful with me as they once were. I had no doubt that the gang of roughs who assaulted me had carried off both my hat and the bird. I did not care to spend more money in a hopeless attempt at recovering them.
Well, of course, that is very understandable. Oh, by the way, about your bird. We were compelled to eat it.
To eat it?
It would have been a little use to anyone had we not done so. But we have another goose upon the sideboard there, which I presume will answer your purpose equally well. It is about the same weight and perfectly fresh, as you can see.
Oh, yes, most certainly.
Of course, we have kept the feathers, legs, crop, and so on of your own bird, if you so wish.
They might be useful to me as relics of my adventure, but beyond that, I can hardly see what use the disjecta membra of my old acquaintance could possibly be to me. Oh, no, sir, with your permission, I shall confine my attentions to the excellent bird which I perceive upon your sideboard.
I would be interested to know where the other bird came from. You see, I am somewhat of a fowl fancier, and I have seldom seen a better-grown bird. It would be of great interest to me to know precisely how it came into your possession.
It was the club, sir, the Goose Club.
So, sir, the Goose Club? The exact circumstances?
I am not a rich man, as you may see, sir, but I make a humble living and a respectable one, if I may say so, in the British Museum.
Studying?
Studying, you might say, and helping others with their studies. I have a certain knowledge of books. That day, sir, I had finished work early and left the museum in the afternoon. I had a little business to attend to before calling in at the Alpha public house. Several of us who work in the museum frequent that establishment, and this year our good host, Mr. Windigate, had instigated a goose club, by which, on consideration of some few pence each week, we were to receive a bird at Christmas.
There we are, Mr. Baker. A very fine bird, as promised.
Magnificent specimen indeed, landlord, eh?
Put you back in a wife's good books, eh?
Yes, well, she is still somewhat irked with me, I'm afraid. However, things will doubtless improve when I am once more in gainful employment.
Of an academic nature, of course.
I have expectations. Now, I owe you one last payment of 8 pennies, eh?
Struck it rich, have we, Mr. Baker?
I chanced upon an acquaintance of sympathetic disposition. That is to say, I sold some of my books.
Ah. Not your books, Mr. Baker.
Needs must, Mr. Windigate, and at this season of the year more than ever, we must not deprive those we love. Or even those to whom we are married. And so, if you will set aside this impressive peace offering, I shall fortify myself for the fray with a large glass of whiskey and a pint of your most excellent beer.
Same to you, Mr. Baker. Here we are with you.
Yes, sir.
Come on. Inside. Come in.
Well, sir, on my way home, I was attacked by the gang of roughs who, I believed, had stolen the goose. My hat came off in the scuffle, but I remember little of it, save that a uniformed officer appeared on the scene, and we all made off.
Yes, of course. We quite understand.
In the circumstances. Well, all's well that ends well.
I am most indebted to you, sir, for your trouble. A Scottish bonnet, I fear, is fitted neither to my years nor to my dignity. My compliments of the season to you, sir.
And to you too, sir.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, by the way, do you have gas laid on in your house?
Gas? Alas, no.
Jolly good. Merry Christmas.
And to you both, gentlemen.
Well, then, so much Mr. Henry Baker. He obviously knows nothing of the matter. Ah, Mrs. Watson. Watson, do you need nourishment?
Not particularly.
Splendid. Mrs. Hudson, we shall turn dinner into supper, and we will follow up this clue while it is still hot.
Which is more than the supper will be.
Good evening, gentlemen. And a very cold one.
It is indeed, landlord, it is indeed.
And what shall be your pleasure?
Here, what's it?
What? Oh, yes. Splendid.
2 of your very best glasses of beer.
Right away, sir.
Your beer should be excellent if it is as good as your geese.
What geese, sir?
Yes, we were talking half an hour ago to Mr. Henry Baker, member of your goose club.
Yes, but you see, them's not our geese.
Whose, then?
Well, I got the old 2 dozen from a salesman in Covent Garden.
Who might that be?
Name of Breckenridge. A purveyor of the finest quality. Mind you, if it's a bird you're after, I'd get to him as soon as poss. Oh, it's a very busy time of year, as you'll appreciate.
Well, thank you so much for your advice. Will you have a glass of beer with us, landlord?
Well, God bless you for a gentleman.
Now, for Mr. Breckenridge.
Can't it wait?
Watson, we have been given a line of investigation which has been missed by the police, and which a singular chance has placed in our hands. Now let us follow it to the bitter end.
Extremely bitter.
Faces to the south, then, and quick march!
Please.
I want to believe you, John. I do, really. But how can I with all what the police are saying?
Well, I'm only saying that because I was there on the day. It's a put-up job.
Is that really the truth?
I promised when I married you, I'd never tell you a lie. I've kept my promise. Always will.
Believe you.
Merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember.
Come on, come and get your turkey. Hey, I'll take the 10 on a turkey. It's the last few. All fresh this morning. Got to clear up by the night.
Come on in. 2 pence a pound. Where else can you get right now, eh? It's getting late, it's getting late. Quarters a pound. How many times a pound? Come on, real tired.
Good evening.
Evening.
Sold out of geese, I see.
Yeah, they have 500 in the morning.
Too late, I think.
Oh, you see the stall over there with the gas fire? Try him.
It's what I was recommended to you.
Oh, fine.
The landlord of the Alpha Public House.
Oh, yeah, he had a couple of dozen off me.
Very good geese, too. Where, may I ask, did you get them?
Now then, mister, what exactly are you driving at? Come on, let's have it straight now.
Straight enough. I simply want to know who sold you the geese that you supplied to the Alpha.
Well, then I'm not going to tell you, so now.
Well, it really isn't no matter. But I fail to see why you should get so warm over a trifle.
Warm? You'd be as warm if you were as pestered as I am. When I pay good money for a good article, that should be an end of it. But it's where are the geese? Who have you sold them to? How much will you take for them? You'd think they was the only geese in the world, the amount of fuss that's made over them.
Well, I can assure you that I have no connection with anybody else who's made inquiries.
Inquiries? It's more like the Inquisition. I'm not telling you.
Ah. Well, then, the bet's off.
What bet? Ah, what bet?
Well, I'm always ready to back my opinion in the matter of fowls. And I have a fiver with my friend here that the bird that I chose is country bred, right, Watson?
What? Oh, yes, absolutely.
Ah, you've lost your money then, because it's town bred.
It is nothing of the kind.
I say it is.
I don't believe you.
Come on, pay up, Holmes.
What do you think I wouldn't know, me who's been handling fowl since I was a nipper? I tell you, all the birds that went to the Alpha were town bred.
You'll never make me believe that.
Come on, do the decent, Holmes.
Will you have a bet, then?
Oh, just taking your money. But I'll have a sovereign with you just to teach you not to be obstinate.
Done.
Right. Now then, Mr. Cocksure, you see these here books here? Well, this is a list of all the folk what I buy off. Now, on this page, there's all me country folk. And these on this side in red ink are all me town suppliers. Now, you read out that third name down to me.
Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road.
Yeah, account number 249. Go on then, turn it up in the ledger.
Mrs. Oakshott, Egan, poultry supplier.
And what's the last entry?
24 geese at 7 and 6 pence. Sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha Public House.
So, what have you got to say now? What about this gentleman's fiver?
Hey, Charlie, you ever see any of these boxes? Hang on a minute, I'm busy at the moment.
Well done, Holmes. Shall we see this Mrs. Oakshott tonight?
Oh, no, not you again. I've had enough of you. Listen, I've told you before. Clear off!
The thing is, there were two grey-headed geese.
Now, listen, I've had enough of you and those geese. I wish you was all at the devil together. If you come pestering me anymore with your silly talk, I'll set the dog on you.
Now, look here. Mrs. Oakshott told me.
You bring Mrs. Oakshott here, and I'll answer her. But what have you got to do with it, eh? Did I buy the geese off you?
No, but one of them was mine, all the same.
Well, you go and ask Mrs. Oakshott for it.
She told me to ask you.
You can ask the King of Prussia for all I care. I've had enough of this. Go on, get out of it.
This may save us a trip to Brixton. Excuse me, but I could not help overhearing the conversation you had just now with that salesman. I think I can be of assistance to you in this matter.
You? Who are you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. It is my business to know what other people don't know.
You can know nothing of this.
On the contrary, I know everything of it. I know that you are trying to find out the whereabouts of some geese sold by Mrs. Oakshott of Brixton Road to our friend, Mr. Breckenridge over there, who in turn sold them to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha Public House.
Sir, you're the very man I've longed to meet. I can hardly explain to you my interest in the matter.
Then I suggest that we carry on this conversation in rather more comfort.
Cap!
Come in. Take my chair. I will just put on my slippers. I think we should know the name of the gentleman whom we have the pleasure of assisting, don't you, Watson?
John Robinson.
Oh, no. Your real name. It is so awkward doing business with an alias.
Well, then, my real name's Ryder. James Ryder.
Yes, Mr. Ryder. Upper attendant at the Hotel Cosmopolitan.
Yes.
And I suppose you would like to know what happened to these geese. Or rather, one goose in particular. White with a grey head.
Oh, sir, can you tell me where it went to?
It came here.
Here?
Sadly, it is no longer here. But it laid an egg after it was dead. The bonniest, brightest little blue egg you have ever seen. I have it. Yeah. The game's up, Ryder. Bear up, man! You'll be in the fire. What a wretched little shrimp it is, to be sure. There's not enough blood in him for felony. I have almost every link in the chain, Ryder. You need tell me very little.
Catherine Cusack put me up to it.
Her ladyship's maid?
Exactly. You knew from local gossip that Horner had been concerned in some such matter before. So what did you do? You made some small job in my lady's room. You and your confederate Cusack. You then managed that Horner should be sent for. But you stole the jewel. Then you raised the alarm and had this unfortunate man arrested for some...
For God's sake, Mr. Holmes, have mercy. Think of my father, think of my mother, and break their hearts. I never went wrong before, I never will again, I swear it on the Bible. Oh, don't bring me to court, Mr. Holmes. For God's sake, don't do that to me.
Get back into your chair. It's very well to cringe and crawl now, but you thought little of the man that you sent to the dock for a crime of which he knew nothing.
I'll fly, Mr. Holmes. I'll leave the country. Then the charge against him will all break down.
We'll talk about that later. Now tell me, how came the stone into the goose? And how came the goose into the open market? Tell me the truth now, for that is your only hope of safety.
I'll tell it to you just as it happened. I thought it was best to get away with the stone as quick as I could, for I didn't know at what moment the police might not take it into their heads to search me and my room. There was nowhere in the hotel where it would be safe. So I went out, as if on some commission, and made for my sister's house to think things over.
Why, Jem, whatever is it? You look terrible.
I had a bit of turn, Maggie. There's been a robbery at the hotel.
You better come in.
I went through into the backyard where she kept the geese. Smoked a pipe and wondered what it would be best to do. I knew that my stomach wasn't going to stop feeling like a bag of ferrets till I found somewhere to hide the stone for a while. When suddenly, I looked at the geese, which was hissing and huddling in the corner of the yard. My sister had told me that I might have the pick of her geese for a Christmas present. I picked out one of the birds, a fine big one with a grey head. Pushed the stone down its throat as far as my finger could reach. And I thought all my troubles was over. When...
Whatever are you doing with that bird, Jem?
You said I might have one for Christmas. I was just feeling which is the fattest.
We already set yours aside. Jem's bird, we call it.
Yeah, If it's all the same to you, Maggie, I'd rather have that one I was handling just now.
Well, that one's a good £3 heavier. We fattened it up expressly.
Yeah, never mind. I'll take the other, and I'll take it now.
Just as you like. Which one is it?
It's that grey-headed one in the middle.
Oh, very well. Kill it and take it with you.
I did what she said, Mr. Holmes, and I carried the bird to my pal. We got a knife, and we opened it up. My heart turned to water. There was no sign of the stone, and I knew some terrible mistake must have occurred.
Where are they all gone? To the dealers.
Which dealers?
Breckenridge at Covent Garden.
Tell me, just tell me, was there another one which had a grey head?
That's right, two. I could never tell them apart, I couldn't. Well, what's the matter? What's all the hurry?
I ran as hard as my feet would carry me to this man Breckenridge, but he'd sold the lot, and not one word would he tell me as to where they'd gone. I thought I'd go mad. And now I'm a branded thief without ever having touched the wealth for which I sold my character. God help me. God help me.
Get out.
What? Heavens bless you, sir.
No more words. Get out.
I must confess, Holmes, to being a little surprised.
I am not retained by the police to supply their deficiencies.
Maybe I am committing a felony, but I may be saving a soul. Send him to jail now, you make him a jailbird for life. Oh, listen, after all it is, the season for forgiveness. Come.
Midnight. Merry Christmas, Holmes.
And to you, my dear friend.
Just a minute. Holmes, I cannot contemplate eating while John Horner is still on remand. Now, do you suppose that Bradstreet or one of his colleagues might still be at their desks?
You're quite right, Watson. Come, let's go.
Something wrong?
To the man who loves art for its own sake, it is frequently in its least important and lowliest manifestations that the keenest pleasure is to be derived.
Hmm? Oh, if you say so, Holmes.
It is pleasant to me to observe, Watson, that you have so far grasped this truth, that in these little records of our cases which you have been good enough to draw up, and I am bound to say, occasionally embellished, that you have given prominence not so much to the many cause célèbres and sensational trials in which I have figured, but rather to those incidents which have given room for those faculties of deduction and logical synthesis, which I have made my special province.
Kind of you to say so, Holmes.
You have erred, perhaps. You have erred. In attempting to put colour and life into each of your statements, instead of confining yourself to placing upon record that severe reasoning from cause to effect, which is really the only notable feature about the thing.
You are always in a disputatious mood when you choose that pipe. It seems to me that I've done you full justice in the matter.
No. It is not selfishness and conceit. If I claim full justice for my art, it is because crime is common, logic is rare. Therefore, it is upon logic, rather than upon crime, that you should dwell. You have degraded what should have been a course of lectures into a series of tales.
Really, Holmes, I hardly think my poor scribblings deserve that. They have, after all, made your name a household word.
Oh, pshaw, my dear fellow. What do the public, the great and observant public, who can hardly tell a weave of eyes tooth or a composite of eyes left thumb, care about the finer shades of analysis and deduction? But indeed, if you are trivial, I cannot blame you. The days of the great cases are past. Man, or at least criminal man, has lost all enterprise and originality.
Oh, surely not.
I fear so. As for my little practice, it seems to be degenerating into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils and giving advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
My dear, dear friend, how can you say such a thing?
I think I have touched bottom. Finally, however, this note I had this morning marks my 0 point, I fancy.
Well, goodness, who is it from?
Read it.
Dear Mr. Holmes, I am very anxious to consult you as to whether I should or should not accept a situation which has been offered to me as a governess. I shall call at 10:30 tomorrow if I do not inconvenience you. Yours faithfully, Violet Hunter.
I must confess to being somewhat puzzled by the contents of your letter, Miss Hunter, since the matter on which you seek advice is somewhat outside my usual field of expertise.
Yes, I'm aware of that. But you will excuse my troubling you, I'm sure, since I've recently had a very strange experience.
Indeed.
As I have no parents or relations of any sort from whom I could ask advice, I thought perhaps you would be kind enough to tell me what I should do.
I shall be happy to serve you in any way I can. Pray, proceed.
There's a well-known agency for governesses in the West End called Westerways, and I've lately been calling there about once a week in order to see whether anything has turned up which might suit me. It is managed by Miss Stoper. She sits alone in her own office, and the ladies who are seeking employment wait in the anteroom and are then shown in one by one when she consults her ledgers and sees whether she has anything which might suit them.
Miss Green has been on our books for some years and has excellent references. In fact, were it not for the swift return to Kuala Lumpur of her present employer, who finds her most satisfactory, she would not be available today for your consideration. Thank you, Miss Green.
That will do. I could not ask for anything better. Oh, capital, capital.
Splendid. Please be seated, Miss Hunter.
Now then, you're looking for a situation, miss.
Yes, sir.
As a governess.
Yes, sir.
And what salary do you ask?
I had £4 a month in my last place with Colonel Spence Munro.
He has given her an excellent reference, Mr. Rucastle.
Oh, doubtless, doubtless. But £4 a month.
If that seems too much.
Too much? Oh, tut, sweating, rank sweating. How can anyone offer so pitiful a sum to a lady of such attraction and accomplishments?
My accomplishments, sir, may be less than you imagine. A little French, a little German, music, drawing.
Oh, tut, that is quite beside the question. The point is, have you not the bearing and deportment of a lady? I mean, that is it in a nutshell.
I would hope to have ladylike qualities, sir.
If you have not, then you are not fitted for the rearing of a child whose background and qualities point to a brilliant future. And if you have, how could any gentleman ask you to condescend to accept anything under 3 figures?
3 figures, sir?
Your salary with me, madam, would commence at £100 a year.
I hardly know what to say.
It has also been my custom to advance my young ladies a small portion of their salary beforehand, so that they might meet any little expenses of their journey and their wardrobe.
Thank you, sir.
May I ask where you live?
Oh, Hampshire. Charming rural place, the Copper Beeches. 5 miles on the further side of Winchester. Oh, it is the most lovely country, my dear young lady. And the dearest old country house.
And my duties, sir? I should be glad to know what they would be.
One child. One dear little romper, just 6 years old.
How charming.
Oh, Miss Stoper. If you could only see him killing cockroaches with his slipper. 3 of them gone before you could wink.
Very clever.
My sole duties, then, are to take charge of a single child?
Oh, no. Not so, my dear young lady.
Oh. What else, then?
Well, your duty would be, as I'm sure your good sense would suggest, to obey any little commands that my wife might give.
You said commands.
Well, provided, of course, that they were such commands as any young lady might with propriety obey. You see no difficulty?
None. Whatsoever.
I should be happy to make myself useful.
Quite so. In dress, for example. We're fatty people, you know, Miss Hunter. Fatty, but kind-hearted. And if you were asked to wear any dress that we might give you, you'd not object to our little whims, eh?
Why, no.
Or to sit here, or to sit there. And that would not be offensive to you.
No.
Or to cut your hair quite short before you come to us. Quite short.
Oh, I'm afraid that's quite impossible.
And I'm afraid it is quite essential. Oh, it's a little fancy of my wife's. The latest fancies, my dear madam. Latest fancies must be consulted. So you won't cut your hair?
No, sir, I'm afraid I could not.
Ah, well. It is a pity. Because in other respects, you might have done very nicely. In that case, Miss Stoper, I'd best inspect some more of your ladies.
Miss Hunter, do you desire your name to be kept upon our books?
If you please, Miss Stoper.
Oh, really? It seems rather useless. Since you refused the most excellent offer in this fashion, you could hardly expect us to exert ourselves to find another such opening for you.
I'm sorry, Miss Stoper, but my
Good day, Miss Hunter.
Now, why on earth should he want you to cut your hair?
I don't know.
A very strange fad.
As you may observe, Mr. Holmes, my hair is somewhat luxuriant and a rather peculiar tint of chestnut.
And most artistic, if I may so observe.
It has been considered so. I simply couldn't think of sacrificing it in such an offhand manner.
Well, I should think not, indeed.
Oh, such was my feeling at the time. The next day, I was inclined to think that I'd made a mistake. And the day after, I was sure of it. When I received a letter from the gentleman himself. I have it here, and I will read it to you. Dear Miss Hunter, Miss Stoper has kindly given me your address, and I write from here to ask whether you have reconsidered your decision. We are willing to give £30 a quarter or £120 a year, so as to recompense you for any little inconvenience which our fads may cause you.
And your hair?
He is insistent. As regards your hair, it is no doubt a pity, especially as I could not help remarking its beauty during our short interview. But I am afraid I must remain firm upon this point, and I only hope that the increased salary may recompense you for the loss.
Will it?
My mind's made up that I will accept the offer. I thought, however, that before taking the final step, I should like to submit the whole matter for your consideration.
Well, my dear Miss Hunter, as your mind is already made up, the matter is settled. But if at any time you should find yourself in any doubt or danger...
Danger? What danger do you foresee?
It would cease to be a danger if we could define it. But at any time, day or night, a telegram will bring me down to your help.
Then that is enough. I shall write to Mr. Rucastle at once and go down to Hampshire quite easy in my mind now.
Oh, thank you. Well, Holmes?
I should allow no sister of mine to accept such a situation.
My man Toller, he likes to keep us secure. But you look apprehensive, Miss Hunter.
Not at all, Mr. Rucastle.
Good, good.
You must be Edward. I have looked forward to meeting you.
Master Edward, this is your new governess, Miss Hunter. Oh, I see you have a present for Miss Hunter. Oh, well done. Good shot.
Copper Beeches, Mr. Rucastle.
Oh, dead, Miss Hunter. Mostly dead. Here we are, then. Come in, come in. Oh, Mrs. Toller, this is Miss Violet Hunter, who is taking up the position of governess to Master Edward.
How do you do, Miss Hunter? Your room's all ready for you.
Thank you.
Come along now, Toller. Fetch the trunk. Oh, Miss Hunter. After you're refreshed from your journey, I'll take you on a tour of the Copper Beeches.
Premises are certainly extensive, Mr. Rucastle.
Oh, yes. And extensive premises need protection. Look in here. Isn't he a beauty? Don't be frightened, Miss Hunter. It's only Carlo, my mastiff. I call him mine, but in fact, Toller is the only man that can do anything with him. He lets him loose at night, and God help any trespasser he lays his fangs upon. We feed him once a day, and not too much then, so that he is always keen as mustard. Oh, for goodness sakes, Miss Hunter. Under no pretext, set foot across the threshold at night. It's as much as your life is worth. Come along. Mrs. Rucastle will be here shortly. And she will tell you herself how delighted she is you are able to accept the situation.
Your offer was a most generous one, sir. Though, well, I am still curious about the conditions.
Our little fads and fancies, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, they're nothing at all. My wife is very fond of a particular shade of electric blue. And she would like you to wear such a dress indoors in the morning.
But I do not have such a dress.
Ah. But we have one. As to sitting here or there or amusing yourself in any matter indicated. But that need cause you no inconvenience, need it?
No. How do you do, Miss Hunter? I'm sorry I was not here to greet you. A slight indisposition. I trust you are feeling better now. Much better, thank you.
I was just telling Miss Hunter about the blue dress.
Yes. I think it would fit you very well.
I wonder what desperate circumstances could occasion such an appeal.
I have devised 7 separate explanations, each of which would cover the facts as far as we know them.
Oh. And which one do you favor, Holmes?
At the moment, I have no favorites. Data. 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 I cannot make bricks without clay.
Well, it's nice to get away from the fogs of Baker Street now and again. what delightful little farms these are, don't you agree? Aren't they fresh and beautiful?
You know, Watson, it is one of the curses of having a mind with a turn like mine that I must look at everything with reference to my own special subject.
Well, it doesn't make the scenery any less admirable, does it?
You look at these scattered houses and you are impressed by their beauty. I look at them, and the only thought which comes to me is a feeling of their isolation and of the impunity with which crime may be committed.
Good heavens! Who would associate crime with these dear old homesteads?
They always fill me with a certain horror. It is my belief, Watson, founded upon my experience, that the lowest and vilest alleys in London do not present a more dreadful record of sin than does the smiling and beautiful countryside. Had this young lady who appeals for us for help gone to live in Winchester, I should never have had a fear for her. It is the 5 miles of country which makes the danger.
What can it mean, Mr. Holmes?
We cannot theorize without data, I'm afraid.
Please, continue, Miss Hunter.
In the first place, I may say that I've met on the whole with no actual ill treatment from Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle. But I'm not easy in my mind about them. And I cannot understand them.
What cannot you understand?
The reasons for their conduct. For 2 days after my arrival at the Copper Beeches, my life was very quiet. On the 3rd, I went downstairs after breakfast to find Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle in the drawing room. Mr. Rucastle informed me that a dress, an electric blue dress, had been laid out for me in my bedroom and asked me to put it on. I did as he requested.
Superb, Miss Hunter. Oh, quite superb. Or do you not agree?
Could not be a better fit. Not if you had been measured for it.
Oh, please be so good as to sit down, Miss Hunter. Oh, perfect. I mean, it's quite perfect. Over here, if you don't mind, Miss Hunter. There. Now, excellent. You're quite comfortable.
Yes, thank you. How long do you wish me to remain here, sir?
Well, an hour, perhaps. Perhaps longer.
An hour.
But not, I assure you, an hour of tedium. Let us see how we can best entertain and divert you. Do you enjoy funny stories, Miss Hunter?
Well, why, yes.
Oh, then I shall tell you some. And all of them, I assure you, absolutely true. Let me tell you about George, our verger. He is the most extraordinary character. Well, it seems somebody wanted to find his way to Winchester, and George, I mean, he really is such an eccentric. You might mistake him for a scarecrow. I mean, his legs are all asplay. His arms always thrust out like this. His head shaped like a turnip, and on his head he wore the most extraordinary hat.
Then Mr. Rucastle, walking up and down on the other side of the room, began to tell me a series of the funniest stories I've ever listened to. I cannot imagine how comical he was. But I laughed till I was quite weary. 2 days later, this same performance was gone through again.
This is a piece of cod that passeth all understanding. Oh, bless my soul. Is that the hour already?
Time's passed very quickly, and most amusingly so.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say so. But now, it is time for you to attend to your duties. So go and change your dress, and then look to little Edward in the nursery.
You can easily imagine, Mr. Holmes, how curious I became as to what the meaning of this extraordinary performance could be. Since my face was always turned away from the window, I became consumed with the desire to see what was going on behind my back. On the very next occasion, I managed to conceal a small piece of mirror in my hand.
Oh, George, I can't tell you. I mean, you take
In the midst of my laughter, I raised my handkerchief to my eyes and was able, with a little management, to see all there was behind me.
Very, very upright man, very upright.
There was nothing.
Sure of himself. George didn't like it.
At least that was my first impression.
One tiny bit. Until the fella, he wanted
At
to...
second glance, however, I perceived that there was a bearded man leaning against the railings which bordered our field and was looking up earnestly at the house. I lowered my handkerchief and glanced at Mrs. Rucastle, to find her eyes fixed upon me in a most searching gaze. She said nothing, but I'm convinced she divined I had a mirror in my hand. Jethro?
There's an impertinent fellow who stares up at Miss Hunter.
Oh, does he indeed? No friend of yours, Miss Hunter?
No. I know no one in these parts.
Oh, dear me, how very impertinent.
Quite intolerable.
Kindly turn around, Miss Hunter, and motion him to go away.
Surely it would be better if we took no notice.
What, and have him loitering here always? No, turn around, Miss Hunter, and wave him away. Like this.
That was a week ago. And from that time, I've not sat in the window, nor have I worn the blue dress, nor seen the man with a beard.
But something else occurred. An event. Which caused you to summon me with such urgency.
Yes. Yes. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I've never been so frightened.
Do not distress yourself, Miss Hunter. Compose yourself, and then tell us what it was.
There is a turret to the house which appears not to be inhabited at all. A door which faces that which leads into the quarters of the Tollers opens into the turret, but it is invariably locked. It was only yesterday that the chance came for me to pass beyond the door.
Toller! Yes.
So it was you then. I thought it must be when I saw the door open.
I'm so frightened.
Oh, my dear young lady. Oh, my dear young lady. What has frightened you, my dear young lady?
I was foolish enough to go up into the shuttered turret.
You noticed it was shuttered then?
Yes.
Photography is one of my hobbies. I've made my dark room up there. But what an observant young lady one has come upon.
It was so lonely and eerie in this dim light that I was frightened and ran out again. It's so dreadfully still in here.
Only that?
Why, yes. What do you think? What other reason?
Why do you think I keep that door locked?
I'm sure I don't know.
It is to keep people out who have no business there. Do you see?
I'm sure if I had known...
Well, you know now. And if you ever set foot across that threshold again, I'll throw you to the mastiff.
I was so terrified that I didn't know what to do. Then I thought of you, Mr. Holmes. I had no difficulty in getting leave to come to Winchester this morning, but I must be back by 3 o'clock, for Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle are going on a visit and will be away all evening, so that I must look after the child. Now I've told you all of my adventures, Mr. Holmes. What does it mean? And what should I do?
Does the unspeakable child Edward have a friend?
Yes, an equally unpleasant child at one of the farm cottages.
Splendid. Dr. Watson and I will arrive at the Copper Beeches at 4:30 precisely. But before then, there are one or two things I should like you to do. I would not ask this of you, Miss Hunter, if I did not think you were quite exceptional.
Done what you should have.
Right.
Edwards locked himself in the cellar.
The cellar?
Well, I can't find him anywhere, and it is past his tea time.
Well, just the same, I don't see why Master Edward would have locked himself in the cellar.
Well, the door was open earlier. I saw Toller come out with a bottle. Perhaps he went down to look for cockroaches. It's locked.
There you are, miss.
After you.
Our destination.
Holmes, can we be quite sure the Mastiff isn't loose?
We can be sure of nothing until we reach the house.
God, what was that?
Some villainy here.
Looks as though someone's gone across the roof. Alice! 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 Alice? Where is my daughter?
It is for me to ask you that.
His daughter? Thieves. You spies. Thieves and spies! I've caught you, have I? Have you in my power? Just have you!
What does he mean?
He's gone for that dog.
What's...
Someone's loose the dog. He's not been fed for 2 days. Quick before it's too late.
He's still unconscious. I've done what I can for him. He now needs a surgeon as soon as possible.
I've dispatched Toller and Mrs. Rucastle to summon such assistance.
Oh, miss, it's a pity you didn't let me know what you were planning. I could have told you your pains were wasted.
It's clear Mrs. Toller knows more of this matter than anyone else.
Ah.
Well, yes, sir, I do. And I'm ready enough to tell you what I know. But if there's police court business over this, you will remember I was Miss Alice's friend. Miss Alice? Mr. Rucastle's daughter, by his first marriage.
Ah, the mystery of the shuttered turret. Mrs. Toller, please sit down. Now, tell me all you know.
Well, she was never happy at home. Miss Alice wasn't. From the time that her father married again. She was slighted, like, and she had no say in anything. But it didn't become bad for her until after she met Mr. Fowler.
And pray, who is Mr. Fowler?
Why, he was Miss Alice's young man. You might have seen him. Hanging about. Out in the road by the field.
Yes.
And how did Mr. Fowler's involvement bring Miss Alice to her distressing circumstances?
Well, as far as I could learn, Miss Alice had rights of her own under her late mother's will. But she was so quiet and patient, she was. She never said a word about them, but just left everything in Mr. Rucastle's hands. Well, he knew he was safe with her, but when there was a chance of a husband coming forward, who would ask for all that law would give him, well, then her father thought it time to put a stop on it. He wanted her to sign a paper so that whether she married or not, he could use her money. Well, when she wouldn't do it, he kept worrying her, till she got brain fever. For 6 weeks, she was at death's door. When she got better at last, worn to a shadow and with her beautiful hair cut off, he moved her to the turret room where she was kept, prisoner. But that didn't make no change in her young man. And he stuck to her, true as a man could be.
And then Mr. Rucastle brought Miss Hunter down from London in order to impersonate his daughter and get rid of the young man.
Well, that was it, sir. But Mr. Fowler, being a persevering gentleman, as a good sailor should be, blockaded the house.
And having met you, succeeded by certain arguments, metallic and otherwise, in convincing you that your interests were the same as his?
Mr. Fowler was a very kind-spoken, free-handed gentleman.
And in this way he managed that your husband should not want for drink, the gates unlocked, thus ensuring that the mastiff should remain chained, and that a ladder should be ready to assist him in the rescue of Miss Alice.
You have it, sir. Just as it happened.
And thus was solved the mystery of the sinister house called the Copper Beeches. Mr. Rucastle survived, but was always a broken man, kept solely alive for the care of his devoted wife. They still live with their servants, who probably know so much of Rucastle's past that he finds it difficult to part from them. Mr. Fowler and Miss Rucastle were married by special license, and he now holds a government position on the island of Mauritius. Miss Hunter is now head of a private school in Walsall, where I gather she has met with considerable success. Herr Holmes, your verdict.
An admirable account, Watson.
Oh, you don't think I've put too much colour and life into it?
Oh, my dear friend, I humbly defer such considerations to your excellent literary judgment.
Good.
Mr. Cratides?
Καλησπέρα σας. Είστε ο κύριος Latimer? Εγώ είμαι ο Paul Cratides.
My name is Latimer. I've come to meet you, Mr. Cratides.
Έχω ένα γράμμα από την αδερφή μου, Σοφία.
Yes, just come this way, Mr. Cratides. We have a carriage waiting.
During my long and intimate acquaintance with Sherlock Holmes, I'd never heard him referred to his relations, and hardly ever to his own early life. Because of this reticence, I sometimes found myself regarding him as an isolated phenomenon, as deficient in human sympathy as he was preeminent in intelligence. I'd come to believe that he was an orphan with no relatives living. But one day, to my very great surprise, he began to talk to me about his family.
My singular gift for observation and deduction may have come from my grandmother, who was a sister of Vernet, the French artist. Your art in the blood is liable to take the strangest forms. For example, my brother Mycroft.
Your brother? I didn't know you had a brother.
Oh, yes. And I can assure you that he possesses a far greater faculty for observation and deduction than I do.
Holmes, I know that you are a modest man.
My dear Watson, I cannot agree with those that rank modesty among the virtues. To the logician, everything should be seen exactly as it is. And to underestimate oneself is as much a departure from the truth as to exaggerate one's own ability. What I have just told you about my brother is the exact and literal truth.
Well, naturally, I don't doubt your word. But if there is another man in England with such singular powers, how is it that neither the police nor the public have ever heard of him, let alone myself?
Ah, he's very well known in his own circles.
Where then?
The Diogenes Club. It is the oddest club in London, and my brother one of the oddest men. I suppose you wish to meet him.
Well, of course I do. Even if it's just to prove that he exists.
Then you shall. This afternoon. He has come across the most singular problem, which he thinks might interest me.
But why does Mycroft not use his great powers for detective work?
If the art of the detective began and ended in reasoning from an armchair, my brother would be the greatest criminal agent that ever lived. What is to me a means of livelihood is to him the merest hobby of a dilettante. But he has no ambition and no energy.
What is his profession, then?
He has an extraordinary faculty for figures. He audits the books of some of the government departments.
But what are the qualifications for the Diogenes Club?
Shyness and misanthropy. My brother is one of the founder members. It contains the most unsociable and unclubbable men in town who speak not a word and shun even the merest glance. Now, let us enter.
Yes, but
not a word.
Holmes, have you...
We can talk.
Well, thank goodness.
Look at those two men, Sherlock. What do you make of them?
The billiard marker and the other.
Precisely. What do you make of the other?
An old soldier, I perceive.
And very recently discharged.
Served in India, I see.
And a non-commissioned officer.
Royal Artillery, I fancy.
And a widower.
With a child.
Children, my dear boy. Children. Mycroft Holmes. Glad to meet you, Dr. Watson. I hear of Sherlock everywhere since you became a chronicler.
Well, thank you.
For anyone who wishes to study mankind, this is the spot.
But surely you were taking things a little too far just now.
It is not hard to say, Watson, that a man of that bearing and expression of authority and sun-baked skin as a soldier is more than a private and is not long from India.
That is not long since left the service is shown by his still wearing his ammunition boots, as they call.
He has not the cavalry's stride. Yet he wore his hat on one side, as is shown by the lighter skin on one side of his brow. His weight is against him being a sapper. He is in the artillery.
Then, of course, his complete mourning shows that he's lost someone very dear. The fact that he's doing his own shopping looks as though it was his wife. He's been buying things for children, you see. There is a rattle, which shows that one of them is very, very young. The fact that he has a picture book under his arm shows there is another child. Ah, Mr. Melas. Come in, sir. These are my friends. This is Dr. Watson. And this is my younger brother, Sherlock.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I asked Mr. Melas to step across. He lodges on the first floor above me, and I thought you'd be interested in his story. He's the reason why I asked you to call today. Mr. Melas, he came to me, well, in perplexity. But I think I shall ask Mr. Melas to tell his own very remarkable experiences in his own fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. For many years, I have been the chief Greek interpreter in London. I do not think that the police believe my story. On my word, I do not. Just because they have never heard of it before, they think that such a thing cannot be. But I know that I shall never be easy in my mind until I know what has become of my poor man with a sticking plaster upon his face.
Mr. Melas, please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I prefer to stand.
Watson. I am all attention.
All this happened only 2 days ago, on Monday night. I am Greek by extraction and earn my living as an interpreter. It often happens that I am sent for at strange hours by foreigners who get into difficulties, or by travelers who arrive late and wish my services.
Mr. Melas?
Yes?
I apologize for this intrusion, but I need the services of an interpreter immediately. My name is Latimer.
Immediately?
I wouldn't insist unless it were urgent, but a Greek friend of mine has just arrived in this country on business, and unfortunately he speaks nothing but his own tongue. I likewise so. Mr. Melas, please. My carriage is waiting outside.
How far away?
Only to Kensington. I'm sorry to have to cut off your view, Mr. Melas, but the fact is I have no intention that you should see the place to which we are driving. It might possibly be inconvenient to me if you were ever able to find your way there again.
This is very extraordinary conduct, Mr. Latimer. You must be aware that what you're doing is quite illegal.
It is somewhat of a liberty, no doubt, but we'll make it up to you.
For nearly 2 hours we drove, without my having the least idea as to where I was.
Did you not notice any change of sound under the wheels?
I listened, Mr. Holmes. Sometimes we seemed to be on a paved causeway, sometimes on asphalt. But there was nothing to tell me where I was.
And no other sounds? A ship's siren, a church bell?
I'm sorry, nothing like that.
At what time did you finally reach your destination?
10 minutes to 9, exactly.
Is this Mr. Melas, Harold?
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. No ill will, Mr. Melas, I trust. But we could not get on without you. If you deal fair with us, you'll not regret it. But if you try any tricks, God help you.
What do you want of me?
Only to ask a few questions of a Greek gentleman who is visiting us, and to let us have the answers. But you say no more than you are told, or it were better you had never been born.
Mr. Mellors, pray continue.
Well then, this man, this evil man, showed me into a room which appeared to be very curiously furnished. But again, the only light was afforded by a single lamp half turned down.
The slate, Harold. Are his hands loose? Take this. You will ask the questions, Mr. Melas, and he will write the answers. Ask him, first of all, whether he is prepared to sign the papers.
Είστε διαθετημένος να υπογράψετε τα έγγραφα? Είστε διαθετημένος να υπογράψετε τα έγγραφα? Never.
On no conditions.
Υπό καμία συνθήκη. He writes, only if I see her married in my presence, by a Greek priest whom I know.
You know what awaits you then?
Ξέρετε όμως τι σας περιμένει. He says, I care nothing for myself. And so it went on. Again and again, I had to ask him whether he would give in and sign the document. Again and again, I had the same indignant reply. But soon, a thought came to me. I took to adding on little sentences of my own to each question. Innocent ones at first, to test whether either of our companions knew anything of the matter. And then, as I found that they showed no sign, I played a more dangerous game.
This obstinacy is doing you no good.
Αυτή η επιμονή δεν θα σας βγει σε καλό. Ποιος είστε? He says, I care not. In fact, he had also told me he was a stranger in London. He then told me he had been here 3 weeks and was being forcibly starved.
Starved? Did you manage to find out his name?
Gratidis. He was from Athens. But that was all I could discover, unfortunately. Another 5 minutes and I should have wormed out the whole story under their very noses.
Ask him again, Mr. Melas.
But at that instant, the door opened and a woman stepped into the room. He says never.
Well, ask him again.
Σας παρακαλώ, υπογράψτε τα.
Harold, I could not stay away any longer.
Sophia!
Sophia! It's so long.
Sophia! Sophia!
That will do. Mr. Melas. As you perceive, we have taken you into our confidence over some very private business. Here are 5 sovereigns, which will, I hope, be a sufficient fee. But remember, if you speak to anyone about this, one human soul mind, well, may God have mercy on your soul.
As before, I was taken in the closed carriage for almost 2 hours. There I was abandoned, as I was later to discover, near Wandsworth Common. I do not know where I had been, nor whom I had spoken with, nor anything, saving what I have told you. But I know there is foul play going on, and I want to help that unhappy man. Before God, I do.
Mycroft. Mycroft! What steps have you taken so far?
Well, this was in all the daily papers. Anyone having information as to the whereabouts of a Greek gentleman named Paul Kratides who cannot speak English will be rewarded. A similar reward will be paid to anyone having information about a Greek lady whose first name is Sophia, but no answer as yet.
What about the Greek legation?
I have tried. They know nothing.
The head of the Athens police, then?
Sherlock has all the energy of the family. When you take up the case, by all means, let me know if you do any good.
Certainly. Mr. Mellor, sir. I should be extremely careful if I were you. But of course, through these advertisements, they will know that you have betrayed them. Whoops. On your way.
It seems to me obvious that this Greek girl has been carried off by the young Englishman, Harold Latimer.
Carried off from where?
Athens, perhaps?
No. This Harold Latimer cannot speak a word of Greek. The girl speaks English fairly well. Inference? That she has been in England some little time and he has not been in Greece. Thank you, Miss Jackson.
Then let's presume that the girl was visiting England and that this Harold persuaded her to fly with him.
That is more probable.
Then the brother. That must be the relationship. Comes over from Greece in order to intervene. They seize him, use violence to force him to sign some documents, making over the girl's fortune to them. He's probably the trustee. This, as we have heard, he refuses to do.
So far. But these men will not stop now. Whatever happens, Watson, we must find them.
How can we?
Well, if our conjecture is correct, and the girl's name is or was Sophia Kratides, we should have no difficulty in tracing her. That must be our main hope. The brother, of course, is a complete stranger.
Come in, Sherlock. Come in, sir. You don't expect such energy from me, do you, Sherlock?
Now, how did you get here?
I passed you while you were in the telegraph office. I had an answer to my advertisement. It came within a few minutes of your leaving.
And to what effect?
It is written with a J pen on royal cream paper by a middle-aged man with a weak constitution. Sir, in answer to your advertisement of today's date, I beg to inform you that I know the young lady in question very well. If you should care to call upon me, I could give you some particulars as to her painful history. She is at present at the Myrtles, Beckenham. Yours faithfully, J. Davenport. He writes from Lower Brixton. Do you not think we should drive there now and learn these particulars?
My dear,
The brother's life is more important than the sister's story. I think we should call at Scotland Yard for Inspector Gregson and then go straight out to Beckenham. Well, we know that a man is being done to death. Every hour may be vital.
Better pick up Mr. Molass on the way.
Why?
Because we may need a Greek interpreter.
Excellent, Watson. I should say, from what we have heard, that we are dealing with a particularly dangerous gang.
Mr. Millas?
Yes?
There's a gentleman downstairs to see you, sir.
What gentleman?
Well, he said he met you today at the Diogenes Club.
Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Millas.
Good evening, Mrs. Stone. Would you tell Mr. Melas I need to see him urgently?
But Mr. Millas is not here, sir. A gentleman just called for him and he left.
Can you tell me where?
Oh, I don't know, sir. All I know is he drove off with the gentleman in a carriage.
Did the gentleman give a name?
No, sir.
He wasn't a tall, handsome, dark young man.
Oh, no, sir. He was a little gentleman with glasses, thin in the face, but very pleasant in his ways. He was laughing all the time he was talking.
Thank you. Scotland Yard, and hurry.
It can't be done without a warrant. We are not disputing that, Inspector.
Even if they are criminals, it is a private house and the law demands... The law demands that we act quickly. Can you not find a magistrate to sign this warrant for us?
At this hour?
At this very minute. Or kidnapping could become murder.
I can but try.
Please do.
Πρέπει να υπογράψετε, κύριε κρατήτη. Σας παρακαλώ, υπογράψτε τα.
Tell him I have ceased being reasonable. If he does not sign the papers now, I will kill him. Tell him I have no more patience.
Λέει ότι θα σας σκοτώσει. Είναι τρελός και το εννοεί. Σας παρακαλώ, κύριε κρατήδη. Υπογράψτε τα. Σας παρακαλώ. Θα σας σκοτώσει, είναι τρελός. Πρέπει να υπογράψετε. Σας παρακαλώ, κύριε κρατήδη, υπογράψτε τα. Είναι τρελός. Πρέπει να υπογράψετε. Σας παρακαλώ, κύριε κρατήδη. Πρέπει να υπογράψετε. Σας παρακαλώ. Σας παρακαλώ.
Please, Inspector, will you not come without a warrant?
I am sorry, gentlemen. I have wasted nearly an hour. The law cannot be hurried, Mr. Holmes. The life of Mr. Melas is in your hands, Inspector.
Tell him. Tell him if I kill him,
Λέει ότι θα σκοτώσει.
I have no use anymore
Είναι τρελός και σας
For
διαβεβαιώ
his
θα το
sister.
κάνει.
And she will die also.
But you wouldn't murder. Λέει ότι θα σκοτώσει την αδερφή σας. Είναι τρελός και θα της επιβεβαιώ ότι θα το κάνει. Υπογράψτε. Σας παρακαλώ, κύριε κρατήρη, σώστε τουλάχιστον τη ζωή της.
Mr. Melas, please. Yes, Mr. Melas.
Here it is, gentlemen. It's signed. Now, get someone to drive us to London Bridge Station. And pay them not too late! A carriage heavily loaded with luggage has passed out within the last half hour.
Wait for us here.
The nest is empty and the birds are flown.
It's sulphur! Boycott! Get the lamp! Come with the bodies, right? Quick!
The poor wretch must be poor Cratides.
No more, I'm afraid. His life is over.
We should have been here sooner, Inspector!
Must have been dead about 4 hours.
The gas merely served as a coup de grace. Am I not right, Dr. Watson?
Beaten to death. But Mr. Melas still lives.
Quick! Let's get him out of here as fast as possible! Inspector Brandy! Relax, Mr. Melas, you're in safe hands. Get the rope. Yeah.
From a brief look at her room, the lady left in haste, but without a struggle.
Oh. That man Latimer must still have some power over her.
One wonders with how much remorse she abandoned her brother for Harold Latimer.
You still retain your low opinion of women.
In this instance, I feel I may be justified.
Holmes. They appear to have consulted a Bradshaw. Let's open at this page.
The boat train.
The murderers won't get far. I'll have men at every port in England if need be. The boat train makes one stop between London and Dover at Herne Hill in 23 minutes precisely.
Exactly. Stay with your chief witness, Inspector. You may need a statement from him.
And he will need your help. Little brandy and ammonia at frequent intervals.
have your pickings ready, please.
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
What, Mr. Sherlock Holmes? I read about your case, sir.
Are we the last passengers from whom you have collected tickets?
Indeed, sir. I always work at the engine, start there, and work my way back to the guards.
Then you can help me. There are 3 passengers, 2 men and a woman, traveling together. They may not appear to be companions, but they will be in a compartment alone. The elder man wears thick-lensed glasses, and the younger might be called handsome. They will have a great deal of luggage marked for the continent. Have you seen such a party?
Yes, indeed. I can help you, Mr. Holmes.
I never doubted it.
There are 2 parties who fit that description, Mr. Holmes.
True.
The ticket, please. In compartment B4.
B4.
And D8.
Thank you, Inspector.
How do you know which 2 are the murderers?
It couldn't be simpler. No. Don't wake him. There's danger enough for the 2 of us. Left-handed printer from Deptford. His elder brother drinks too much and is pained by his liver.
Not our man, then?
Not our man.
And the girl?
She knows neither of them. She's a machinist from Bradford who's going on holiday to find romance. Which means undoubtedly that the murderers are in compartment B4.
Είναι ελεύθερα τα καθίσματα.
Ναι, νομίζω.
Thank you, Miss Cratides. Do sit still, Mr. Latimer. Do come in, Watson.
Who the hell are you?
The third member of the party is absent, but I'm sure he will return. Miss Cratides, may I ask if you are this man's prisoner or companion?
Don't say anything. They have no right to ask you anything at all. If they were the police, they would have said so.
Why the police, Mr. Latimer? Were you expecting to meet them?
Look, I don't know who you are, nor do I know how you know my name. But I'm traveling with my fiancée to the continent to get married. So would you please leave us alone? Otherwise, I shall be obliged to call the guard.
Please do. I'm sure Dr. Watson would do it for you. Ah, I see you know who I am. Then may I be permitted to ask your fiancé the question again?
It's true what he said. We are going to be married.
Where?
In Athens.
I fear not.
And who is going to stop us?
If not the police, then I will. Miss Cratides, do you seriously want me to believe that you are leaving England willingly?
Yes.
To marry the man who has just murdered your brother?
That's not true.
Paul. Murdered. It isn't true, is it? He's going to meet us in Greece as soon as he's well. That's what you said to me.
And he will, Sophia, he will.
Your brother is dead, Miss Cratides.
Don't listen to him.
I found his body myself in the house in Beckenham.
He had been murdered.
Tortured to death.
Can't be. Harold, tell me what's happened.
As for you, Mr. Latimer, Mr. Melas is alive as a witness to see you hanged.
Yes, I know very well. Very well indeed. I have friends there. Yes, but I need not elaborate, as I see you are men of the world, sir.
On the contrary, I've never left England in my life.
Haven't you?
No.
Then, sir, if you must choose one country, it must be Greece, the land of gods, olives, and intrigue. It is my destination, Greece.
Do you speak Greek, sir?
No, but one can always find a good interpreter. Thank you. And hasta la vista. Well, goodbye, sir. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Goodbye. It was an interesting conversation. Oh. I do apologize. I sometimes forget my size. Goodbye again.
Is it true about Paul?
I'm afraid so.
I hated Harold Latimer. I hated him, and I loved him. I would have done anything he said. I would have gone anywhere with him.
Even though he murdered your brother?
Yes. Even then.
Mr. Kerr, we were expecting you.
I believe this is your revolver, sir.
Well, brother mine, we seem to be heading down the path of crime.
The only path I intend to take is the door to the Diogenes Club, which I shall close behind me.
What'll become of her?
After questioning, nothing. It's not a crime to have a cold heart and not a single shred of compassion.
Thank you, George.
From the point of view of the criminal expert, London has become a singularly uninteresting city.
Well, I hardly think you'll find many decent citizens to agree with you.
Well, 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 one must not be selfish. The community is the gainer and no one the loser, save the poor unfortunate specialist whose occupation has gone.
A few months haven't been totally uneventful, surely. There's the case of the papers of ex-President Murillo. And the shocking affair of the Dutch steamship Friesland, which very nearly cost us both our lives. Both of them great success.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes is not at home.
If I fail to see him now, it will be too late.
But I'm sorry, I cannot help
But
you.
it is a matter of the utmost urgency.
I have already told you, young man,
Mr. Holmes! Well, I must see you.
I told the young man you weren't here, but he wouldn't listen.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I'm nearly out of my mind. I am the unhappy John Hector MacFarlane.
Now, tell us quietly and slowly who you are and what it is that you want. You mentioned your name just now as if I should recognize it, but I can assure you, beyond the obvious facts, that you are a bachelor, a solicitor, and a Freemason, and an asthmatic. I know nothing about you whatever.
Your untidy clothes, sheaf of legal papers, watch chain, and your somewhat irregular breathing.
Why, yes, Mr. Holmes. I am all these things. And in addition, I am at this moment the most unfortunate man in London. Have you not read your newspaper?
Not yet.
Then, if you would allow me.
At about 12 o'clock last night, an incident occurred at Lower Norwood which points, it is feared, to a serious crime. A small timber yard caught fire at the back of a house belonging to Mr. Jonas Oldacre, a builder. Surprise was expressed at Mr. Oldacre's absence, and it became apparent he had disappeared. An examination of his room revealed a safe which was open, signs of a murderous struggle, and a heavy walking stick with stains of blood upon the handle.
All I ask is that you don't abandon me. A man has followed me from London Bridge Station. If they arrest me before I finished my story, make them give me time, so that I may tell you the whole truth. I could go to jail happy if I knew that you were outside working for me.
Arrest you? This is really most gratifying. On what charge do you expect to be arrested?
Upon the charge of murdering Mr. Jonas Oldacre of Lower Norwood.
Dear me.
As we go to press, sensational developments have been reported. Charred remains have been found among the ashes of the fire, and the police theory is that the victim was clubbed to death and the body ignited. It is known that Mr. Oldacre received a visitor last night, and the stick has been identified as belonging to that person, a young London solicitor by the name of John Hector MacFarlane.
May I ask why you are still at liberty, Mr. MacFarlane? As there seems to be enough evidence to justify your arrest.
I live with my mother at Torrington Lodge in Blackheath. But last night, having late business with Mr. Oldacre, I stayed at an hotel in Norwood. Mr. Holmes, I knew nothing of this affair until I was on the train to my office this morning and read what you have just heard. I saw at once the terrible danger of my position and hurried to put the case in your hands.
Inspector Lestrade, we have been expecting you.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, Mr. John Hector MacFarlane.
Yes.
I arrest you for the willful murder of Mr. Jonas Oldacre of Lower Norwood.
Oh, no, but just one moment, Lestrade. Half an hour more or less can make little difference to you, and this young gentleman was about to give us an account of this very interesting affair, which might aid us in clearing it up.
Well, there'll be no difficulty in clearing it up. Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Nevertheless, with your permission, I would be much interested in hearing his account.
Well, Mr. Holmes, there's no denying that you have been of use to the force once or twice in the past. But I must insist...
All I ask is that you should hear and recognize the absolute truth.
I'll give you half an hour.
Sit down, MacFarlane. Thank you, Lestrade. We must warn you that what you say now will appear in evidence against you. Pray continue.
I must first explain that I knew nothing of Mr. Jonas Oldacre, although his name was familiar to me. Many years ago, my parents were acquainted with him, but they drifted apart. And so it came as a complete surprise when, Yesterday afternoon, at about 3 o'clock, he walked into my office in the city. Mr. Oldacre, good afternoon. I'm Mr. MacFarlane. Would you care to come through? Please, won't you sit down? How can I help you?
This is a draft of my will. I want you, Mr. MacFarlane, to cast it into proper legal shape. I shall sit here while you do so.
You can understand my astonishment, Mr. Holmes, when I found that, with some minor reservations, his entire estate had been left to me. But I simply don't understand.
Oh, well, then, let me explain. I'm a bachelor, Mr. MacFarlane, with few relatives, and none who deserve my consideration.
Well, that may well be so,
Let me finish.
I beg your pardon.
For many years now, I have withdrawn from my business. I was a builder, and though I say it myself, an extremely successful one. Successful enough to have gained considerable wealth and thus live out my life in complete, if solitary, comfort. Many years ago, I knew your mother. Knew her and hoped to marry her. Then she met and married your father.
I had no idea.
Oh, then why should you? 3 months ago, I read of your father's death in the Daily Telegraph, and my mind was turned to your mother and to the son who might very well have been my own. This is my way of securing your future. I know that whatever I leave will be in worthy hands.
What can I say? But thank you.
There are a few documents I think you should see: building leases, title deeds, mortgages, and so on. Well, now my mind's made up, I shan't rest easy until the whole thing's settled.
Yes, of course.
I beg you to come to my house tonight. What should we say, 9 o'clock?
Why, yes.
You'll, of course, bring the finalised will, and then we can settle the matter once and for all.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, my boy. Oh, one last thing. Not a word of this to your dear mother until everything is settled. I want it to be a little surprise for her.
Little?
You promise?
You have my word. I left in good time for my appointment, but had difficulty in finding the house, so that it was nearly past before I reached it. Good evening. I have an appointment with Mr. Oldacre.
Mr. MacFarlane?
Yes, that's right. It was not the warmest of receptions, and the house itself had a peculiar, unloved feeling.
Sorry to keep you waiting, my boy.
Not at all, sir. I'm a little late, I'm afraid.
You brought the papers?
Yes, indeed.
Excellent.
The bedroom was on the ground floor, where there was a large safe.
Bring the rest of those papers, my boy. Now, to business. All done?
Yes, sir. All done.
Just seen the time, my boy. You must get home.
Oh, thank you. I had a stick with me.
Ah, I wonder where she put it.
Rather a heavy walking stick. It belonged to my father.
Ah, never mind. I'll take good care of it until we meet again. After all, I shall be seeing a great deal of you now, I hope.
Indeed you shall, sir. I left him there. The safe was open, and the documents were on his desk. It was too late to go back to Blackheath, and so I spent the night at an hotel in Norwood. I knew nothing more of this horrible affair until this morning.
Do you have the original draft of the will that Oldacre brought you?
Why, yes, I have it here.
May I retain this for 24 hours, Inspector?
If it would amuse you. Well, anything more you'd like to ask, Mr. Holmes?
Not until I've been to Blackheath.
You mean Norwood?
No doubt that is what I must have meant.
Now, Mr. MacFarlane, my constable's at the door. There's a four-wheeler waiting. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
There are certain points about this document, are there not, Watson?
Well, I can read the first two lines, and these in the middle of the second page, and one or two at the end. I mean, they're as clear as print, but the writing in between is very bad, and there are several places where I can't read it at all.
What do you make of that?
What do you make of it?
That it was written on a train. The good writing represents stations, the bad writing movement, and the very bad writing
passing over the points.
A scientific expert would pronounce at once that it was drawn up on a suburban line, since nowhere, save in the immediate vicinity of a great city, could there be so quick a succession of points. Granting that his whole journey was occupied in drawing up the will, then the train must have been an express, stopping only once between Norwood and London Bridge.
Yes, but it's curious, is it not, that a man should draw up so important a document in so haphazard a fashion?
Yes, it suggests that he thought it was going to be of no practical importance.
Well, he drew up his death warrant at the same time.
This case is not clear to me. Come, Watson.
Where are we going? Norwood?
No! Blackheath!
Come!
My son's the gentlest creature on God's earth. It's inconceivable he could even contemplate such a terrible crime. He didn't even know the man, Mr. Holmes.
But you did, Mrs. MacFarlane.
Years ago, I'd forgotten that he ever existed. tried to forget. It's impossible to quite forget a man like Jonas Oldacre. Yes, I knew him well. At one time we were engaged to be married. Thank heaven I had the sense to turn away from him and marry a better, if poorer man. Oh, please.
Your husband died recently?
He was a kind man. A gentle man. He was everything Jonas Oldacre was not.
And yet at one time you were prepared to marry him.
I said that I knew him well. But the more I knew of him, the more I came to realize I knew him not at all. He would change, suddenly. What I saw frightened me. There was a dark side to his character, Mr. Holmes. A desire to cause pain. My own photograph. It was my first present to him.
Good heavens.
That was how it was returned to me on my wedding day. Together with a vile note urging a curse upon my house and saying he'd never forgive me.
And yet he does seem to have forgiven you. After all, to leave his entire estate to your son.
Neither my son nor I want anything from that wicked man, dead or alive.
Mrs. MacFarlane, the fact remains that the will was made.
I simply can't understand it. Why?
Have you ever spoken of Oldacre to your son? I mean, perhaps told him what you've just told me now?
No, never.
Never?
He found the photograph. My husband tried to make light of it, but he insisted. My husband told him something of the truth. That's all.
And the boy was disturbed?
He was upset, naturally.
You see, Mrs. MacFarlane, what the police might say is that if he had heard of Oldacre's behavior toward you, it would predispose him toward hatred and violence. And so their case against him would be considerably strengthened.
No. There is a God in heaven, Mr. Holmes. And that same God who's punished that wicked man will show in his own good time. My son's hands are guiltless of his blood.
Wait here, please.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, we're just clearing up.
The will as promised.
Look. Buttons. Trouser button. No doubt you brought your glass with you. The name is Hyams. According to Mrs. Lexington, the housekeeper, Hyams was the name of Mr. Oldacre's tailor.
Presumably the organic remains have been removed to the laboratory.
They have, Doctor, though they'll be of little use, I suspect. The poor devil was no more than bone and cinder.
How very convenient for the murderer.
Not, I might venture, for Mr. Oldacre.
Nevertheless, Inspector, bone and cinder.
Thank heavens he was wearing his trousers.
The stick belongs to the accused. He's never denied it.
He says that he could not find it when he came to leave the house.
Says, Mr. Holmes, says. My experts made out footmarks of both men on the carpet.
And too much subsequent traffic to make any examination on my part worthwhile.
2 sets of footmarks, Mr. Holmes. None of any third person.
Another trick for your side. I suppose all these papers are from the safe.
Correct.
And nothing, absolutely nothing has been removed?
Nothing whatsoever. We have opened 1 or 2, as you can see, to check the contents.
May I check them?
By all means. I myself have business at the yard.
Oh, and I would like to see the housekeeper. What is her name? Mrs. Lexington?
She'll add nothing more to what you already know.
Nevertheless.
I'll send her in.
Could it be that for once Lestrade is on the right track? All my instincts are one way and all the facts are the other.
You wish to see me, sir?
Yes, Mrs. Lexington. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Do sit down.
I'll stand, if I may. This room has no comfort for me.
You let young Mr. MacFarlane into this house at 9:30?
Yes. And I wish that my hand had withered before I'd done so.
And you retired to bed at?
20 minutes past 11.
20 past 11.
And you heard nothing?
My room is at the far end of the house. I heard nothing until the fire alarm sounded. And it was then, only then, that I realized my poor master had been murdered.
Mrs. Lexington, to your knowledge, did your master have any enemies?
Every man has his enemies.
And a businessman like Mr. Oldacre, more than most, perhaps?
He was a well-respected gentleman who kept himself very much to himself.
Do you know anything about these papers?
I know nothing of Mr. Oldacre's private affairs.
The buttons that the police found in the fire.
My master had 3 suits made by Mr. Hyams. 2 are still in that wardrobe there, and the 3rd he was wearing that night.
Thank you, Mrs. Lexington. You have been most cooperative. What do you make of her?
Tight as wax, if you ask me. But then, perhaps that's her usual manner.
It's all wrong. I feel it in my bones. Something has not come out. And that woman knows it.
Holmes, would you like me to have a look at these papers? Well, a man's bank account can tell us as much as his diary.
Correct. Thank you, Watson. It's all right, Constable. I'm just stretching my legs. I'll watch them. Ah, Constable! Are you a local man?
Born and bred, sir. Not half a mile from here.
Excellent. And perhaps you can offer me some local knowledge.
I'll do my best, sir. I'll most certainly do my best.
Holmes? Lestrade did say that no documents had been removed.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
You found something?
No, it's what I haven't found that interests me. There are certain cross-references to various deeds, valuable deeds, none of which I can find. But one thing is clear. Oldacre was hardly in the affluent circumstances we have been led to believe. His bank account was practically empty, largely because he had made several large payments in the past year to a certain Mr. Cornelius. Young MacFarlane would have inherited nothing.
This is of interest. Why should a retired builder have such large transactions with a Mr. Cornelius?
Well, let's take our cab and see what we can find out from his city bank. You coming?
I'll stay here for a while.
Norwood Station.
So you're not going back to London with your friend, then?
No. Not yet, anyway. I do hope my presence doesn't inconvenience you. Oh, by the way, I should warn you, I found an undesirable lurking about by the gates. I saw him off...
Undesirable?
A tramp, Mrs. Lexington, a gentleman of the road.
They'll get nothing here.
Ah. You don't believe in supporting our less fortunate brethren?
I work, so can they.
Quite so. I'm on my way to Folkestone.
I've done enough walking, I have. I find a place and I stays put.
I used to meet a friend of mine here. Oh, you might know him. He's a seafaring man.
Aye. I know him. Shared my billet for the last 4 nights, he does. Then off he goes, without even a word. You take my tip. Stay clear of him. He's a liar.
Didn't strike me as such.
He goes up to that big house, he does. Comes back here and tells some yarn about them putting out with open hands and telling him to come back tomorrow and they'll give him some grub and some cast-offs for him.
Well, how's that lying?
Because, my friend, I'd already paid my call. And nearly got the law on my back for my insolence. Insolence.
Perhaps he told him a pleasing tale.
Are you saying that a drunken sailor has more to offer than a sergeant in the 22nd?
Oh, no.
No. He's a liar. He says, whatever I get, she says, I'll share with you, shipmate, he says. Off he goes. Not a sight of him since.
Holmes? You must permit yourself some food. You must eat.
At present, I cannot afford energy and nerve force for digestion.
Well, you must if you intend to pursue this case.
I fear, my dear fellow, that our case will end ingloriously by Lestrade hanging our client. Which will certainly be a triumph for Scotland Yard. There's a telegram.
Important fresh evidence to hand. MacFarlane's guilt definitely established. Advise you to abandon case Lestrade.
It is Lestrade's little cockadoodle of victory.
Let's have some breakfast. And then go out together and see what we can do.
I feel as if I shall need your company and moral support today.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. I think you will acknowledge that we're just a little in front of you this time. Step this way, if you please, gentlemen, and I'm sure I can convince you that it was John MacFarlane who committed this crime. I don't like being wrong any more than the rest of us do. Still, a man can't always expect to have it his own way. Can he, Dr. Watson? This is where the housekeeper left MacFarlane's hat and stick, and this is also where he would have come to collect his hat after the crime was committed. Now look at this. A thumb mark.
So I observe.
A thumb mark in blood. You are aware that no two thumb marks are alike.
I have heard something of the kind.
Identical. And that was taken from McFarlane this morning.
Definitely the same thumb mark.
And that is final.
Quite final.
Who made this discovery?
It was Mrs. Lexington here who drew my constable's attention to it.
And I suppose there is no doubt that the mark was there yesterday.
Well, of course, McFarlane could have crept out of jail in the middle of the night just to strengthen the evidence against himself.
Have you any objection if I take a stroll upstairs?
No, none at all. There's nothing up there, though.
Sorry things look so bad, Holmes.
But there is a serious flaw in this new evidence.
What's that?
That thumbprint was not there when I examined the hole yesterday. Inspector Lestrade, I cannot help thinking your evidence is incomplete.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
Only that there is an important witness that you have not yet seen.
You can produce this witness, can you?
I think I can.
Well, then do so.
I'll do my best. How many constables have you?
3 within call.
Excellent. I assume that they are able-bodied large men with powerful voices.
No doubt that they are, yeah.
In the outhouse, there is a quantity of straw, and I would like 2 bundles brought in.
Straw?
And 2 buckets of water.
Water?
Ask them to bring it to the top landing. The straw into the fireplace, a little bit in front. 2 buckets of water to that side, Miss Helston.
Mr. Holmes! I don't know whether you're playing a game with us, but surely you tell us without all this tomfoolery.
I can assure you, Lestrade, I have an excellent reason for everything that I do. Watson, would you put a match to that straw? And Constable, will you sprinkle it with water? Now, we must see if we can find this witness for you, Lestrade. Gentlemen. Would you please join me in the call of fire? 1, 2, 3. Fire!
Fire!
We can do better than that. Full voice and together.
Fire!
Capital. Constable, a bucket of water on that straw. Lestrade, allow me to present you with your missing principal witness, Mr. Jonas Oldacre.
What's this, then? What have you been doing all this time?
I've done no harm.
No harm? You've only done your best to get an innocent man hanged. Listen, if it wasn't for this gentleman standing here, I'm not sure you wouldn't have succeeded. Take him.
Let us see where this rat has been lurking. Now, you see the advantage of being a builder. He was able to fix up his own little hiding place without any confederate. Save for that precious housekeeper of his, whom I should lose no time in adding to your bag, Inspector.
And these are the missing papers, no doubt.
No doubt whatsoever.
Constable, find the housekeeper. How did you know about that place, Mr. Holmes?
When I compared the proportions of this room with those of the room below, I deduced that this fireplace wall was false. Oldacre clearly had a great deal of nerve, but not enough, I fancy, to lie quiet before an alarm of fire.
How in the world did you know that he was in the house at all?
The thumb mark, Lestrade. When I examined the hall yesterday, it was clear. Therefore, it must have been put there during the night.
But how?
After MacFarlane had examined the papers that night, he resealed them. To do so, he used his thumb upon the wax. Brooding in that den of his, it suddenly struck Oldacre what use he could make of that thumbprint. Smearing the wax with a little blood, he made what appeared to be absolutely damning evidence against MacFarlane.
But what was the object of his deception?
Ah, well, you see, Inspector, in order to swindle his creditors who were pressing him, Oldacre emptied his bank account by paying out several large sums to a certain Mr. Cornelius. Now, I have no doubt that Messrs. Oldacre and Cornelius are one and the same person, the object being to change his name, draw on the money, and then vanish.
We see before us a very deep, malicious, and vindictive man. Did you know that he was once refused by MacFarlane's mother? All his life he has longed for vengeance. If he could give the impression that he was murdered by the only child of his former sweetheart, what more bitter revenge?
I would never have allowed any real harm to befall poor Mr. MacFarlane, I assure you.
That's for the jury to decide.
You're charging me for a joke? It's nothing more than a practical joke.
It was nothing less than murder. The body in the fire.
But whose body was it?
An old sailor, Lestrade, who had fallen upon hard times. When I examined the ashes of that fire, I discovered that your experts had missed this. It is a tooth of the great white shark, and you see that it has been lightly carved. It is typical of the work carried out by seamen.
Well, this isn't evidence enough to show who died in the fire.
I know for certain that on Monday, the day before the murder, a tramp called at this house. Yet when I questioned the housekeeper, she assured me that no such tramp would ever be welcome. Not only was his reception welcoming, but the man received some of Oldacre's clothing. Yesterday, near the front gate, I found the calling card that he left, a coded sign advising his fellow travelers of a charitable welcome. And last night, with the help of your local constable, I talked to one of these fellow travelers, who said that the unfortunate seaman had been asked to call back the following day with the assurance of further hospitality. And so, the next morning, wearing his new clothes, or at least his new trousers, he returned and was never seen again.
You've saved an innocent man's life, Mr. Holmes. You've also saved me some embarrassment.
Ah, my good chap. You will find that your reputation has been enormously enhanced. Just make a few alterations to that report which you are writing, and they will understand how hard it is to throw dust in the eyes of Inspector Lestrade.
You don't want your name to appear?
Not at all.
His work is its own reward.
I'll see you hanged for this.
That privilege must surely be mine.
Satan! Satan! Satan, help me! Help me, Satan! Please, help! Help! Help me, Satan! Satan! Help! Don't let them take me, Satan! Help me, Satan! Satan! Don't let them take me, Satan! Help me! Help me, Satan! Satan, help! Please, help! Help! Help me! Help me, Satan! 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 Help! Help me! Satan! Satan!
mustn't take it so badly, Holmes.
What?
Well, I know it's inconvenient, but you really mustn't let it affect you like this.
Whatever do you mean?
You are sitting there, boiling with indignation because you have been forced to leave the warmth and comfort of 221B by the ardour of Mrs. Hudson's spring cleaning.
My dear Watson, however did you deduce that?
By simply applying your methods, Holmes.
Indeed.
You'll agree that you are not here for either a shave or a haircut.
That is true. How did you know?
Because you invariably shave yourself, and you are patently not due for a haircut for another 2 weeks.
Correct.
And you left our rooms in some haste. You are without either your gloves or your cane.
Go on.
Well, I know that Mrs. Hudson has been trying to complete her spring cleaning all day. Now, you have been sitting there, frowning, eyes tightly closed, grinding your teeth, and all the time your fingers have been drumming like pistons on the arm of that chair. So, given all this evidence, even I cannot fail to deduce that you have quarrelled with our good housekeeper and sought refuge in the sanity of the barber's shop. You cannot deny that I am right.
Ah, Watson, you could not be further from the truth. I am here to get our good barber's advice as to this specimen of hair found at the scene of the bloody misadventure last Tuesday in Deptford.
Oh, come along, Holmes. You're worried about something.
What you perceived as agitation was indeed the most intense and tranquil enjoyment. My eyes were closed because I was trying to recall as vividly as I could the concert that we attended last night.
You were grinding your teeth.
That is because I made a slight error in my recollection of Joachim's fingering in his cadenza. In the third movement of the Beethoven violin concerto. Nevertheless, there is an element of truth in what you say.
Ah! A doctor.
A general practitioner's, I perceive.
Not been long in practice or had much to do.
Come to consult us, I fancy.
Lucky we came back.
Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Doctor. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Pray, resume your seat and tell me how I may serve you.
Well, I am indeed a doctor. My name is Percy Trevelyan. I live at number 403 Brook Street.
Aren't you the author of a monograph upon obscure nervous lesions?
Yes, but I so seldom hear of the work, I thought it quite dead.
By no means.
My publishers give me a most discouraging account of its sales. You are yourself a medical man?
Retired army surgeon.
My hobby has always been the study of nervous disease. I should, of course, like to make it an absolute speciality. But a man must take what he can get first. However, this is beside the question. And I do appreciate, Mr. Holmes, how very valuable your time is. The fact is that a singular train of events has occurred recently at my house in Brook Street, and tonight they came to such a head that I felt it was impossible to wait another hour before asking for your advice and your assistance.
You are very welcome to both. Let me have a detailed account of the circumstances which have disturbed you.
Well, one or two of them are so trivial that I am almost ashamed to mention them.
But the matter is so inexplicable, and the recent turn it has taken so elaborate, that I shall lay it all before you, and you shall judge what is essential and what is not. I am a London University man, and I am not unduly singing my praises when I say I was a very promising student, and it was thought a distinguished career lay before me. However, there was one great stumbling block.
Money?
Indeed, Doctor, money. I needed capital not only to practice, but also to get out of the squalid rooms I was forced to rent. I could not expect my patients to trust me if I could not afford the proper equipment.
Yes, I've seen it happen to too many of us. I myself was obliged to go into the army in order to follow my career.
Indeed. I had thought of abandoning my own career, except for one sudden and unexpected incident.
Exactly what kind of incident?
One morning, 2 years ago, I received a visit from a man by the name of Blessington, who until that time had been a complete stranger to me. Come in.
Good heavens, do you live here, in this?
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
You are the same Percy Trevelyan who's had so distinguished a career. Recently won the Slater Award for Medicine.
I am.
Then answer me frankly, sir, and you'll find it in your interest to do so. Despite your present financial situation, you clearly have all the cleverness that makes a successful man. But have you the tact?
I trust that I have my share, sir.
Any bad habits? Not drawn toward drink?
Now, really, sir.
Quite right. Quite right. But I was bound to ask. Why? Why, sir? Simply, why, with all these qualities, are you not in practice? Come now, it's the old story, more in the brains than in the pocket, eh? Now, sir, what would you say, sir, if I were to start you in Brook Street? If a specialist is to succeed, he must aim high, and a practice in Brook Street is just the beginning. Capital, keep yourself in style, to hire a respectable carriage and horse, surgery that's worthy of you, waiting room, servants, and the best equipment that money can buy. That is what you will have, sir. But why? It's just like any other investment. Safer than most.
And what am I to do?
I'll tell you. I will take the house, furnish it, pay the maids, and run the whole place. All you have to do is to wear out the chair in your consulting room. And then you hand over to me 3/4 of everything you earn, and keep 1/4 for yourself. Now, what do you say to that, sir? Do you agree?
This, then, Mr. Holmes, was the strange proposal with which Mr. Blessington approached me. I will not weary you with how we bargained and negotiated. But it ended with my moving into the house next quarter day and starting in practice on very much the same conditions as he had suggested.
Waiting room for your patients? or consulting room?
I can't believe it, Mr. Blessington. Nor can I thank you enough. He turned the two best rooms on the first floor into a sitting room and a bedroom for himself, and came to live with me in the character of a resident patient. His heart was weak, but not abnormal, and yet he demanded constant medical supervision. He was a man of singular habits, shunning company and very seldom going out, except in one respect. Every evening at the same time, he would go for a walk for half an hour exactly, no matter what the weather. And every evening at the same hour, he would walk into the consulting room. He would then examine the books, put down 5 and 3 for every guinea I had earned, and then carry the rest off to the strong box in his own room. I may say with confidence, Mr. Holmes, that he never had occasion to regret his speculation. From the first, it was a success. And during the last 2 years, I have made him a rich man. So much, Mr. Holmes, for my past history and my relations with the resident patient, Mr. Blessington. It only remains for me now to tell you what has occurred to bring me here tonight. Some weeks ago, Mr. Blessington came down to me in, as it seemed to me, a considerable state of agitation.
Dr. Trevelyan! Dr. Trevelyan! Dr. Trevelyan! Dr. Trevelyan! Dr. Trevelyan! Dr. Trevelyan, sir!
Mr. Blessington, calm yourself, sir.
Calm myself! Calm myself! But, my dear sir, have you not heard of the burglary? Burglary? Where? No, not here, sir, not here. But it could have been. It could have been.
Within a week, the whole house had become a fortress of bolts and bars and locks.
Are you sure these bars are strong enough?
They'd be strong enough for the Bank of England, sir.
Mr. Blessington. When I questioned him upon the point, he became so offensive that I was compelled to drop the subject. At first, Mr. Holmes, I thought he merely sought to protect his strongbox. But then, I suspected that it was his life he was protecting. From then on, he stopped going out altogether, peered continually out of his windows, and kept himself locked in his room in what I can only describe as a state of mortal dread.
Dr. Trevelyan, before you continue, you say you found this man, Blessington, prostrate on his bed, clutching a newspaper.
And more precisely, the remains of a newspaper, for he had torn it to shreds.
Torn to shreds. Do you recall the contents of this newspaper at all?
No, I'm afraid not, even if I'd known what I was looking for.
When was this?
It was some weeks ago, the beginning of May, I think. Gradually, as time passed, his fears appeared to die away, and he renewed his former habits.
Good evening, Dr. Trevelyan. Wonderful evening outside. I'm beginning to enjoy my walks again.
And then, suddenly, a fresh event reduced him to the pitiable state of prostration in which he now lies. What happened was, yesterday I received this letter from a Russian nobleman now resident in England, who suffers from catalepsy. In it, he announces his intention of visiting me for a consultation this very evening at 6:15. Because the chief difficulty in the study of catalepsy is the rareness of the disease, you may believe that at the appointed hour, I was eager to receive the patient. Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Dr. Trevelyan. And it was you, sir, I assume, who wrote to me?
My father speaks very little English, doctor, so I trust you will excuse my coming in with him, as his health is a matter of the most overwhelming importance to me.
Yes, I respect that, sir. Fenton. Perhaps you would like to join us for the consultation.
Niet, not for the word. It is more painful to me than I can express. If I were to see my father in one of those dreadful seizures, I am convinced I would never survive it. My own nervous system is an exceptionally sensitive one. With your permission, I will remain in your waiting room while you go into my father's case.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Fenton. Now, sir, I hope you will forgive me if I ask you a few basic questions. And first, can you tell me your age?
67.
And apart from catalepsy, would you say you are physically sound? Normally, do you have good health? No headaches? Abdominal pain? Any pain at all?
No.
Good. Naturally, I will examine you thoroughly, but this is merely a preliminary. Do you smoke cigars?
Yes.
Do you drink alcohol?
Vodka.
Vodka? I see. Every day? My God. I didn't expect it. My first feeling was one of pity and horror. My second, I fear, was rather one of professional satisfaction. There was nothing markedly abnormal in his condition which had harmonized with my former experiences. I had obtained good results in such cases by the inhalation of nitrite of amyl, and the present seemed an admirable opportunity of testing its virtues. Now, sir, I believe you can hear me. I shall be back directly, rest assured. Fenton! Fenton! Fenton, immediately! Fenton, the two gentlemen you showed in less than 15 minutes ago, did you see them leave?
Leave? No, sir.
Are you sure?
I'm positive, sir.
Good evening, Dr. Trevelyan.
Good evening, Mr. Blessington. And how was your walk today?
A little rain, but very amiable, my good sir. Very amiable.
Did you hear them leave?
No, sir. I was nowhere near the hall.
Well, you should have been. That is your duty. Now, I know you are new here, but you should know by now.
Doctor! 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 Someone has been in my room.
No one has been in your room, sir.
It's a lie. You're lying to me.
I assure you I am not. Fenton, have you been in Mr. Blessington's room?
Of course I haven't.
There you are, you see.
Then come up and see for yourself.
Now, sir.
Look at those. You telling me that they're mine?
Well, at first glance, they do appear to be too large for yours.
Of course they're not mine. I always remove my galoshes at the front door.
Has anything been stolen?
No, but that's not the point.
Nothing has been stolen.
My privacy has been invaded by a stranger. Is that not enough?
Mr. Blessington? Mr. Blessington?
Leave me alone. Go away, leave me alone.
Surely there's something I can do to help. Shall I call the police?
No. No, not those bunglers. There's only one person who can help me now.
And that is why I am here. But I must apologize for such a trivial reason. A thief that doesn't steal.
Did he ask for me by name?
Oh, yes.
Then let us be on our way. Thank you. This way?
Stay where you are! I have a pistol! And I give you my word, I will shoot if you come any nearer!
Mr. Blessington, this is outrageous, sir. Do you not recognize me?
Is that you, Doctor?
Yes, of course it is me.
The other two gentlemen, are they what they pretend to be?
They are Mr. Sherlock Holmes and his friend, Dr. Watson. Good God, Mr. Blessington, it was you that asked me to fetch them.
Yes. Yes, yes. Forgive me. Forgive me. Gentlemen, do come up. I'm sorry if my precautions have annoyed you. Good evening, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure I'm very much obliged to you for coming round. No one has ever needed your advice more than I. No one. I expect Dr. Trevelyan has told you of this unwarrantable intrusion into my rooms.
Why, sir, Mr. Blessington, who are these two men?
Which two men? I don't know them.
Then why do they wish to molest you?
Molest me? You can hardly expect me to answer that.
You mean that you don't know?
Come in here, please. Just have the kindness to step in here. I've never been a rich man, Mr. Holmes. I've never made but one investment in my life. Dr. Trevelyan will tell you that. But I don't believe in bankers, sir. Never trust a banker, Mr. Holmes. Never. It's between ourselves. What little I have is here, in this strongbox. So you can understand what it means to me when unknown people force themselves into my rooms.
Mr. Blessington, I cannot possibly advise you if you try to deceive me.
Deceive you? But I've told you everything.
Good night, Dr. Trevelyan.
Mr. Holmes! No advice for me?
My advice to you is to speak the truth.
Holmes?
Holmes,
I can read in a man's eye when it's his own skin that he's frightened for.
Yes, but why did you call him a liar?
Because I am certain that he does know who these men are. Cab! The young Russian penetrated to Blessington's rooms while his confederate kept the doctor from interfering.
And, of course, catalepsy is a very easy complaint to imitate.
Yes, I know. I've done it myself.
Holmes? Yes. Might there be one alternative, grotesquely improbable, no doubt, but still just conceivable? Might the whole story of the cataleptic Russian their son be a concoction of Dr. Trevelyan's, who, for his own purposes, has been in Blessington's room?
But did you see the footprints on the stair carpet? They were square-toed. Quite unlike Blessington's, which are round, and an inch and a third longer than Dr. Trevelyan's. I think we can sleep on this, Watson. But I should be surprised if we do not hear from Brook Street in the morning. Good night.
Night, old fellow.
Morning, Doctor. Your tea's here.
Thank you, Nora.
Mr. Blessington, your breakfast tea. Mr. Blessington?
Watson. Get dressed quickly. There's a cab waiting for us.
Why? What's the matter?
The Brook Street business.
Any fresh news? For God's sake, come at once, P. Trevelyan.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm so glad you could come.
What has happened?
Mr. Blessington has committed suicide.
Suicide?
Yes. He hanged himself during the night.
Has the body been touched?
No.
Where is the page?
Nowhere to be found.
Good morning, Inspector.
Mr. Holmes, delighted to see you. Now, please take a look. We were just about to take him down.
Right, Inspector.
Stretcher!
Well, that'll be all.
Have you heard of the events leading up to this affair?
Yes, Dr. Trevelyan has told me something of them.
And have you formed an opinion?
As far as I can see, the man was driven out of his senses by fright. The bed has been well slept in. There was his impression deep enough for all to see. It is about 5 in the morning, you know, that suicides are most common. That would be about the time that he hanged himself. Seems to have been a very deliberate affair.
Yes, from the rigidity of the limbs, I'd say he'd been dead about 3 hours.
Thank you, Watson. Noticed anything peculiar about the room?
There was a screwdriver on the mantelpiece, and he seems to have smoked heavily during the night. I found these in the fireplace.
Have you his cigar holder?
No, I haven't seen one.
His cigar case, then?
Yes, it was in his coat pocket.
This is Havana. And these others are the cigars of the peculiar sort which are imported by the Dutch from their East Indian colonies. They're usually wrapped in straw, you know, and are thinner for their length than any other brand. I don't suppose you've read my monograph on cigars and cigar ash.
Well,
No, of course not. Thank you. These have been smoked with a holder, and these without. These have been cut by a not very sharp knife, and these have had their ends bitten off by a set of very excellent teeth. There were 3 men here last night.
Good heavens! But nothing was stolen, so what were they doing here?
That is what we have to find out.
How did they get in?
The same way we did, through the front door.
If the door was barred in the morning...
Then it was barred after they left.
Well, how do you know that?
I saw their traces. If you will just give me a few moments, Inspector, I may be able to give you some further information. Don't move, Watson. The actual facts are very simple. I should be surprised if by the afternoon I cannot give you the reasons for them as well.
But Holmes, can't you tell us anything now?
Oh. There is no doubt as to the sequence of events. There were 3 of them in it. A young man, an old man, and a third, to whose identity I have no clue. The first two I need hardly remark, were the same who masqueraded as the Russian Count and his son. So we can give a very good description of them, can we not, Dr. Trevelyan? They were admitted by a Confederate inside the house. They entered the hall, the older man first, the younger man second, and the unknown man in the rear. They ascended the stairs. With the help of a wire, they forced the key. Even without the lens, you can see where the pressure has been applied. On entering the room, the first proceeding must have been to gag Mr. Blessington. Having secured Blessington, it is evident to me that a consultation of some sort was held, probably in the nature of a judicial proceeding. It must have lasted for some time, for it was then that the cigars were smoked. It was there that the older man sat, in the wicker chair. It was he who used the cigar holder. The younger man sat there. He knocked his ash off against the chest of drawers. The unknown fellow paced up and down. Blessington, I think, sat upright in the bed, but of that I cannot be absolutely certain. It ended, of course, by them taking Blessington. You know, this matter was so prearranged that it is my belief that they brought with them some sort of block or pulley to serve as a gallows. Oh, yes, a gallows, Inspector. This was a revenge ritual.
What an extraordinary story. But what proof?
I'll have it before the day's out.
You haven't explained about the screws and the screwdriver.
Oh, that was to fix up the block or pulley. But when they saw the chandelier hook, they naturally saved themselves the trouble. Now, Inspector, I suggest that you immediately make inquiries about the page and arrest him.
Certainly, Mr. Holmes.
I will be back here a little before 3 o'clock. Good day, Chief.
I dare say Mrs. Hudson will be a little put out when she sees all this. What are you looking for?
Worthington. W. Worthington. March. 1880, I'm sure.
March 8. '80. January. February. March. Any good?
Watson.
Blessington.
Or Sutton, as he was known then. Mrs. Hudson.
Your little boat is coming along beautifully, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. I must run.
Oh, thank you.
Dr. Trevelyan, any news, Inspector?
Yes, sir, we've got the page, drinking his earnings 2 streets away.
And I've got the men.
You've got them?
Or at least I've got that identity.
The Worthington Bank gang?
Precisely.
Well, then Blessington must have been Sutton.
Exactly.
Well, that makes it clear as crystal.
Not to me, I'm afraid.
Dr. Watson, would you...
You may have heard of the great Worthington Bank affair. There were 5 men in it. The 3 who were in this room, a 4th named Cartwright, and Blessington.
All right, let's be gone. It's a hanging job now.
Only if someone squeals.
That's him. Are you positive?
Oh, yes. That's him.
Sutton! Sutton, you're dead! Sutton! Sutton! Sutton, you're dead! Sutton!
Don't worry, Mr. Sutton.
Sutton!
It's a hanging job now.
Sutton! You here?
Sutton, or Blessington, who was the worst of the gang, turned informer. On his evidence, Cartwright was hanged, and the other 3 got 15 years apiece.
Biddle, Haywood, and Moffat were released from prison just a few weeks ago, which was several years before their full term. It was news of their release which caused Blessington to panic and have this house secured.
So it was not the fear of burglary that had frightened him?
No. That was a mere blind.
And so setting me up in practice was an elaborate charade to protect himself. Well, why could he not tell you this?
He was trying to hide his own identity from everybody for as long as he could.
His secret was shameful, and he couldn't bring himself to divulge it.
However, wretch as he was still living under the shield of British law. And I have no doubt, Inspector, that we shall see that though that shield may fail to guard, the sword of justice is still there to avenge.
In spite of the efforts of Sherlock Holmes, the 3 murderers of Blessington eluded the police and fled the country aboard a ship bound for Portugal. It was a few weeks later that we learned that the ship, the Nora Crana, had sunk with all hands upon the Portuguese coast, some leagues to the north of Oporto.
Holmes!
What's wrong?
Well, it's just that I was going to spend the day writing the case of Dr. Trevelyan while the facts are still fresh.
Oh, and you mean... Oh, I understand.
Thanks awfully. It's just that it is difficult to concentrate otherwise.
What will you entitle this particular account?
I didn't know you were interested in my writing.
I am always interested in your choice of titles.
Well, I thought I'd call it the Brook Street Mystery. No?
Well, I myself would prefer The Resident Patient. But please do not let me influence you. The Brook Street Mystery. No doubt would suffice.
You're brave enough, you think you kick your head. Yeah, Jimmy Drake, why don't you get that lot out of me? I ain't gonna beat the pay for it, boy. You're gonna give me the money that they're gonna give me.
Oh, sorry, Holmes.
No. You couldn't have come at a better time.
Well, I was afraid you were engaged.
I am, very much so. Dr. Watson shares my love of all that is bizarre and outside the routine of everyday existence. It is at present impossible to say whether this case is an instance of crime or no. But suffice it to say that I know as little about Mr. Jabez Wilson as you do yourself, beyond the obvious facts. That he has done manual labor at some time, that he takes snuff, that he has been to China, and that he has done a considerable amount of writing lately.
How in the name of good fortune did you know all that, Mr. Holmes? Yeah, true as gospel, I once did manual labour. I started off as a ship's carpenter.
Your hands, my good sir. The muscles of your right hand are more developed than the left.
And the writing?
What else could be indicated by the right cuff so very shiny for 5 inches?
And the left sleeve with the smooth patch near the elbow where you lean it on the desk. A china.
The fish, tattooed immediately above his right wrist. I have made a small study of tattoo marks, Mr. Wilson, and have even contributed to the literature of the subject. That trick of staining the fish scales a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China. When, in addition, I see a Chinese coin hanging from his watch chain, the matter becomes even more simple.
Oh, never. I thought at first it was something clever, but now I see there's nothing in it after all. Oh.
Now, I begin to think that my reputation, such as it is, will suffer shipwreck if I'm so candid. Omne ignotum pro magnifico.
Everything becomes commonplace by explanation.
Watson, that is a very loose translation. Oh, please, show the doctor that advertisement.
Oh, there, you can read it for yourself, sir.
To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there is a vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men, sound in body and mind, and above the age of 21 are eligible. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Mr. Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. Is this serious?
It is a little off the beaten track, eh, Watson? Oh, would you make a note of the paper and the date?
Evening Standard of Saturday, the 27th of April, 2 months ago.
Do try the city. Now, Mr. Wilson, off you go at scratch and tell us all about yourself.
Oh, well, gentlemen, I have a small pawnbroking business in Saxe-Coburg Street, near the city. It's not a very large affair, it just gives me a living. I used to keep 2 assistants, but now I just keep the one. And to tell you the truth, I'd have a job to make it pay, but that he's willing to come at half wages so as to learn the business. About 2 months ago...
What is the name of this obliging youth?
Vincent Spaulding. Oh, he's not such a youth either, Mr. Holmes. It's difficult to say his age, but I couldn't wish for a smarter assistant.
You seem most remarkably fortunate in having an employee who comes under the market price. I don't know that your assistant is not as remarkable as your advertisement.
Oh, but he does have his faults. And never was there such a fellow for photography, always snapping away with his camera when he should be improving his mind, and then diving down into the cellar to develop the wretched thing. Still, on the whole, he's a good worker and no vice in him. It was he who first showed me the advertisement.
I wish to the Lord I was a red-headed man, Mr. Wilson.
Why's that?
Well, there's another vacancy in the League of Red-Headed Men.
I've never heard of it.
Well, I'd wonder at that. You being so eligible yourself. Nice money, too. A couple of $100 a year. And the work's slight.
There be thousands of red-headed men applying.
Oh, well, I doubt that, sir. What, not with such a fine, fiery colour as you are blessed with, Mr. Wilson? But then I suppose it's hardly worth your while to put yourself out of the way for the sake of a few £100. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm very much of a stay-at-home sort of person. Sometimes weeks on end without putting my foot over the doormat. But this, it looked interesting. I was intrigued. And young Vincent said he'd come with me. So on Monday morning, we shut up the shop and off we went.
No, Vincent, let's go back. I can't abide the crowd. Courage, Mr. Wilson. We're so near and so much at stake. Now, you pull your collar up. Jimmy. Come along with me.
Job all about this. Well, it's the Times Newspaper, wasn't it? 2 months.
It's 10 o'clock this morning, mate.
Oi! 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 A little less noise, please, gentlemen.
Hey, Governor, play the white man. Here, here. What's your game? Come on, hey, get out of it. Hey, get out. Hey, drop the name, queuing. Excuse us. What you
Right, off you go. You're next. Get in. Wait, where are you going? Straight this way out. Come on.
This is Mr. Wilson.
Right, in you go, Mr. Wilson.
Hey, good luck, sir.
Admirably suited. Every requirement. Very fine. Congratulations, Mr. Wilson. It would be injustice to hesitate. You will, I'm sure, excuse me if I take an obvious precaution. Tears in your eyes. I perceive all is as it should be. We have to be careful. Twice deceived by wigs, once by paint. I could tell you tales of cobbler's wax that would disgust you with human nature. My name is Duncan Ross. I am myself a pensioner upon the fund left by a noble benefactor. I see you're about to question me about Mr. Ezekiah Hopkins. He was himself red-headed. In his youth, he left London for America, where he made many millions of dollars. On his death, it was found, he had instructed the trustees in his will to make life a little easier for the red-headed men in the town of his birth. Wonderful colouring. Now, what's your full name, Mr. Wilson?
Jabez Wilson.
Jabez Wilson. And are you a married man, Mr. Wilson? Do you have a family?
No, I'm a widower. No, I never had any family.
Oh, dear. Sad to hear you say that. The fund, of course, was for the propagation and spread of red-headed men, as well as for their maintenance. In another case, the objection might be fatal. However, I think we've got to stretch a point in favour of a man with such a head of hair as yours. The vacancy has been filled.
Vacancy is filled. Go on, off you go. Come on. Sorry about that. Go on, off you go.
Now, when would you be free to start upon your new duties?
Oh, well, it is rather awkward, as I do have a business already. What would be the hours?
10 till 2.
Well, the mornings are quiet. Now, I do have an assistant. Yes, that would suit me very well. And the money mentioned, £4 a week.
Correct.
And the work?
Purely nominal.
Yes, well, what do you call purely nominal?
Well, you have to stay in the office, or at least in the building the whole time. If you leave, you forfeit your whole position forever. The will is quite clear on that point.
Oh, I shouldn't dream of leaving.
No excuse will avail, neither sickness, business, nor anything else. Here you will remain, or else lose your billet.
Oh, no, I am quite clear on that point, but what exactly is the work?
It is to copy out the Encyclopedia Britannica. There is the first volume. You will supply the ink, paper, and pen. We will supply this desk and chair. Now, would you be free to start next Monday morning?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Then, once again, my congratulations, Mr. Jabez Wilson, on the most important position you've been fortunate enough to gain. Wonderful head of hair. Goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
Well done, Mr. Wilson. Well done indeed.
This is the quickest way out, sir.
Oh, no. This way.
Congratulations.
When I got home, the whole thing seemed, on reflection, to be quite ridiculous.
Quite. Who would make such an extraordinary will?
Not a very generous millionaire to make you buy your own pen, ink, and paper.
Well, exactly, Mr. Holmes. I soon persuaded myself it was some great hoax or fraud. Then when Monday morning came along, it did seem stupid to turn down a good job, so, off I went and bought a penny bottle of ink and a pen and 7 sheets of foolscap paper, and I set off for Pope's Court.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson, and welcome on this stroll of air, I see.
Well, to my surprise and delight, everything was as right as possible. The table was set out ready for me, and Mr. Duncan Ross was there to see I got fairly to work. My employment had truly begun. The schedule never varied. My work started at 10 o'clock and ended at 2 o'clock, with a small break for my lunch at 12:30. Every Saturday at 2 o'clock, Mr. Ross would come in and give me my money,
I see.
compliment me upon the amount that I'd written, and then we'd both leave. Mr. Ross locking the door after me. Artichokes, I find, were simply fascinating, you know. They have a kind of bloom on them. But Hannibal, I've also thought was A, but it was H after all. I thought that was very interesting.
Good morning.
Oh, the work was very interesting. Abacus, abbey, architecture, Acts of the Apostles, adulteration, anatomy, apes, aqueducts. After 8 weeks, I'd fairly dealt with the letter A and was hoping with diligence to get on to B, when suddenly this morning the whole business came to an end. I went to my work as usual, but the door was shut and locked with a little square of cardboard hammered onto the middle panel. Oh, excuse me. Have you seen Mr. Duncan Ross this morning?
Ross? Never heard of a gentleman of that name, sir. And my memory's good. It's very good. It's infallible for names.
No, the gentleman at number 7.
Ah, the gentleman who is red-headed.
Yes,
yes. Gone.
Gone?
Mr. William Morris, a solicitor using my room as a temporary convenience until his new premises were ready. Moved out yesterday. Paid in full. Doesn't owe a penny.
William Morris? Where can I find him?
At his new offices. William Morris. 17 King Edward Street. Near St. Paul's.
Oh, thank you. I don't see there's anything very funny about it. If all you can do is laugh at me, well, I can go elsewhere.
No, Mr. Wilson, please sit down. I wouldn't miss this case for the world. It is most refreshingly unusual.
I was so incensed at the fraudulent deceit that I came straight to you, sir. Having heard of your great reputation for helping poor people in distress.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, forgive me.
You know, Mr. Wilson, I really don't think that you've got any great grievance against this extraordinary league. On the contrary, you've been very well paid, to say nothing of the detailed knowledge which you've acquired on every subject under the letter A.
Yes, but what's the object of them playing this prank on me? That's what I want to know.
This assistant of yours, how long has he been with you?
Well, about 3 months.
How did he come?
Well, he answered to an advertisement.
Was he the only applicant?
No, I had 12 others.
Why did you pick him?
Well, he was handy and would come cheap.
At half wages, in fact.
Yes.
What's he like? This Vincent Spaulding.
Hmm? Oh, well, he's tall, slightly built. He's very quick in his ways. He's got no hair on his face. He's got a white splash of acid on his forehead.
Have you ever observed whether his ears have been pierced for earrings?
Yes. Yeah, he told me a gypsy had done it for him when he was a lad. Yes.
He is still with you?
Yes. Yeah, I would have just left him.
Mr. Wilson. You will be at your shop if I should need you.
Yeah, well, I had thought of shutting up shop at dinner time today because Vincent had suggested I spend the rest of the weekend with my sister in Barking. This whole business has upset my nerves very much.
Well, you enjoy a restful weekend in Bath.
Today is Saturday. By Monday, we should have a conclusion for you.
In the matter of your fee.
Don't worry about that. I believe it will be paid for by another.
Good day to you, Mr. Wilson.
What do you make of it all, Watson?
I make nothing of it. It's a most mysterious business.
And yet there are graver issues hanging from this affair than at first sight appear.
What are you going to do?
To smoke. It is quite a three-pipe problem, and I beg that you won't speak to me for 50 minutes.
The business of the Red-Headed League is concluded, sir.
Satisfactorily, I trust?
Most satisfactorily, Professor. I'm pleased to report. Good.
Come, Watson. Excuse me. Can you tell me the way to the Strand from here?
Third right, fourth left.
Thank you.
Holmes? Holmes, I could have told you that.
No doubt, Watson.
What is it? And why did you beat the pavement with your stick?
Watson, we are spies in an enemy's territory. Hobby of mine to have an exact knowledge of London now. There is Mortimer's, the tobacconist.
The little newspaper shop. Coburg branch, the City and Suburban Bank.
McFarlane's carriage building depot. And the vegetarian restaurant around the corner. Watson, commit to memory. It is just possible that we're being observed. Considerable crimes in contemplation. Today, being Saturday, somewhat complicates matters. But now, Doctor, our work is done. It is time we had some play. Sarasate is playing at the St. James's Hall this afternoon.
A sandwich and a cup of coffee?
And then off to Violin Land, where all is sweetness, delicacy, and harmony.
And no red-headed clients to vex us with their conundrums. All the afternoon, he sat in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, while his gently smiling face and his languid, dreamy eyes were as unlike those of Holmes the sleuth-hound as it was possible to conceive. When I saw him, so enwrapped in the music, I felt that an evil time might be coming upon those whom he had set himself to hunt down.
Excellent, Watson. You have a future as a cartographer. That'll be Athelney Jones. I thought it was as well to have someone from Scotland Yard with us. He's an absolute imbecile at his profession, but he does have the tenacity of a lobster when he gets his claws into someone. Good evening, Jones.
So, we're working in couples again, Mr. Holmes. Our friend here is a wonderful man for starting a chase. All he needs is an old dog to help him do the running down.
Mr. Merriweather, my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir? I only hope a wild goose may not prove to be the end of our chase. I'm not personally in favour of amateur criminal investigators.
You may place considerable confidence in Mr. Holmes.
No, if you say so, Mr. Jones.
Well, he has his own little methods, which, if he won't mind me saying so, are a little theoretical and fantastic. But he has the makings of a detective in him.
But I do say, as I've said before, the Coburg branch of the bank is as well secured as any building in London. There's no possibility that you could be broken into. Even the insurance assessors agree on that point.
And you, sir, should know, being not only the resident manager, but also the director.
I should know, and I do know. And what is more, this is the first time for 27 years that I've missed my Saturday night of whist at my club.
Oh, dear.
And I find myself extremely inconvenienced.
I think that you will find the game tonight much more exciting, and the stake will be for many, many thousands of pounds.
And what will my reward be, Mr. Holmes?
A young man called Clay.
John Clay? Oh, how I'd like to get my hands on that devil.
You shall.
This young fella's a gentleman, as Mr. Holmes says, but he's turned against his class. He's as cunning as the devil, slippery as an eel, and he's turned crib-cracking and forgery into a fine art.
His grandfather was a royal duke, and he himself was educated at Eton and Oxford. So, Watson, bring the gun. Come, gentlemen. Our cab is below.
There are only 2 keys to the vault. I have one. The chairman holds the other in his personal safe.
Well, you are certainly not vulnerable from above.
Nor from below.
Mr. Merriweather, may I ask you to be a little more quiet? Might I get you to sit on one of those boxes and not to interfere?
There is no way in which a thief could break into this bank.
Is it a special reason why a thief should want to break into this bank?
Nothing particularly...
Something in the past few months? Something that you have concealed from us?
The information I have is confidential, known only to the directors of the bank. It is not to be divulged to members of the public. Not even amateur detectives.
Private consulting detective, Mr. Merriweather. Unique in the annals of crime, I believe. Isn't that so, Inspector?
Yes, Doctor. I advise you to cooperate with Mr. Holmes.
Especially as at this moment I am trying to save your skin and that of your fellow directors. So what is it?
Our French gold. We had occasion some months ago to strengthen our resources and borrowed for that purpose 60,000 napoleons from the Bank of France. Therefore, our reserve of bullion is much larger than is usual in such a branch of the bank.
Where is this gold?
The crates upon which Dr. Watson sits contain 30,000 napoleons wrapped between layers of lead foil.
May we see it?
place is much bolder and larger in conception than I had at first thought. Wouldn't you say, John?
I would indeed. This Clay's more of an amateur adventurer or spur-of-the-moment criminal. This long planning is not Clay's style at all, sir. Not at all.
Unless it's a pawn. A much larger game. Mr. Merriweather, someone has had access to information of the most confidential sort. Careful plans have been made. A mastermind has been at work.
Are you suggesting that...
I'm suggesting that it bears the hallmarks of Professor Moriarty's work.
Moriarty?
And who is this Moriarty?
We don't really know, sir. Well, that is, neither the police nor, I think, Mr. Sherlock Holmes here have ever set eyes on him. Yet his name echoes and re-echoes throughout the underworld.
It appears that he is a man of good birth and excellent education. But he has hereditary tendencies of the most diabolical kind. A criminal strain runs in his blood, which is increased and rendered infinitely more dangerous by his extraordinary mental powers. He is the organizer of half that is evil and nearly all that is undetected in this great city. He is never caught. His agent is caught, but the central power is never caught. Seldom even suspected. We shall not see the professor tonight. The only way for tonight's enemy to escape is through the pawnbrokers.
There's already an inspector and a constable at the doors.
Would you be so kind as to put out this lamp?
And sit in the dark?
I'm afraid so. We cannot risk the presence of light. When I shine a light, close in swiftly. If they fire, have no compunction about shooting them down.
Great Scott! Jump, Archie, jump!
It's no good, John Clay. You have no chance at all.
So I see. Though I fancy my pal is all right.
At this moment, he is running into the welcoming arms of the police.
You seem to have done the thing very completely. I must compliment you.
And are you? I'm Sherlock Holmes, a private investigator.
I didn't for a moment suspect you of being a policeman, Mr. Holmes.
Come on, hold out while I've hit the derbies.
I beg you to take your filthy hands off me. You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins. And be so kind as to say sir and please when you address me.
All right. Would you please, sir, mind marching upstairs where we'll get a cab to transport your highness to the police station?
That's better. Gentlemen.
Oh, one question, Mr. Clay. Am I right in thinking that Professor Moriarty was somewhere behind the idea of the Red-Headed League?
I suggest you keep that name off your lips, Mr. Holmes, if you value your future well-being.
Really, gentlemen, I don't know what to say. Please forgive me, Mr. Holmes, for ever doubting your outstanding, your brilliant qualities. There is no doubt you have detected and defeated in the most complete manner one of the boldest attempts at bank robbery that has ever come within my experience.
Mr. Merriweather, I have been at some small expense over this matter, which I shall expect the bank to refund.
Of course. Of course.
It won't do, you know. It won't do.
No, Professor. I'm sorry we failed you. Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes is a mere amateur in the field of detection. Still, he seems a clever man. Or a lucky one. And he has a positive talent for getting in my way.
Should he be removed?
It may be necessary. It would be disappointing. I find him interesting. I believe this is the third time he has incommoded me. If this continues, then certainly something will have to be done to encourage Mr. Holmes either to withdraw or stand clear. Thank you.
Morning, Constable.
Beg your pardon, Dr. Watson. This has all been too much for me. My clients respect me as a man of confidence, but where's the confidence left here? I'm utterly ruined.
Oh, cheer up, Mr. Wilson. You'll feel better when you've cleared up the mess.
Yeah, well, that's all very well.
And Mr. Holmes asked me to give you this. 50 sovereigns. with the compliments of the City and Suburban Bank.
Well, that's fair enough. Oh, Dr. Watson, this is more than acceptable. And my compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
And he sends the same to you, Mr. Wilson. And a word of advice. Next time you engage an assistant, pay him the proper wage. Good day to you. Oh. Holmes, I trust I am not more dense than my neighbours, and yet here I have seen what you have seen, heard what you have heard, and yet you have seen clearly not only what had happened, but what was about to happen, while to me the whole business was still confused and grotesque.
Mr. Watson, recollect. When I heard that the assistant had come for half wages, it was obvious that he had some motive for securing the situation.
Yes, but how did you know what his motive was?
Had there been a woman in the house, I would have suspected immediately some vulgar intrigue. But when I heard from Mr. Wilson about the acid stain and the pierced ears, I knew that Vincent Spaulding and John Clay were the same person. But why was Clay there?
The photography gave you the clue.
Exactly. The cellar. He was working on something in the cellar. Something which took many hours a day. For 2 months on end, he was tunneling. But where to? When I tapped my stick on the pavement in the street that day, I was ascertaining whether the tunnel stretched in front or behind the building. It was in front, towards the bank. Could you tell me the way to the Strand from here? I recognized Clay immediately and delayed him to have time to examine his knees. They spoke clearly of many hours of tunneling, no doubt linking up with the maze of sewers beneath Saxe-Coburg Square. When they closed the Red-Headed League offices, it was a sign they no longer cared about Jabez Wilson's presence. In other words, the tunnel was complete.
And that they would make the attempt on the Saturday was just a guess.
Wilson, you disappoint me. I never guess. Saturday is an excellent night for stealing bullion. It gives you a full day to escape. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Oh, you've reasoned it out beautifully, Holmes. It's so long a chain, and yet every link rings true.
It saved me from ennui. You know, sometimes I think that my whole life is spent in one long effort to escape from the commonplaces of existence.
No. You are a benefactor of the race, Holmes.
Well, maybe it is of some little use after all. L'homme c'est rien. L'œuvre c'est tout. As Gustave Flaubert wrote to George Sand.
When I returned to Baker Street from a short holiday in the spring of 1891, I had seen little of Holmes for some time. I saw in the papers that he had been engaged by the French government upon a matter of supreme importance, but I could hardly foresee that it would have so violent a consequence. It lies with me now to tell for the first time what took place between Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Professor Moriarty in that fateful year.
Ah, Mrs. Hudson. Has Mr. Holmes returned?
Oh, he has indeed. He came in early, must have been before 7. Morning, Mrs. Hudson, he says. Have you anything nice for my breakfast? As if he hadn't been away for 4 months. You could have knocked me down with a feather.
And he's gone out again, I take it?
Yes, he had his breakfast and then he went out again just after his visitor left.
Visitor?
An elderly gentleman. They had words. I didn't like the look of him. Not at all, I didn't. He had a face like the wrath of God. Should I say the devil?
Indeed.
Where should we open a bottle of the best claret to celebrate Mr. Holmes' return?
Why not?
Very good.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
I learned later that Holmes had survived 3 attempts on his life that very day. But as I waited for him to reappear, Baker Street looked to me as safe and secure as ever.
Holmes.
air guns. A rather special air gun, in fact. Watson, would you have any objection to drawing the blinds, casually, as if you were alone in this room? Watson, I think you know me well enough to understand that I am by no means a nervous man. But it is stupidity rather than courage to refuse to recognize danger when it is close upon you. Watson, might I have a match?
Holmes, you're hurt.
Scratches, nothing to signify.
You don't look well, Holmes.
Well, I have been using myself rather too freely. I have been somewhat pressed of late.
How pressed?
Well, as I am unable to leave this room until after dark, and then most likely by the way that I came, we do have some time on our hands. Also, I owe you an explanation for my unceremonious departure the last time that we met.
I'll take some notes, if I may.
Oh, by all means. This case, it is unique in the annals of crime. You will recall that it was a cold morning, early in the year when I last left Baker Street. I had no idea where I was going or who my client was. All I knew that was important and abroad. My destination was the museum in the Louvre in Paris. And my client, none less than the French government.
Surely this Palais du Louvre is near to the very heart of France. It was here that the great Roi Soleil held court, and here that Napoleon Bonaparte was married to the Archduchess Marie-Louise of Austria. Indeed, it is a history lesson in stone.
And now this gallery contains our finest paintings.
Gentlemen, shall we come to the point? I presume the Mona Lisa has been stolen.
Qui le lui a dit? Je vous assure, Monsieur le Ministre, je n'ai absolument rien dit.
When I see two hooks and the place where the Mona Lisa used to hang. And then there's talk of peril and scandal. Yes, now I begin to understand the delicacy of the matter. The Louvre is closed on Mondays for maintenance. The fact that the Mona Lisa was not hanging in her usual place was put down to the fact that she was in the photographic studio. It was only later in the day that a workman found the frame in a little storeroom under the Salon Carré.
We put the glass over the painting only a month ago. We feared an acid attack. There was such a one in Florence recently.
How very fortunate.
Pardon?
Two good thumbprints.
Many artists come here to make copies of the paintings.
This one seems well done.
Yes, that artist is particularly clever and makes a good living from his copying.
I should like to meet him sometime.
To make a bad copy is very easy, but a good one. It takes years of practice. For instance, Da Vinci used Italian poplar wood to paint on. It is very difficult to find. To mix the original color, nearly impossible. His fumature, the smooth blended tones, is very subtle. And his brushwork is left-handed. The crackler, this fine network of cracks. That is the most difficult to achieve of all.
And you can achieve it. How?
That is my secret.
It seems to me that this is something near to a legitimate forgery.
No, because the copies must never be the same size as the original.
And who would buy one of my copies as the original when the real Mona Lisa is in the Louvre?
But if by chance the Mona Lisa is no longer in the Louvre.
Oh, but of course you are joking, monsieur.
Happily, the French police are well ahead of the British when it comes to fingerprints. The great Bertillon himself was kind enough to refer to my little pamphlet on the subject as his Bible. As I suspected, our man had been involved in petty crime in the past. A Spaniard named Mendoza. There is your thief.
Not a pleasant specimen. Mr. Holmes, France owes you a great debt.
We have not got the man. And more important, the painting.
But he must be arrested immediately.
He may have already sold it.
No, gentlemen. It is my belief that the painting is still in Mendoza's keeping. He is only a pawn in a much bigger game. This robbery has been carefully planned over months, even years, by a master criminal.
But what professional criminal would want to own the Mona Lisa? That is madness. He can't sell it.
I believe the master criminal is not interested in the original. If he can pass off the forgeries as originals for the same price. Gentlemen, we must alarm Mendoza. Get him on the move. So he leads us to the center of the web.
But how?
First, we must announce to the world that the painting has been stolen.
Oh, but that would create a great scandal. Both myself and the director would...
Minister, please, if I may explain. It will be announced that owing to the brilliant and tireless efforts of yourself and the director, that the criminal is about to be arrested.
Mr. Holmes, we must arrest him now.
No.
Holmes, I understand that the recovery of the original would make it impossible for the thieves to sell any copies, however excellent those copies were. But did you have any clue to the identity of the mastermind behind the whole scheme?
I was satisfied that I had recognized one of Professor Moriarty's agents.
Moriarty?
Notice the subtle modeling of the features, beautiful hands, mood, that smile. As Walter Pater described her, the head upon which all the ends of the world are come, and the eyelids are a little weary.
No one else has ever had the genius to paint this masterpiece, except Da Vinci. Well, if you look at the paintwork, sir.
Leonardo's signature, writ large. The brushwork, mano sinistra. The bloom, the sfumato technique. Will you excuse me?
I would say, without hesitation, that the general opinion of the art world is that this is the greatest portrait ever painted.
I very much regret to have to tell you, sir, that this painting is no longer for sale.
I don't understand, Professor. I mean, the price, maybe? Well, now look, I'll reconsider. I'll give you a cool $4 million. How's that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan. The painting is no longer for sale.
Huh? Hey, what you guys up to? Take your hands off me, you neck! For my sakes, for nothing. Get out of there quick enough, you fuckers. Go get lost.
Richard Holmes has recovered the original. These are worthless. Destroy them. Burn them. Do it yourself. Let no one else see you.
Yes, Professor Moriarty.
Must congratulate you, Holmes. Such an honor, and so well deserved.
It was no great problem. The case practically solved itself.
I hear you had a visitor this morning.
Ow! I had not been back in Baker Street more than half an hour when...
But you cannot go up there, sir.
You have less frontal development than I should have expected. It's a dangerous habit to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown. You evidently don't know me.
On the contrary, I think it's fairly evident that I do. I can spare you 5 minutes, if you have anything to say.
All that I have to say has already crossed your mind.
And possibly my answer has already crossed yours.
You stand fast.
Absolutely.
You frustrated me in the affair of the French gold.
Ah. So it was you behind the Red-Headed League. A very ingenious and well-contrived idea.
High praise from you. You crossed my path first on the 4th of January. By the middle of February, I was seriously inconvenienced by you. And at the end of March, I was absolutely hampered in my plans. And now, with this last business in France, you have placed me in such a position by your continual persecution that I am in positive danger of losing my liberty. The situation is becoming an impossible one.
Have you any suggestion to make?
You must drop it, Mr. Holmes. You really must, you know.
And what if I refuse?
I'm quite sure that a man of your intelligence will see that there can be but one outcome to this affair. It is necessary that you should withdraw. You have worked things in such a fashion that we have only one resource left. It has been an intellectual treat to me to see the way in which you've grappled with this matter. But I say unaffectedly that it would be a grief to me to be forced to take an extreme measure. Oh, you smile, sir. But it really would, I do assure you.
Danger is part of my trade.
This is not danger. It is inevitable destruction. You stand in the way not merely of an individual, but of a mighty organization, the full extent of which even you, with all your cleverness, have been unable to realize. You must stand clear, Mr. Holmes, or be trodden underfoot.
You know, I'm afraid that in the pleasure of this conversation, I'm neglecting business of importance, which awaits me elsewhere.
Well, well. It seems a pity. But I've done what I could. This is a duel between you and me, Mr. Holmes. You hope to place me in the dock. You hope to beat me. If you are clever enough to bring destruction on me, rest assured, I shall do as much for you.
You have paid me several compliments, Mr. Moriarty. Let me pay you one in return when I say that if I were assured of the former eventuality, I would, in the interests of the public, cheerfully accept the latter.
I can promise you the one, but not the other.
He is the Napoleon of crime, Watson. For years I have endeavored to break through the veil which shrouded him. And at last, I've seized a thread and followed it to Moriarty himself. And now I'm ready to close on him.
If he doesn't close upon you first.
On Monday, next, matters will be ripe. The professor and all the principal members of his gang will be in the hands of the police. Then will come the greatest criminal trial of the century, the clearing up of over 40 mysteries and the rope for all of them. I cannot do better than to get away for the few remaining days. It would give me great pleasure, Watson, if you would come onto the continent with me.
The continent? I'd be delighted, Holmes, but where?
Anywhere. It's all the same to me.
Yes, but won't we have to dispose of Professor Moriarty first? It seems to me that we're under siege in this very room.
Oh, that reminds me. I must be on my way.
Won't you stay the night?
No, it's too dangerous for you if I stay here. I will leave the way I came and find lodgings with my brother Mycroft. We start tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning?
Oh, yes, it is most necessary. Now, here are your instructions, and I beg of you to follow them to the letter. For you are now playing a double-handed game with me, Watson, against the most powerful syndicate of criminals in Europe. You will dispatch whatever luggage you intend to take by trusty messenger, unaddressed to Victoria Station tonight. In the morning, you will send Mrs. Hudson for a hansom cab, desiring her not to take the first or second which may present itself. You will drive to the Strand end of La Mews, handing the address to the cabman with a request that he will not throw it away. Have your fare ready, and the instant that your cab stops, move speedily through the mews and time yourself to reach the other end at exactly 9:15, where you will find a small brougham waiting close to the curb, driven by a fellow with a heavy black coat tipped at the collar with red. Into this you will step, and you will reach Victoria in time for the Continental Express.
Excuse me, sir, I wonder if you speak Italian. No, I'm afraid not. I'm looking for the gentleman who reserved this compartment. Not a sign of him, sir. If you're travelling, you better get aboard.
My dear Watson, you haven't even condescended to say good morning to me.
Good heavens, Holmes. How you startled me.
It is still necessary to take every precaution.
I'd rather find Watson.
I see that this express runs in connection with the boat. So I think we've shaken off Moriarty very effectively. Well, what will he do then?
What I should do? Engage a special train.
But he'll arrive too late.
You will observe from your Bradshaw that this train stops at Canterbury and again at the boat. Moriarty will catch us there.
Good heavens, anybody would think that we were the criminals. Let's arrest him as soon as he arrives.
That would ruin everything. We should catch the big fish, but the smaller would dart right and left out of the net. No. And the rest is inadmissible.
Well, what then?
We shall get out at Canterbury.
But Holmes, our luggage.
We must give Moriarty something to follow.
What do we do?
We shall go across country.
Here we are, Holmes. Bradshaw seldom lets you down. From Ashford Junction, we can take the 1 o'clock slow train to Hastings, then on to the dear old London, Brighton and South Coast line, Bexhill to Lewes non-stop, then on to New Haven, evening boat to Dieppe. I think we've got time for an early lunch.
So soon. There are limits, you see, to even our friends' intelligence. And now, Watson, we shall treat ourselves to a couple of carpet bags, encourage the manufacturers of the countries through which we travel, and make our way at leisure into Switzerland via Brussels, Luxembourg, and Basel.
It fell out as Sherlock Holmes had predicted. We stayed 2 nights in Brussels, and then began to make our leisurely way southeast. For a charming week we progressed towards the Alps.
What do you think? A common enough occurrence in the mountains.
Ah, nothing like drinking the wine where it's grown. All gangs safely secured. Only Moriarty escaped the net, signed Mycroft. He's given them the slip.
I think it would be better if you were to return to England, Watson.
Why?
You will find me a very dangerous companion now. Moriarty will devote all his energies to taking his revenge upon me. And if I have a companion...
Would you be rid of me?
No. Except for the reasons I've given.
We've been in tight places before together.
Never as tight as this one.
I'm not leaving you, Holmes. Not unless you order me to go. I'd never been to Switzerland before, but the beauty of the landscape reminded me irresistibly of the northwest frontier provinces of India. But, in spite of the lovely scenery all around us, it was clear to me that never for one instant did Sherlock Holmes forget the shadow that lay across him.
I could tell by his sharp scrutiny of every face that he was well convinced that go where we would not be clear of the danger that was dogging our footsteps.
What was that? See anything?
No, nothing. It's time we were on our way. Hans, we're on our way.
At last we reached the heart of the Bernese Oberland and came to the village of Meiringen, where we put up at the Englischerhof, then kept by Peter Steiler the elder.
Ah, Steiler? Exactly.
The walk over the hills to Rosenlaue is very beautiful. You can stay the night there and come back the next day, but you must not on any account miss the Falls of Reichenbach. It's only a small detour. There it is. Also, gute Reise.
Dankeschön.
It is indeed a fearful place. The torrent, swollen by the melting glacier, plunges into a tremendous abyss, in which the spray rose up like the smoke from a burning house.
Herr Dr. Watson! Herr Dr. Watson! Herr Dr. Watson!
Yes?
Herr Steiler told me to give you this. It is very urgent.
It seems an English woman was taken to the hotel after we left, on her way to friends in Lucerne. She's had a grave hemorrhage.
Tuberculosis.
Ah, no doubt. It appears she's dying. An English doctor would be a great consolation. I'm afraid I must go back, Holmes.
Of course.
Now, Steiler suggests that this lad shows you the way to Rosenlaui, and I'll join you there later. A good plan. Hey!
I trust she's no worse.
Bitte?
You didn't write this? There is no sick English woman at the hotel?
No, but it has a hotel mark. Of course, there was a tall old Englishman who came here after you had gone. He said...
It was the sight of the alpenstock that turned me cold and sick. He had not gone to Rosenlau. I stood for a minute or two to collect myself, for I was dazed with the horror of the thing. And then I began to think of Holmes's own methods and to try to practice them. My dear Watson, I write these few lines through the courtesy of Mr. Moriarty, who awaits my convenience for the final discussion of those questions which lie between us. I am pleased to think that I shall be able to free society from any further effects of his presence. though I fear that it is at a cost which will give pain to my friends, and especially, my dear Watson, to you.
As you know, my career had, in any case, reached a crisis, and no possible conclusion to it could be more congenial to me than this. Indeed, if I may make a full confession to you, I was convinced that the letter from Mardigan was a hoax. I made every disposition of my property before leaving England and handed it to my brother Mycroft. Goodbye, and good luck, and believe me to be, my dear fellow, very sincerely yours, Sherlock Holmes.
In this situation, I had little doubt that a personal contest between the two men ended as it could hardly fail to end. It's with a heavy heart that I take up my pen to write these, the last words in which I shall ever record the singular gifts by which my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, was distinguished. I shall ever regard him as the best and the wisest man I have ever known.